Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
exactly.
They were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward.
Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it down now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love style. Acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Excuse me. Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, We're live here at paceradio.net, and I have got the mic unmuted. Cindy is still out west, Spirit Medicine Conference going on out there, and Glenn isn't available. So, as you know, no one's around and not available, I go alone. But normally when I'm with somebody, you know how I always have to get up and leave and deal with the dogs or the cats at the door. Well, I can't change any of that, but if that happens during the broadcast, don't worry, I got it covered. Just watch a quick little video while I'm gone. So other than that, I will get started on the news. First story up of the day. It comes to us from Green Market Report. It says the DEA rescheduling hearing gets pushed back over witness list. That's right. A hearing, including the testimony of witnesses, won't happen until January or February of 2025. So what happened there? The much anticipated hearing for the rescheduling of cannabis was delayed after the Chief Administrative Law Judge, John Mulroney, issued a preliminary order on Thursday finding fault with the Drug Enforcement Agency's list of witnesses. First reported by Marijuana Moment, Mulroney noted that the DEA sent a poorly prepared list of witnesses approved to speak at the December 2nd hearing. The order said that the list of DEA provided only listed the people and organizations approved with 1 or 2 email addresses attached. It did not include addresses or phone numbers and didn't state whether the interested party would be adversely affected or aggrieved by the proposed regulating change. Now it says here in the order, as the record currently stands, although the agency has fixed a December 2nd, 2024 hearing date, there is no way to discern from the present record which DPs, which is designated participant, support or oppose the NPRM, which is the Notice of Proposal rulemaking. To effectively preside over this hearing, additional information must be furnished to the tribunal forthwith. Now, the hearing in December will take place. However, no testimony or evidence will be presented. According to the order, the next potential date for such testimony wouldn't be until January or February of 2025. The order included the list of approved witnesses from the DEAs and Milligan. They are Village Farms International, National Cannabis Association, the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Care, Cannabis Bioscience International Holdings, Hemp for Victory. I know of that as a movie. State of Connecticut Cannabis Ombudsman Aaron Kirk, Massachusetts Cannabis Advisory Board member Alan Brown, Veterans Initiative 22, the Doc app, DBA My Florida Green. Now, the Commonwealth Project, St. Anne's College, National Drug and Alcohol Screening Association, Smart Approaches to Marijuana, International Academy on the Science and Impact of Cannabis, Cannabis Industry Victims Educating Litigants, Kenneth Finn, who's a doctor, National Transportation Safety Board member Jennifer Homedy, Philip Drum, State of Nebraska Attorney General Mike Hilgers, International Association of Chiefs of Police, Drug Enforcement Agency of Federal Narcotics Agents, American College of Occupational and Environmental Medicine, Natalie Hartenborn, Community Anti-Drug Coalitions of America, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, National Sheriff's Association. Geez, I come to think of it, I didn't hear anything about NORML in the U.S., Marijuana Policy Project, any advocacy group that is on favor of cannabis. There's obviously ones against, such as Smart Approaches of Cannabis to Marijuana. So I don't know why a group such as NORML wouldn't be invited to something like this. The participants were told that they need to provide additional information by November the 12th, including their names, addresses, phone numbers, and the general mission of their practice or business. It's been a possibility that this process could drag out longer than many either anticipated or would like. The administrative process is cumbersome, and as we have been seen historically, administrative challenges to cannabis Schedule 1 status takes years to resolve. Paul Armanetto, he's deputy director of NORML. He goes on to say that said, unlike in the past, it is our political opponents who are presented with the burden of arguing against the findings of both the HSS and the FDA, which have determined that cannabis does not meet the scientific criteria of either a Schedule 1 or Schedule 3 controlled substance. There you go. Yeah, so wonder why in that whole list of people, why there wasn't any that we're aware of, well-known cannabis advocacies, pro-cannabis advocacy groups. So obviously, you got the anti with the smart group that's there because they never talk anything about positive about the cannabis end of things. So, alrighty, on to my next story. This one is about a family and a mother and daughter in the UK. Here we go. This one comes to us from the BBC. Mum spends 24,000 English pounds a year on daughter's cannabis oil. 24,000 pounds a year. Daughter. Now, the mother of Ashcam Kent, who says she pays £2,000 a month for her daughter's medicinal cannabis supply, has called for greater access to the drug on the NHS. I think a pound is about $1.82 American. So you could almost double that. Almost. Now, Emma Appleby said her daughter Tegan, 15, uses the drug to manage the daily seizures she suffers due to severe epilepsy. Medicinal cannabis became legal in the UK 6 years ago, but Ms. Appleby said it's still impossible to get it from health service. The NHS says it does prescribe some licensed cannabis-based products for certain conditions, but it said many products cannot be prescribed because the manufacturers have not engaged with UK medicine's regulatory process. You're passing the buck over. Ms. Appleby told the BBC that cannabis oil has changed her daughter's life, but she cannot get a prescription on the NHS. She says it's absolutely gutting that it has been 6 years and we are still in this position. Now she says she pays for the medicine through private health care and added, I've had to work so hard to keep raising the money for the cannabis oil. Now in Brighton, 31-year-old Ryan Gillum has been living with scatia, I'm not sure on that, and migraines for more than 10 years. He said he found traditional treatment methods negatively affected his mental health and discovered that medicinal cannabis significantly improved his condition without the side effects, but comes at a cost of £500 each month. He says, I would like it to be available in the NHS or for them to pay for some of it. He says it means I might be able to do everyday activities. The NHS does prescribe some licensed cannabis-based products for certain conditions, including severe epilepsy, nausea from chemotherapy, and muscle spasms caused by MS. Now, a BBC investigation last year found that found fewer than 5 people, 5, have been prescribed medicinal cannabis by NHS England. 5. So there you go, 5 people. So hopefully they can get that changed in order to go on further. I'm not seeing any more of this in this report, so it looks like maybe no more on the story. Okay, yeah. All right, so that's terrible. Where someone's paying that kind of money for access to their medicine and cannabis medicine, £2,000, and like I said, like 1.8 times that. So you're almost doubling it for somebody over there using our dollars. So that's nasty, just nasty. Alrighty, on my next story here. And with the U.S. election just around the corner, actually, in the next 24 hours, it's actually ongoing right now. But election day is tomorrow, Tuesday, November the 5th. Today is the 4th, so here we go. It says Americans say Harris would be would be better for cannabis industry. A new poll that shows even Trump voters are divided. This comes to us from the Marijuana Moment. And what it says is that Americans overwhelmingly believe that Vice President Kamala Harris would be more beneficial for the U.S. cannabis industry if elected president than former President Donald Trump, according to a new poll released on Thursday. Even Republican voters are largely split between the two candidates in terms of which one they believe would be better for cannabis businesses. Overall, 45% of respondents said the cannabis industry would be better if Harris were elected next week or tomorrow, while just 16% believe Trump would be more of a boon to the sector, according to the new YouGov poll of 1,129 U.S. adult citizens conducted last week. Meanwhile, 26% they weren't sure who would be better aid the industry, and 13% they felt the two candidates were about equal on the issue. By party identification, Democrats are broadly confident in Harris, with nearly two-thirds, which is 65%, saying she'd be better for the cannabis industry, and just 4% saying Trump would. Republicans were divided, however, with 31% saying Trump would be better, while 30% said Harris actually would be. Now, further on down here, these stories usually continue. Even among those who said they plan to vote for Trump this year, just 33% said he'd be better for the cannabis industry, and 30% said Harris would. Nearly a quarter, that's 24%, said they weren't sure. Now, among respondents identifying as politically independent, 37% said Harris would be better for the cannabis industry, while 14% said Trump would be better candidate for the sector. More than a third, 37%, said they weren't sure between the two candidates, while 12% said they do better. Would they do about the same? Cannabis was about one of 20 different industries that the YouGov poll asked about. Overall, voters said Trump would be better for 13 of the 20 industries. But of all industries, cannabis was the one with the smallest proportion of respondents who said Trump would be the better president. Among every Democratic identified by the YouGov survey, all but Republicans and Trump voters said Harris would be better for cannabis industry. Notably, the survey did not distinguish between the largely separate cannabis and hemp markets in the country. A majority of the states have legalized some form of higher THC cannabis, whether for medical or adult use, while hemp was legalized nationwide through the 2018 Farm Bill. Okay, and now the release of the survey comes days after a separate poll by marijuana telehealth platform NugMD found that 53% of the cannabis consumers plan to vote for Harris in the presidential election, while 40% said they would vote for Trump. Pollsters said the survey was isolated voters in the 6 specific states: California, Missouri, New York, Ohio, Oklahoma, and Pennsylvania. Majorities of cannabis consumers in 3 of those states said they're backing Harris, and 2 are going for Trump, and 1 cannabis voters are evenly split. Another recent series of polls in Pennsylvania voters in competitive districts, including those currently controlled by Republican lawmakers, found bipartisan support for legalizing cannabis. And a separate YouGov poll released last week, meanwhile, found that a majority of voters, including supporters of Trump, backed the Biden administration push to reschedule cannabis. Trump supporters were more likely to say that cannabis laws are important than compared to voters supporting Harris. While this is the first election in U.S. history where both major party candidates are in favor of legalizing cannabis, the Harris campaign has been leaning more strongly in her reform position in recent weeks. And I was thinking that the other day myself. For example, last week, Harris included legalizing cannabis as one of the top items on her to-do list if she wins the presidential election. That came just weeks after the vice president first pledged to federally legalize cannabis since becoming the party's nominee, promising that access to cannabis will become the law of the land. If elected, she will break down unjust legal barriers that hold Black men and other Americans back by legalizing cannabis nationally, working with Congress to ensure the safe cultivation, distribution, and possession of recreational marijuana is the law of the land, the Harris campaign said. And also last month, Harris made clear she still supports legalizing cannabis, which she previously pushed for as a senator but had not publicly discussed since becoming President Joe Biden's running mate in 2020. Separately, she also recently said that part of the reason for the delay in the administration's current cannabis rescheduling effort is federal bureaucracy that slows things down. And I just had that report, just the story before. Now, Harris running mate Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has also been talking cannabis policy on the campaign trail last week. For example, he stressed that cannabis legalization would be coupled with policies that give those who've been disproportionately targeted by criminalization the first shot to make money in the legal cannabis industry. And while Harris and Walz are aligned in their belief that prohibition should be replaced with a system of legalization and regulation, the governor has largely focused on the rights of the states to set their own cannabis laws rather than weigh on the federal legalization prospects. Now, it says here that Trump's running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, has voiced support for letting states decide on their own cannabis policies, though he's also said they should increase enforcement activities and complain about the smell of cannabis multiple times. Additionally, he's repeatedly sounded the alarm about fentanyl-laced cannabis, though he recently conceded that the issue isn't widespread. Now, the Harris-Walz campaign, meanwhile, has accused Trump of lying about his support for cannabis reform, arguing that his blatant pandering runs counter to his administration's record on cannabis. Now, following Trump's recent announcement of support for Florida's cannabis legalization ballot measure, the Democratic campaign has been working to communicate to voters that while in office, Trump took cannabis reform backwards. Now, last week, Colorado Governor Jared Polis said Harris's support of cannabis legalization is part of the nominee's freedom agenda. He made the remarks at an event hosted by musician and cannabis icon Willie Nelson on Thursday. There you go. So that's their rundown on who they believe is the best candidate when it comes to cannabis legalization in the U.S. All righty, on to my next story. And this one here is some more support in the U.S., but on a different tone of medicine. And that is coming to us here from the Psych Post. Headline says majority of Americans support supervised use of psilocybin for mental health and well-being. Now, a recent study published in AJOB Neuroscience found that a majority of Americans support psilocybin, which is found in magic mushrooms, for supervised medical treatment and well-being enhancement. They said this strong bipartisan approval highlights public openness to legalized and controlled use of the medicine by both medical and personal enhancement purposes, though with caution for future policy. Psilocybin is naturally occurring psychedelic compound that's found in certain types of mushrooms are referred to as, I said, magic. When ingested, psilocybin interacts with the serotonin receptors in the brain, creating profound changes in the perception, mood, and thought process. It has been long classified as a Schedule 1 substance in the U.S., meaning it has been regarded as having a high potential for abuse and no accepted medical use. Well, we know how that is going. However, recent research has sparked new interest in psilocybin due to its potential benefits, particularly in mental health. Studies have shown that when used under controlled therapeutic conditions, psilocybin may help reduce symptoms in individuals suffering from conditions such as treatment-resistant depression. Unlike many medications, psilocybin is thought to be non-addictive and may even improve well-being in healthy individuals. Now, the research conducted this study to address a lack of data on public attitudes towards psilocybin in light of recent legalization steps, such as in Oregon, where psilocybin is now allowed in licensed settings. for both mental health treatment and well-being enhancement. The study aimed to gauge moral opinions on the supervised use of psilocybin, as well as attitudes towards its use beyond clinical needs to enhance general well-being, an area where previous studies were lacking. Now, to conduct the study, the researchers recruited a nationally representative sample of 805 Americans through an online platform. This sample was then refined to 795 participants after excluding those who did not meet attention criteria. The participants' ages ranged from 18 to 92, with a median age of 44. The sample was diverse, encompassing various genders, races, and political affiliations, making it a reflective of the United States demographics. Now, each participant received background information about psilocybin, including its origins, effects, and legal status. They were also informed about the new Oregon law permitting supervised psilocybin use and asked to imagine a similar law on a national level. Now, participants were then randomly assigned to read one of two scenarios where psilocybin was used under professional supervision in a licensing setting. In one scenario, the medicine was used to treat a mental health condition, while in the other, it was used by a healthy individual seeking well-being enhancement. After reading their assigned scenario, participants were asked to assess the moral acceptability of the individual's decision to use psilocybin in that controlled environment. Participants were also completed several moral and demographic assessments, covering their values, empathy, and political views, among other things. The study revealed that 89% of the participants viewed supervised psilocybin use for mental health treatment as morally acceptable, and 85% approved of its use for well-being enhancement. Although slightly more participants supported medical use and enhancement, the general trend showed broad acceptance. Interestingly, this approval spanned across political lines, with both liberals and conservatives showing a strong endorsement for supervised psilocybin use in licensed settings. And whether it's in well-being enhancement or they say mental health treatment, I look at it as still of medical use. However, support varies slightly with age and political leanings. Younger adults with political liberals expressed higher approval than older adults and conservatives. Furthermore, participants who prioritized values like care and empathy were more inclined to view psilocybin use positively, linking these values with their desire for both patient and individual well-being. Despite the study's insightful results, there are some limitations. First, it focused solely on supervised use in licensed settings, omitting public opinions on unsupervised or recreational use of psilocybin, which may carry more risk. Additionally, the study did not examine whether participants' knowledge or beliefs about psilocybin might change over time with continued media and scientific attention to psychedelics. Now, future research might look into attitudes towards unsupervised use or expand on how people perceive risks associated with psychedelics in different contexts. Understanding these attitudes could guide lawmakers to develop policies with public sentiment while addressing the risk associated with unsupervised psychedelic use. So there we go. Okay, done. That's the first 4 stories. I'm halfway through. You know what that means? That means it's break time and time for me to medicate. That's right. I'll be right back. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're live with psychedelics and cannabis education news here at paceradio.net, as well as on our YouTube channel. And thanks for tuning in, the viewers who are watching us on YouTube. Alrighty, on to my next story of the day. This one comes to me from editap.ca, and headline says, Cannabis plants damaged. Resident frustrated. Nothing can be done. Alrighty, here we go. 4 teenagers entered the property of Pat Keller, a Castleman resident, in his third summer and stole a good chunk of the top of his cannabis plants. Look at the top of those buds, eh? Now, on Wednesday, October 9th, Keller was sitting in his garage around 11 a.m. when he heard a weird shaking sound. He turned the corner to see 4 teenagers jump over his 6-foot fence and cut off the top of his cannabis plants before fleeing. Keller tried to pursue them, but they quickly disappeared. It's more than just personal use. The cannabis acts as medication for Keller. That's right. Stealing people's medication. Exactly. Now, he says people are supposed to have emotions. Drugs that they have put you on, they give you like a baseline where you stay. There's no ups, no downs. It zombies you. At least with cannabis, I have emotions again. I would much rather have a little bit of fluctuation than be a zombie. And the fluctuations aren't as extreme as just not being on medication. So yes, I've been a whole new person the last 10 years since I started doing this. In all, Keller estimated that he lost about 6 ounces of cannabis, which is equivalent to about a month's supply, about a month's growth, he says. He posted the crime on Facebook, where comments indicated they've seen the 14s before. Keller says, honestly, my cannabis is the least of my worries. It's the fact that there are kids flying around in broad daylight that concerns me. He believes that these may have been seen by via rail security camera, but employees told him they couldn't confirm or deny whether the boys were being filmed, so I may or may not call the police and waste time. So he didn't call the police, feeling they didn't have enough evidence to charge the teens with theft, and that I can't even get a police officer to say, yeah, do that, because he doesn't care. Just so you know, you can call the police, and the perpetrators can be charged with theft of stealing of cannabis. While the Russell OPP didn't give specific numbers on the increasing in trespassing and thefts of this type following the legalization of cannabis on October the 17th, 2018, we certainly haven't seen a significant increase. What I can say is that the thefts of this type generally occur when the plants are easily visible from the outside of the property or the suspects know the location of the plants. Trying to secure the areas where the plants grow by adding cameras and motion-activated lighting systems can help reduce these incidents. Also, trying to grow the plants in areas that are out of sight, if possible, can help. Maybe the cameras might not save your plants unless you got a thing on your phone that goes off and lets you know. But what it might do is identify the thieves. Might. Since the theft, Keller has installed surveillance cameras in his yard to keep a constant eye on his property. And now he says that, and now I have a camera on my property, which I've never had to do in my life. And yes, it gives me the creeps that I have to go to this extreme to protect my property. Keller is still looking for the missing tops of his cannabis plants. Due to the rarity of the brand, the smell is just as special. Keller has described it as minty eucalyptus. Residents who smell the smell or spot the missing cannabis tops of the plants can contact its owner, but Keller isn't hopeful. He says, I know those kids are going to go sit in these back alleys and smoke a joint with their friends and have fun. But now, well, I don't think those four will be back. Safe and responsible cannabis storage. Now, the government has published an article entitled Growing Cannabis Safely at Home. In the article, there is a section on security measures to prevent cannabis theft. The government suggests that people who grow their own cannabis plants take measures to ensure that people don't find out about it, such as installing an alarm system, installing a large fence with a lockable gate, limiting the smell of cannabis coming from where it's planted, and ensuring that the plants are invisible from outside the yard. So you can find that at the Canadian website, government website. It's there. All righty. Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that, yeah, you can get charged with theft when it comes to cannabis. And people have been charged with stealing cannabis. So, if your cannabis plants get stolen, in days before they would ignore that, but these days it is a theft, and it's a couple plants, depending on, I believe the charge is normally theft under $5,000 is usually what the fine is, or the charges. So, alrighty, on to my next story. This comes to me from the International Cannabis Business Conference. The headline says that 62% of Canadians still approve of cannabis legalization. Okay, Canada became the second country on the planet and the first G7 nation to adopt a national adult use legalization measure back in 2018. The only country to do so before Canada was Uruguay, where lawmakers approved the national adult use legalization measure in 2013. And I have an update story on that before I get done today, so stay tuned. However, unlike Uruguay, where legal recreational cannabis sales are limited to residents only, Canada permits recreational cannabis sales across the country to anyone of legal age. The legal age for cannabis purchases in Canada at the federal level is 18, although provinces and territories can set a higher age limit. Now, recreational cannabis commerce system in Canada is the most robust on earth. In addition to Uruguay and Canada, cannabis is also legal for recreational purposes at national level in Malta, Luxembourg, Germany, and South Africa. Canada is the only nation on that list that permits nationwide sales to adults, non-residents. Really? Investigators affiliated Research Co. recently surveyed Canadians to determine the level of support for legalization 6 years after implementation. The survey results are based on an online survey conducted from October the 13th to the 15th, about among 1,001 adults here in Canada. Now, the company stated that in the online survey of a representative national survey or sample, 62% of Canadians agree with cannabis being legal in Canada, while 33% disagree and 4% are undecided. Just so you know, that 62% is down. It was 64. It's down by 2. Agreement with the legal cannabis in Canada is highest in Quebec at 66%, followed by Alberta at 64%. Ontario is at 64%, BC is at 60%, Atlantic Canada at 56%. Saskatchewan and Manitoba is at 53%. Now, the Research Co. also determined the following. 33% of Canadians report having tried cannabis before it was legal. 14% only did so after legalization. 51% of consumers report making all their purchases through licensed retailers. 74% support expunging charges for people convicted of possession of cannabis for personal use. Yes, expunge those without forcing people to go through all the rigmarole to get it done. Now, recreational cannabis is currently legal in 24 states in the U.S. and in Washington, D.C. and regional adult use cannabis commerce pilot trials are operating in the Netherlands and Switzerland, and courts in a handful of other nations have rendered decisions providing some level of protection to adult cannabis consumers. So there you go. It's down 62%. It's down a little bit in the support of legalization of cannabis. So, and it's spread all over the country. You know, down on the East Coast, it is one of the higher consumption places when it comes to cannabis, and we saw there that they are the lowest when it comes to supporting legalization of cannabis. All righty, on to my next story. This one comes to me from the Marijuana Moment. The headline says, top VA official announces the agency's first funded psychedelic study for veterans since 1960s. Wow, that's a long time. The top U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs official is touting the first agency-funded psychedelic study since the 1960s, exploring the efficacy of MDMA-assisted therapy for veterans with post-traumatic stress disorder and alcohol use disorder. Now, the VA Undersecretary for Health, Sheriff Alena, discussed the research initiative during a panel that also featured Senator Kirsten Sinema and Rep. Morgan Luttrell, who have separately advocated for psychedelic reform. Now, in a LinkedIn post last week, Alena promoted the panel posted by a political reporter at the HLTH conference, where VA announced our first study that will be funded out of VA's own research dollars, which will investigate the effectiveness of MDMA-assisted psychotherapy for veterans with PTSD and alcohol use disorder. Now, specifically, the study will use low-dose MDA in the placebo arm in an attempt to address FDA's concern about patients knowing what study arm they're part of, addressing functional unblinding. Will get the scientific community one step closer to better assessing the efficacy and safety of this novel therapy, he said of the project, which will be led by the Providence VA Medical Center in Rhode Island. Goes on to say that this is the first study that the VA is funding investing psychedelics since the 1960s. That's too long. The VA official also noted that he recently spoke about the issue with the Rep. Jack Bergman, co-founder of the Congressional Psychedelics Advancing Clinical Treatments Caucus, as well as former Rep. Tim Ryan, at separate psychedelics conferences. The conversation centered around what the future holds for getting more access to this potentially game-changing therapy. Now, the VA must lead on this encouraging area investigation so that we can continue to build trust with veterans contending with these severe health conditions and will. And that's according to Elena. I don't know. Now, Elena and Cinema also recently attended an event where VA officials were able to share findings from their study on MDA-assisted psychotherapy. Now, Rachel Yanda, Director of Mental Health at VA's James Pearson Veterans Affairs Medical Center, said following the event, the agency has produced stunning and robust results from its first ever clinical trial in the MDA therapy. Now, the VA continues to take leadership in the psychedelic arena, and it's coming from the top. The VA will fund psychedelic research, and when the time is right, moves to ensure safe clinical implementation, according to Yanda, who also serves as director of Center for Psychedelic Psychotherapy and Trauma Research at Mount Sinai at this time. Now, this comes as the FDA faces criticism from advocates and researchers after denying an application to approve the novel therapy based on separate research. Just one day before FDA declined to approve a new drug application for MDMA-assisted therapy, Yanda said she's been asked how that decision might affect the department's own work. She said the answer is, double down on the research. Keep generating the data and the cases. The nature of challenge is, well, that. It is challenging, but I am optimistic. All right. Put it in another gear. Keep going. Bipartisan lawmakers separately staged an event at the U.S. Capitol calling for MDMA approval by the FDA and also launched an art installation memorizing veteran affairs who died by suicide. Meanwhile, the U.S. House of Representatives recently approved amendments to a large-scale spending bill that would authorize VA doctors to issue medical cannabis recommendations to military veterans and support psychedelics research and access. And in August, the Senate Appropriations Committee also passed report language for appropriations legislation conveying concerns about restrictions on cannabis and psychedelics research imposed by current prohibition. Meanwhile, the DEA administration judge has denied the federal agency request to block a series of witnesses and evidentiary exhibits in a forthcoming hearing on its plans to ban a pair of psychedelic compounds for research purposes. Now, last month, advocates in support of expanding access to psychedelic-assisted therapy for American veterans, military veterans, released an informational guidebook that backers says responds to the demand for alternative treatment solutions and equips veterans with practical, clinically backed studies to safely explore these therapies. So there you go. Good. VA is getting involved. It's always good when Veterans Affairs can get involved in this to get this moving ahead, because if it's going to help the veterans, then it's needed. And from all reports that I'm seeing and that we're reporting on here, it is big help for the veterans as well as everybody else who's dealing with PTSD and other conditions. So let's get at her, FDA. Let's get this stuff approved. All right. On to my last story of the day, as I mentioned earlier, there's another update, something going on in Uruguay, and here it is. According to the International Cannabis Business Conference, they say pharmacies in Uruguay to sell recreational cannabis with higher THC levels. Oh, but people might not realize that maybe the THC levels were a little low. There's a frosty nug. Let's find out what's going on there. Now, Uruguay became the first country on earth to adopt a national adult use cannabis legalization measure back in 2013, with legal recreational cannabis sales launching in 2017, including sales through the national pharmacies. Legal sales at pharmacies began in Uruguay in the summer of 2017. And consumers could initially choose from two different strains. Wow. The two strains are named Alpha and Beta, each with THC levels equal to or less than 9%, and CBD levels equal to or less than 3%. Then in 2022, Uruguay permitted a third option, Gamma, which has a THC level of equal to or less than 15%, and CBD levels of equal to or less than 1%. Regulators in Uruguay recently approved a fourth option that contains a higher level of THC than the other three options. The new variant has a THC content of equal to or less than 20%. All right. And CBD content of equal to or less than 1%. Now, the 20%, at least it's getting there, and patients with a lot of pain, and just people who maybe aren't registered patients but are recreational users and dealing with some pain issues. Now, currently, 71,843 Uruguayan citizens are legally registered to purchase cannabis in pharmacies. Oh, you got to register before you can go buy it. That's that citizen only thing. Now, 11,708 have received permission to grow at home. Good. And 13,687 are members of cannabis clubs. Right now, cannabis is legal for adult use at a national level in Uruguay, Canada, Malta, Luxembourg, Germany. Okay, that's same as what the end of the other article was going on. But yeah, you got to open that up. I wonder why these countries why they don't allow tourists, people who are visiting, access to their cannabis. I know that some countries frown on that if they know that their citizens are consuming cannabis while they're away in a different country. They can actually be charged for doing so, and that's that's not right. So, all righty. Well, hopefully they can do that in Uruguay someday. Sounds like they got 4 strains instead of 2 strains now. Just 4 strains isn't enough, but at least they got their THC levels up, and hopefully they can work on improving things even more. All right. Other than that, that's it for today from the Legacy420.com news desk. That's the Pace News Report for November the 4th. Thanks to our buds at the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and @ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thank you for tuning in, and please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I'm going to take us back down memory lane.
Okay.
Okay. I've got a spot here all lined up. Who do I see there? Whoops. There we go. You see that? You are handing out. You're actually.
Oh my God! Yes.
We're in the
didn't see me
grindhouse.
I didn't see me there, Al. I was looking at the picture on the screen, and I'm trying to think. Okay, who is that?
Oh, sorry.
I recognize that bald head anywhere.
See, the article was always called "Keeping Pace Everywhere."
Yes.
Remember that saying that you used to always say before the at the beginning of the documentaries?
It was something about adding the E to make it peace.
Correct. Yeah, it was something about share pace everywhere, so it creates peace. So it's people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
Oh my God, Al! Yeah, I mean those are experiences that I'll never ever forget. Well, first of all, as you were saying, being at the Toronto Home Show or the Toronto Women's Show, and these are just regular shows at the convention center, and people are walking along, and all of a sudden there's a table there, and it's all to do with cannabis, and the cross section of people that we would get. A lot of people in favor, but we used to come across some people who weren't very happy about having us there.
Yeah, that's right. That would happen. Well, here's there on the screen. You can see the National Home Show.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go to these things.
Oh my God! Look at that.
But do you remember what happened that night when we had it there with Boris and in the restaurant, and who came in the door?
I'm not sure. What happened?
You remember that we were all up on the up at the front by the front window
on the stage.
On the stage, and the cops came in, and they stood there at the doorway, inside the doorway, just staring at everybody.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then people were saying when they were leaving that they were getting their picture taken from across the street.
Really? Isn't that interesting? Oh my God, I'd forgotten about that, Al.
And then, not only that, the Belleville Intelligencer got involved in it as well, and it became part of the editorial. What was the Belleville police force doing?
That's right.
Bothering law-abiding citizens who were discussing politics that the government is asking for input on.
I forgot all about that. You're absolutely right. And is that a grow-up game right beside it?
Yeah, that's the grow-up game right beside it, man. And you know what? I still got a couple games. They stopped because of COVID, but right up until COVID, we were still holding anywhere from about 2 to 3 games a year. People were still coming to. We were still playing them.
We should do another one.
We have to. Oh yeah, for sure. Exactly. I've got people that are on a list that are waiting to play. People who haven't even played before that want to play. So it was always a great time. Okay, Wayne, you did the last of the
I
bud.
did.
I don't know.
So it'll be Bob's turn.
I can't even taste this stuff.
Just going to
What?
Why,
Bob?
Because you're
Why?
next in
Because
line.
you're next in line.
You don't even have.
We're going around. Each person.
This can't made bigger.
All right. So, with these, okay, they have. Not only do these packages have child-proof labels on them or containers, but in some instances they are adult-proof as well. Here, Bob.
There's hair on mine.
Yeah, hair.
Yeah. Two of them rolled on the ground, and we have a dog.
Under the table.
Yeah, there's none inside the doobies.
Just gotta squeeze the two sides.
Well, you don't know that yet until you open it out.
Correct. There you go. Okay.
I was going to do that, but I left that.
Yeah, sure you were.
What do you want?
Okay, pull it out.
Oh, there's two.
There's two doobies in the container.
Yeah,
And
they're
they're
half
mine.
grams. They're 2 half-grams.
Are they half-gram doobies? Let's see them.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Put it here. Put it in it.
One looks like a 0.6 and one looks like a 0.4.
Okay, so what do we pass them around? And
Or 0.4 and
what we're
0.3.
looking at is how they look. This is number one. Okay, so the appeal. Overall visual appeal. Okay,
That's a doobie.
that's what you're looking at. Okay. This will speed things up. Val, 'cause
I
you don't
didn't
have
think
to
you were
roll
going to
them.
give it to me.
What's that? Oh, do you want that back?
No, no.
Okay.
What do you want me to do with it?
Yeah.
Plate it?
Visual appeal. What do you think about the way it looks? Does it look good?
How do you people like it?
All right.
Looks like a doobie.
Okay, quality of the roll.
Right ahead.
Smells like weed.
Selection of the rolling papers. Selection of the filter.
Oh, we got to do this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
yeah,
gonna do
yeah,
this
yeah.
again.
Yeah.
7 more times.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna
Okay, visual
we'll have to
appeal.
stop for something to eat. You know.
It kind of look good. I'll take it as an 8.
Don't want people putting mustard on the doobies. Okay.
Good luck, you guys.
No,
All
how do you
right.
do that?
Overall peel. Yeah, they don't look too bad. Okay. Yeah.
Let's see on the camera there, Al.
Okay, we're bringing it up.
You got to lift it above me. There you go. No, yep. There you go. All right.
Oh, I didn't look at the filter.
Okay, hang on. I'm holding it by the paper up top. So you can see the two doobies. Right? Yeah, you wanted to see the filter, the paper. Okay. All right. You wanted to see that? Again? Anybody else want to Anybody else want to see it?
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I just kind of passed it.
You're right.
No,
You're
actually,
right,
I didn't
Bob
see it. I
started.
didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm driving.
And who knows? Maybe we'll find that you might not. It might. The quality of the roll might look good right now, but when we go to smoke it, it might be hard to draw.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, got a late one.
Oh no. Okay, we have to go around.
A dry taste, yeah.
Inhale. I'm going to suggest to use both joints. One go one way, one go the other way.
Here.
That way, it just help it make it stronger.
You take
Yeah,
a
make
puff,
it quicker,
puff,
too.
pass it that way.
Puff and pass.
Look for some flavors.
Don't light it.
Give me my lighter then.
No, just, you gotta pump it dry.
Dry draw. Just first. Yeah.
No fire yet.
No fire. Dry.
Oh.
Inhale.
Yeah, you can just taste it.
Dry inhale. Taste.
You just get the taste. The inhale.
Pretend you're smoking
Just
it.
pretend you're smoking it.
There should be something that you.
They're like trying to hide under the covers.
I'm gonna step on you.
Oh, okay. All right. Everybody's gonna go in to dress the burgers and stuff.
Get on that, Al.
Sorry.
No, it's not bad.
Oh, I still forgot. Deb, you better come and see how these are working out. Or someone can come and tell me if they're getting there or done or what.
Also store bought. But the rib, prime rib.
No, it
Prime
isn't.
rib.
You're
Not,
supposed,
not these ones.
you're supposed to light that
Well,
up.
that's what you showed me. In
I'm
the...
supposed to light it?
Oh, whatever. I don't know.
Okay,
what
now
Yeah.
are we done? Everybody's done. We've all had a dry toke.
Yeah.
And been able to judge that. Okay, so let's move on. Let's
Yeah,
let's
so-
light it.
Number 5 was what you just did there with it not being lit.
I love the shit myself.
There you go.
I just fix it.
Okay, Bob.
Number
There's
6
what 2
is-
joints, right?
We're gonna be lit up for this one. You gotta light her up.
Hey,
You gotta light her up.
What I'm going to suggest is that
Where'd it go?
Oh, Deb's got one. The other one's on the plate.
we only need the one joint.
Right.
Then the second
Oh.
joint goes to the cook and we'll open the container.
He's lighting it.
He's lighting
Oh,
Sorry.
Dougie.
Not on this one. Bob decided to smoke his now.
all to himself.
He thought it was so good. He let this not go on.
That's cheating, Bob.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Now he's going to start yelling at you.
Bit of a run.
Okay, so number 6. Aroma to taste. Can you taste how it smells?
I'll give that a number.
And then the experience, harsh to smooth.
Yeah, he passed it. He passed it to me. Yeah. Yeah.
Ash color. Ash.
Ooh, there you go. There's the ash color. Anybody
Yeah.
want to take a look?
That's
Yeah.
awful.
Hey, dark gray.
Heavy, chunky.
I think it's the darkest.
Effects and experience, pleasant to
Harsh.
not pleasant to pleasant.
Is it smooth?
I haven't had
No,
enough
I don't
yet.
find it harsh.
No, yeah, mine.
Overall enjoyment.
Okay, let's go to that.
I hear a lot of coughing now.
I'll choose to answer that when I get a drag off. Let's see if I can you quit. I want to see you cough first.
Pleasant.
So we're not going yet.
Alan, how do you turn the barbecue off? I'm just doing this.
Oh, just turn the dials to the off button spot. I'm coming.
Oh, look what I got for you, little girl.
Oh, they're all off.
Who took the ashtray?
Al did.
Al does that all the time. This you're giving to me.
All right, 10. Overall enjoyment. You go out.
Oh, good so far.
It's all yours.
Oh, it's all mine.
It's very smoky over there, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, it is, eh?
You want to take
Would you buy this product?
the hamburgers in there and you take this?
Yeah, I guess. What? Oops. Or put a number in there, or yes?
Yes or no?
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
Whoever
And
is,
then, yeah, the rest isn't even there.
as soon as you're done, Justin,
That's it.
you
That's
can
it?
run in and grab your burgers. And don't forget, there are donuts over there on the
What? No cheese slices?
donut. Oh, there's a grinder over there for you too. Okay.
Oh, is there?
Mhm.
Oh, wonderful.
Grinders a compliment of Greenhouse Seed Company.
From 1994.
No, I guess the name brand of this product.
Yeah,
I think I have a couple too.
yeah.
still, Al.
products, just so you know the name, brands of the product. We'll review that again.
Sure.
And, everything that we've seen on here is.
I got my cards right here.
As a regular. Yeah, I know like one or two because I go to cannabis events. But people like Bob who don't go to cannabis events, he wouldn't have a clue who these people are.
Yeah, and I don't know who these people are either.
Yeah, so they're growers, legacy growers. So that tells me that a lot of these were probably legacy growers that transcend into the legal market.
Oh, I know Castle Rock because Paul used to work there. In Jamaica. Yeah.
Yeah. There's probably 3, maybe 4 that I might know as I look at it.
I've heard of Freedom Cannabis, but I don't know them.
Right here. There's all right. Does anybody want any of this?
No.
No. Okay. If you want, go in and grab something to eat. People, they're gonna run.
Buddy said he's using the same grinder, Al.
Burger. What's that?
Buddy is using the same grinder.
Is he?
Yeah, and I have a few too in my keepsake box.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for tuning in, staying in there, and tuning in all day. Everybody eats.
He's doing what we're doing, but not with...
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the 3 High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi guys. Where'd Al go? There he is. So how's everybody today?
I'm cold.
You're cold. It's like 20 degrees here.
It's fucking 6 degrees here.
Oh.
6.
You live far north.
There is ice on water out in the backyard. I have to bring my all my Instapots in because they're gonna freeze.
Wow, that cold, eh? Well, we did have some cool nights, and there was some ice in the puddles around here.
Yep.
Yeah, but temperature's gone back. It's swinging back the other way. It's like
it was -7 the other day here. So,
well, today's high is like 19 or 20.
Yep.
Tomorrow's the same thing. Like, I'm surprised. Like, I was expecting sunshine right now. It was a little overcast, so I'm a little dark in the video here. But it's supposed to be sunny, and I'm sure
it's going to be up to 8 here in Terrace Bay with 99% humidity.
Oh,
yeah. Why did I move here?
Because you like cooler temperatures.
I like that. You like to have a swimming pool in your backyard, Al. I like to have one in my basement.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's right. That's what you've got in your basement.
Yes, I need to have my drains done.
Oh,
I need to have my drains drilled. Yeah,
that's
not having a good time. No,
eh? No, because every time you use any water, it's a problem.
Goes downstairs and comes up the drains. And, I'll tell you, all joking aside, it's really hard to dry weed when you've got water underneath the room that there's weed drying.
Yeah, a little bit of high humidity would caused a problem in drying your cannabis?
Well, you know, I mean, you put enough fans on, and luckily I painted the floor with a sealer.
Yeah.
So it's not coming up that bad. Like you can, when you go down to the basement, there's literally humidity on the glass in the windows. But you go into my grow room and you don't feel that because it's been wrapped and
right.
You know.
Yeah.
So that's a plus, but I can't start anything until I fix this. So
get rid of all the other issues first before you get into your garden, man. Because
well, you know, I've got all winter. I got to bring everything in. I've got stuff I still have to do, but I can't do anything now until this is fucking fixed.
Yeah,
and it's not going to be a cheap one, unfortunately.
So those who are just tuning in there, I see a couple people are watching. As the show progresses, we got some cannabis news. We got the top 5. We've got some events. Do we have any events at MJ? Yeah. Okay. We got a motivational moment. We're gonna run a video clip on that, and of course our usual banter and chit chat.
And I've got
some reviews. I think MJ, you've got a couple reviews. I've got a review here as well.
I have just a quick review for later on a movie. And I have 3 parts of our first assignment from Sherry Ann Baker.
Oh,
she went to Hash Fest and did some video-ding. And so we're gonna watch that as well.
Good. I saw that she was there, and I figured I'd get a chance to hear the interviews and what was going on there.
Well, you will.
We will.
Don't rush me.
We won't.
You're not from what? You're not
trying to roll here. Give me a minute.
Al, you're not from Russia. Why are you Russian?
Because I'm trying to roll a joint. Oh, am I allowed to say that?
Not
I
you.
just love it when guests come on and go, fuck. And they go, oh, I'm sorry.
You left where?
I watched an interview last night with Mike Tyson because Mike Tyson's fighting this week next week on Friday. And he got up and he didn't like what the host of the show was saying to him, and he got up in his face and he was like, Mike, we're live. You can't say that. So he looks at him and goes, what are you going to do about it? on live air. Live. I was fucking great. I was like, you go, Mike.
Yeah, Mike grew up in a different time, right? Because now people are like, shh, you can't say that.
Well, he's our age. He's my age.
Well, George Carlin, he's got his, the words you can't say on air.
I love that one. That's one I love. George Carlin and have a nice day. Those are the 2 that I like.
Right.
Yeah. But I don't find George Carlin as funny as I used to, nor do I find things like Monty Python as funny as I used to. Now, Dave Allen at large or Benny Hill, that's never going to go away. Do you know who Benny Hill is, Mary Jane?
Yeah.
And do you know who Dave Allen is?
No.
Dave Allen was a comedian who from Britain as well, who did very much the same kind of thing as Benny Hill, but not from an old man's perspective, from a drunk sitting in a chair on a stage with one finger gone. He was very, very. Do you know who I'm talking about, Al?
No, I don't know him. I've never heard the name.
I'll pull up a clip one day. Dave Allen at large is just like, if you like Benny Hill, you'll like Dave Allen at large.
Oh yeah.
It's clips. He'd go out and do skits out on the street and things like that.
Well, I liked Benny Hill when I was like 6.
Yeah, Benny Hill was a sad tale. He was, enormously popular in the 70s and 80s. And he dropped out because he became a bit of a recluse. His assistant went to check on him one morning, I guess, and couldn't get in. So he had to climb from somebody else's balcony to Benny Hill's balcony, where they found him slumped over with a remote control in his hand, watching old Benny Hill shows, which is what he did. Dead, unfortunately. So it was a sad tale, but an amazing career he had.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I remember the shows. Remember the shows? I didn't watch them a lot, but it was. I remember the comedy shows. English.
Yep. There were a few, and he did it for a very long time. You know, British humor is different.
Yeah, it is. It is different.
It's much like Canadian. It's much like Canadian humor, but it's different.
Yeah.
We say sorry a lot. That's the difference.
Yeah, you know why we say sorry as Canadians?
Because we're sorry.
No, it's because we're such assholes. We always have to apologize.
We're fucking assholes. We have to apologize.
So how was
Sorry,
Halloween?
I blew up your home. Sorry.
How was Halloween? Did you get many kids at the door?
I had no one. I put a blanket on the window and shut my lights off and sat there and watched TV.
MJ?
The fire department went by. There were maybe 4 or 5 kids. There wasn't many kids on the street at all. Mostly older kids too.
Yeah.
We're on the fire department.
We don't get anybody.
The fire department drives around here at night during Halloween and Christmas because there's a lot of kids out, and it keeps the bears away. Even though I haven't seen a bear in 2 weeks, but
I can see, yeah. I know. Where I used to live in Campbellford, they used to sort of deputize people to walk around the town and to deal with crap.
Well, you know, I think it's great. I mean, they drive the 2 fire trucks that they have, and at Christmas there's more fire trucks and the cops. They do it. They drive around with all the lights on and the sirens blaring and all that stuff.
The sirens help keep the bears away.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, the noise, right? Yeah. And the bear. Speaking of noise, the bear speaker scared the shit out of me. I ran out to the LP store and I came back and I forget and I opened the door and it was like, wow. And there were people walking by.
Did you have many people to your place?
I actually don't know. I worked on Halloween. I did karaoke hosting.
Karaoke.
Yeah, burn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did you sing the Monster Mash?
No. Interesting story. That song kind of caused a little incident at karaoke that night because I have regulars that come and surprise. But a couple, like one of them came in and said, "I'm going to put this in now before anybody else puts their songs in." And I was like, okay. And it was Monster Mash. And I was like, okay, this person got theirs in first. Then another gentleman came over and he put the same song in.
Yeah.
And so I went over to the second gentleman and I said, just so you know, gentleman 1 has already put in this song. And the guy just sort of like slid it across the table, slid the slip back towards me. And I was like, okay, maybe he didn't hear me. So I leaned in and I kind of like raised my voice a little bit. And I was like, just so you know, this guy is going to do this song. So I need you to pick a different one. And he looked at me, picked up the paper, shoved it in my face and said, I'm doing this one. And at that point, this guy's a regular. He comes all the time. He is super quiet.
Drunk?
Reserved, never drinks. He never says boo. And on Halloween, he's like making a stand. And I was like,
he's saying boo.
You know, yeah, he's scaring me because I don't do confrontations. So now I'm like, okay. And I like take the slip and go over to gentleman number 1. And I'm like, so gentleman number 2 is not like backing down on singing this song. I was like, so I guess we're doing it twice, but you're doing it first. And he's like, that doesn't make sense. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to do. And he's like, I'll just pick another song. It's okay. I'm like, so thank you, gentleman number 1.
Yes, thank you, gentleman 1.
Gentleman number 2. What the heck was that? You're so
If you're watching gentleman number 2,
How
I will say I love you still. It's just I was not expecting that reaction from someone
right?
so quiet. It'd be like
The beast,
Al saying no.
The beast within.
the beast within. It was Halloween. It just brought the animal out of him.
I must have.
Well, I hope he did a really good job on the song.
No comment.
Okay. All right.
I think here's the comment. I think
Time to move on to the next segment.
Number one, but I don't know because he didn't. Just saying.
Did he ask for the recording?
No, I haven't been recording them lately. So
no.
But did you get the photo? I sent a photo of.
Yeah, I got the photo. Do you need me to bring it up on the?
You can. I'll post it on my Facebook. But we went for Halloween as. Well, I was Timmy's fairy godparents, okay? So I was Wanda and Cosmo because I had the Cosmopolitan drink. So I was Wanda and Cosmo. And, of course, Timmy was Timmy.
Timmy was Timmy. The picture, damn it. Come on.
So
anticlimactic.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I wasn't expecting this.
As Timmy's fairy godparents, I make all his.
How long have you been doing this, Al?
Come true.
I'm getting there. It's one button at a time.
Clickety click.
Oh yeah, I know. It's opening up things that weren't opened. You know how it is, right? Okay, here we go. I had something else ready. So there's your picture.
Yep.
I gotta say, I would be expecting more out of the both of you dressing up, but you guys dress up every day.
You know what? I struggled with this costume. I will be 100% honest.
It's not flamboyant like you usually are. And even a onesie would have been better. Sorry.
You know what?
Timmy is matching.
So it's a super cool idea. I love the idea, the whole concept. But yeah, I did feel a little dressed down because I was
undressed. Yeah.
Well, no, I didn't feel undressed. I felt dressed.
You have more dress on there than you did as a Sunshine Girl, but yes.
Yes, but the whole point is it was jeans and a t-shirt, which was typically not.
Yeah, it's more like something you would wear every day.
Yes, but I don't need Halloween to dress up.
Yeah. No.
Right. So I just dress up whenever. So I let other people this Halloween do their thing. And
there you go, dressed up.
Yeah, dressed down.
Dressed down. All righty, that's out of the way. Now I got to go back to the last one.
Yeah. You just got to open up the other window.
Yeah.
Once you share one thing, though, Al, if you leave it open, you can go in between windows, right? You can choose different windows. Like I've got 3 different ones. They're all up there. I just go share to this one, share to this one, share to that one.
I've got all the tabs open.
Yeah.
It's just having to close off the share for this tab and then opening the share for the next one.
I get it.
Yeah. So, all righty. MJ, are you ready?
Yeah, let's play the video.
All right, here we go.
That's very short.
Motivational moment. So what's up today, MJ?
All right. So today we're going to play a video because my life has been super crazy busy lately and I haven't been feeling well. And this was a video that I came across over the last week and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to watch this video every single day. And then I realized, well, I should be sharing this video with you guys. So it is 7 minutes, I will say. It's 7 minutes.
I see that.
But you sound so enthusiastic.
This joint can take 7 minutes to smoke as well.
I will say, yeah, grab your coffee, grab your tea, grab your joint, your bong, whatever. We're going to sit and we're going to watch this. And we can have a very short discussion afterwards, but I don't think we'll need one.
Okay. All righty. There we go. I got to go to that page to hit the play button.
Woo-woo.
Life. How beautiful it is. How amazing it is to be able to rise up in the morning and have that sun
on. Yeah, there you go.
Shine on your face rather than on your grave. What makes life so unique and so beautiful? It is beautiful because whatever you have that you may be facing, what you may be dealing with, life is still good. Life has so many moving parts, but life is always good. Every day is a new day and another opportunity that others may not have. This life that you have been given, this life that you are temporarily holding on to, this life that has been just given to you for only temporary reasons, has more meaning than you can ever imagine. So many people in the world take life for granted instead of realizing that you have to take the opportunity to live it the best way you know how. Now, on this journey of life, you're going to face a significant amount of circumstances, a significant amount of challenges. You're going to fall into areas that you cannot understand. And maybe it's not in a position for you to understand at that moment. When you start to feel that you are in a position that you don't love your life, then shame on you. Because your life is a beautiful thing. And no one deserves to ruin it. No one deserves to control it. No one deserves to steal your joy. Your life is your life, and you have a right to live it the best way you can. You must discipline yourself and take full control and responsibility for the outcome or whatever it is that you are seeking at this moment. There are going to be so many different things that you will embark on. There are going to be so many different things that's going to try to slow you down. There are going to be so many different challenges that you must face. But instead of running away from the challenge, run towards the challenge. Be able to understand that life has meaning. It has reason. And all of these things that you may be thinking that is so hard on you, just remember, sometimes you're gonna have to go through these changes, these circumstances that puts you in a position to make you feel that you're not worthy anymore. But make no mistake, you are worthy. You were created for something. You wasn't created for nothing. Life has a gift of giving, a gift of receiving. And whether if it's good or bad, you got to make sure you understand that these circumstances and these challenges has to happen in your life. You will come to a point that you may feel that you are in a hopeless situation. You may come to a point in your life where you're at the end of a rope and the only thing left to do is to climb up, because you only can do so much for so long. But make sure you're doing much more instead of doing less. Stop stressing about the things that you cannot control and start focusing on the things that you have control of. Take control of your life. Take control of the opportunities. Believe in yourself and know that it is not over for you. So many people out there in this world right now will try to tell you not to be something that you feel in your heart that you want to be. So many people out there right now are miserable, and they'll try their best to take you with them. Do not let misery control the life that you have. Do not let anyone tell you how to live it. Do not let anyone validate your purpose. Do not let anyone validate your destiny. Someone told you a long time ago that you wasn't worthy. Someone looked you in the eye and said you wasn't going to make it. I say to you right now that you will make it. I say to you right now that you must make it. I say to you right now that you must tell excuses, fear, and doubt that it has no place in your place of business. For this is your life that you are fighting for. This is your life that you are living for. And make no mistake, no one is going to do you better than you. Don't wait for something to happen. You make it happen. You make it happen for a reason. And take full responsibility and control of this thing we call life.
I feel like it's been a mic drop. After life, it's like boom, mic drop. Shout out to Coach Payne. Thank you for that. I feel like all of that has just been like a grouping of all of the motivational moments and healthy habits I've given you. It literally talked about running towards your problems, like the buffalo.
Yeah.
Speeches like that make me sleepy.
I do say, just like yoga and meditation, when you look for things like that, like motivational things or yoga, meditation, you got to find the right person, because if you don't like the tone of that person's voice or the way they teach, you're not going to be interested in what it is they're teaching. So.
Well, we got thanks to Bob, we got a like during the video. Thanks, Bob.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, it is. There are things that you cannot control, and
like drains.
Yeah, and you could got to make the best out of what you've got, right? So.
Yeah, my kid asked me the other day, what is the point of life? And I laughed and I said, to live, buddy. Like it's to live and have fun. The point is living.
Yeah. Yeah, there was actually we watched a movie that was a horror movie.
What did you watch?
Huh?
What was it called? Do you remember?
What was it called? Oh.
Do you know what it was about?
Not
like
right
a new
now.
one or an old one?
I'm gonna say an old one. Well, no, it's not super
like
old.
Boris Karloff. Old.
Let me think on it for a bit. And when we get to the entertainment section, maybe I'll know what it is.
He's been using his apple too much.
Or not enough.
All right. Anything else on your video? All right. Yeah, there was one thing that I was thinking as we were watching that, and we're all patients, and there's a saying out there that don't make your condition shape you, such as I've got Crohn's disease, and being a slave. Yeah,
I'm nuts.
Yeah. And they'll have to control you and still love what you can. So, I make jokes about my condition, and because I have my Crohn's disease, I don't know about you guys, but geez, a lot of people want to talk to me about shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's a bad word there. Sorry.
I have a lot of conversations around excrement, and I have people tell me, you know a lot about poop, and I'm like, well, yeah, I kind of have to.
Yeah, exactly. So,
To survive and live, I kind of need to know
yeah.
these.
So instead of being down on that, in a way,
Down on
I've been able to use it as an educational tool instead.
Yep.
Right. So yeah. All right. We're gonna move on to the next segment, and here we go.
It's certainly high on the list.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't get it ready. But
Al happens to have the list today.
I have the list today, and hey, it's the picture's wrong, but it's still Al's top 5.
There you go.
Yepper.
So yeah, top
Okay,
5.
now Al, hold on.
Yep.
Do it like you did it earlier when we were talking about it. Ask the question.
Yeah. So I asked you guys, and I'll ask our audience out there, what are the top 5 cannabinoids in the cannabis plants?
Or
And
as Chris Backer says, cannabinoids.
Cannabinoids. Oh.
I feel like we need the Jeopardy. Do 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 do.
I would have noted this if somebody had said something.
So yeah, top 5 cannabinoids. I'm gonna give everybody a few seconds there to think about what were the top 5. And obviously, I think there's the standard ones, right? There's the THC. Yeah, it's THC and CBD, right? They're the top 2.
Yeah.
And it wasn't something that I know myself when I saw it and thought just in my head, I didn't have the top 5.
Well, I think I got 4, right?
Yeah, you got 4 of them. MJ, you got all 5, but it wasn't just, you didn't rhyme them off as easy as you could. THC, CBD.
No, I lost track.
There was some discussion on that last one.
I said
I
THC.
Yeah.
CBD.
Yeah.
CBG. CBN. And CBC.
There we go. So there you go. MJ just said them.
So
and later on, we're going to do a list about the top 5 presidents. No, I'm kidding.
Hey. remember.
CBG, CBN, and the CBC. And the CBC is the one that...
What does it say, like, under CBD?
Another well-known cannabinoid that has received attention in medicinal studies for pain management is called CBC. Although it gets less attention than other aspects of CBC, its advantages are encouraging. Cannabigerol acid, also known as CBGA, is the parent substance of 3 cannabinoid compounds, CBC, CBD, and THC. And since CBC does not cause intoxication, it does not produce a sense of euphoria like that caused by THC.
So why haven't we heard about this little devil?
Because everybody's talking about getting high with cannabis.
Nobody wants to just sit there and feel better.
There are some products that have started to hit the market. Specifically, I know Spinach has a product. I think it's Spinach Feels. It's a gummy. When I went in, I was specifically looking for, I don't just want your typical gummies. I don't want to just get high. I want to see what other cannabinoids do you have. And they had ones that had CBG. They had the one that was mixed with CBN, and they also had one that was CBC. So I bought all 3. And I ate one of each when I got home. And I will tell you, in half an hour, my body felt more a part of the bed than it did a part of my body. Like my legs felt like they belonged to the bed now.
I wouldn't mind that feeling because my legs
so
all over the fucking place.
It was perfect for bedtime. If I had shit.
Do you know the brand?
Yeah, Spinach.
And it's available on the OCS. Can you pull it up real quick so we can show people?
I assume it would be.
Or do you have a bag of it still?
No, I don't. I finished those.
You ate them all.
Of course I did.
That's like with Mama T's edibles. You give me a bag. She gave me a big bag of hers when she was at the farm, and I ate them in a day. A whole fucking bag. That's so good.
I haven't tried any legal edibles other than maybe
you-
what I
you
got
have
in
to
my
wa-
sample bag. I think that's the only spot I've had legal edibles. And they wouldn't
I
even
have issues
were they?
with illegal edibles because it's usually distillates and isolates, and I can't do it. Although I do like them, they're all right. But I find that those two extracts make me really edgy.
All right, I've got info on it, but I can't seem to pull
Okay.
the photo. So the spinach goes in the mango. There's
There's different flavors. Like it's a mixed bag of flavors, or is it just one flavor at a time?
It's one flavor at a time.
I'd like a mixed bag.
This one is a mango lime.
Well, to your comment there, Al, the regulations that they changed there earlier this year will allow a producer to do that, to create a mixed bag, because now the outer packaging can be more than 10 milligrams. So they can actually take different flavors with their 10 milligrams.
Mm-hmm.
They have to completely label that package of that product and then put it in, like, think of the Karma Cup.
They
When
have
the
to be
Karma Cup
separate,
comes
though?
to you, it has individual samples inside.
So they have
them,
to be
right?
separate. Okay.
Right. So what the new regulations allow is each one of those to be 10 milligrams. And let's say they had 10 in a package, then the whole package is 100 milligrams, but each individual one inside is 10.
Okay.
And it has to be completely labeled on the inside.
Right. Because you wouldn't want to mistake one.
Correct. It's when it gets removed from the package, right? So I guess that's probably why.
Here, let me test that for you.
So yeah, they could come up with a variety pack of what.
It's happening with concentrates. Royalty does a split pack, a half a gram and a half a gram of two different strains. I'm usually an up and a down. I'm trying to convince a certain other somebody to do that as well. And Potluck has a split pack of 4 different strains, 7 grams each package, and they're each in a different container. I've showed them. I've gotten it before.
A lot of companies are doing that with.
And this is a good thing, because when I go and get medicine, I don't like to smoke the same thing all the time, because I get used to it. It doesn't do what it's supposed to. Blah 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 blah. So if I can go in and get 4 7-gram packages instead of just 1 ounce, I like that idea. I wish more producers would do that.
I personally love that they're doing that, just because I like variety and
yeah, exactly.
But the one thing I don't like, I'm going to call out a specific company and a specific product here. General Admission has a taster sampler pack. It's 3 joints. One of them's a grapey grape, and like it I love it, but here's my issue. None of them are labeled. I don't know what is what. 3 doobies in a pack, and there's no designation. At least if you buy the Baby Jeter infused multi-pack with the 5 different kinds in it, all the filters are different colors. They all say what it is on the filter.
Yeah.
So you know.
You need to make changes there, buddy.
Yeah. last week's radio show, Tamara had a brand of cannabis that had that section where it was an outer thing, and inside was 7 grams of each strain from that company.
But you couldn't tell what strains. What.
So there was down. Yeah, well, there was no label. When she opened it up, that she could pull out a package and actually, I don't think it did. I think it had a strain on the package, but I don't think it had all that specific labeling that.
Well, you know,
is in
it's
those
like
regulations.
last year, the Karma Cup was all by colors, and the colors didn't match the colors on the printed back
People
or
are
on the sheet or
colorblind.
whatever, the card. So I mistook orange for red, and you know, things like that. So it's
Yeah.
nice that she changed that. Just speaking of multi packages, right?
All right.
I hope more LPs start doing that, because then you find the strains that you like, and then you go out and buy an ounce of each. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
I'd be curious how difficult that would be for an LP to package all that and to grow, like, you know, I don't know.
Hey, you know what? It's supply and demand, and if the market demands that, you have to supply it. Otherwise, you lose out, right? Like the companies that are going to have variety are going to continue.
Shout out to the YouTube watchers.
Hello, YouTube watchers.
Okay, so I just want to say before we disappear from the top 5 cannabinoids,
Yeah.
Spinach Feels has THC and CBC. That is their mango lime gummy. They have a THC and CBG, which is pineapple starfruit. Then they have a THC and CBN.
So they all have THC in them.
Yes, but that being said, Glenn's, is it Glenn's? Yeah, Glenn's edibles. They make these awesome little gummies. They're super small, so you don't have to have like a lot of candy when you're eating your dosing.
Right. Yeah. And they're high dose.
They make this one called Lights Out. Oh my God. I think it's got CBG, CBN, and CBD, as well as THC, all in the one gummy. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Nice.
Yeah. I just want to give them a shout out because they're fucking.
And that is legal market or indigenous.
Yeah, that's Glenn.
There are some products out there in the dark market, black market, whatever you want to call them, that are very well known in the community and very well liked. One of them, Moon Rocks, which are
gonna say so.
The original Uncle Dan's Moon Rocks, the original Moon Rocks were the
we should move on to the product review. We're getting into all these.
Sorry.
I know.
Yeah. Okay, so
awesome.
we're done with the
Sofa King.
Okay, we're done with we'll move on from the top 5 lists, okay? And we'll move. Our next one is.
I found a recipe and then I lost it, and I was going to share it with you. And it was a really no, it was the balls that I shared yesterday, Al. But anyway, we'll do that another day.
I've got some recipes, okay, and this comes from a website that many people know this person. I have known this person for a long time.
Martha Stewart.
No. Puff Mama.
Oh, Joanne. Yeah.
The cannabis Martha Stewart.
Is there peanut butter in it?
She has several recipes here listed. Okay. There's can of butter. There's chocolate chip cookies. There's fudge brownies. There are ginger spice cookies, oatmeal raisins, allspice cookies. There are white chocolate almond cookies, double chocolate cookies, butterscotch cookies.
Stop.
It's all the cookies. All the cookies.
There's peanut butter cookies.
No. You can.
Snickerdoodles.
Trail mix
cookies.
That's insane. No wonder why her last name is Baker.
Peanut butter and jam cream Sammy's. Maple pecan cookies, chocolate vanilla cream cookies.
And they just look pretty too.
They look good.
You got to stop, Al. Are we almost at the
And
bottom?
I
We're at
like
the bottom. We're at
Okay,
the
thank
bottom.
God.
I love that it's not just a plate of cookies in the photo. Like one of them has like a Scrabble board. One of them has like they look very cool. Like look at that.
Look at that, eh?
Oh, those oh, they look so good.
The peanut butter and jam Sammys.
Yeah. You can take your peanut butter and your fucking jam.
Yeah, and these are made with can of butter.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Which the recipe is there at the top as well.
Correct. Double
Have
chocolate.
you got a link that you can throw in our
Yes, I will
comments?
throw that in there. I'm just gonna. There's the can of butter recipe. Use good cannabis shake or broken buds. Grind it to a dust in a coffee grinder. Melt a pound of butter in a pot on low, and then sieve ground cannabis into the melted butter. Heat on low without letting it boil. Stir every half hour for 4 or 5 hours. Lay cheesecloth or in a metal or glass bowl and pour the mixture through the cheesecloth.
You know what what I do? I have an old potato squisher, and or you know it you put the potatoes in and then squish it, right? And I put in a piece of cheesecloth, and then I put whatever I need to put in the cheesecloth, and then I put it in the table because my wrists, I can't squeeze a lot the cheesecloth, right? And it really helps. So if you need that, look for a potato squisher if you need some help with squishing, right?
Yes. Okay.
Available on
this link. I'm putting the link in the comments so anybody.
Oh, that's kind of rude, Al. But okay.
There it goes. Cannabis recipes for today.
Blink, blinky.
Blink, 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 blink. There we go.
Nice.
So yeah,
Hello.
lots of recipes there. And as you know, different things happen throughout the years, like Halloween just went by. Maybe there's a cookie there that you really enjoy, but you could make it into a shape of a pumpkin or some spooky monster or ghost or something along that line, right?
Yeah, those chocolate.
They already had the candy canes at the store yesterday on the racks there waiting to go out.
I went to a Christmas party last weekend, which was really freaking.
It's a little disrespectful because you're typically
a dance fundraiser, but what was weird is the fact that there was people that were having a Halloween party down the street,
and then a Christmas party down the road. Yeah,
it was like.
It's a little bit disrespectful because typically growing up, you did not do any, even though I'm Jewish, you did not do anything holiday until after Remembrance Day.
Yeah.
Not after Halloween. You got to support our troops first.
So I've had this discussion so many times, and this is the year that I'm doubling down on this one. Who said that putting up decorations prior to November 11th was not respecting or remembering the troops?
I did.
Yeah, but that's just your opinion. Like
That's right.
Still, if somebody puts up their decorations prior to November 11th and still honors and remembers,
I'm not talking about a personal somebody. I'm talking about businesses.
Yeah, I'm just saying in general, everybody, anything like if you think back, and most veterans will tell you that I spoke to anyways, that they fought for our rights and our freedoms.
Yep.
Right. So they say it's your right to put up your
Sure it is.
whenever you want, and you're free to do so.
Sure it is.
The problem lies when people start arguing about it.
This is what I was getting at. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So,
the arguing and the bickering
I
has already started. Right?
Like they had Christmas stuff out last month when they put the Halloween shit out. Like it was literally Christmas one side at the dollar store and Halloween on the other.
I last time I was in Marathon at the mall, if you want to call it that, the mall with only 3 stores open still.
It's a plaza now.
It is a plaza. Yes, it's not a mall; it's a plaza. Soon to be a strip mall. But anyways, they had they had stuff slowly going out. But that's what is it? It's the green store. It's owned by the yellow store people. It's a PC store, right?
Oh, no frills would be yellow.
Blah, blah. No, it's not a no frill. No frills is the yellow store, and then they've got the green store, which is Food Basics, right? That's the green store.
I think so.
It's the only way I can remember. Everybody is Bud, and where do you shop at the yellow store at the green store?
Yeah, who knows? I don't know.
You have to make things easier as you get older.
We have 3 grocery stores within, well, actually 4 grocery stores within 3 towns.
I miss
our choice.
the grocery store in Hastings. I miss that little store, and I really miss the Home Hardware in Hastings.
I think the one in Hastings is a green store.
No, it's a Value Mart.
Value Mart.
Yeah,
Isn't that-
but it but they have
it is green.
And what's the name of the one in Campbellford that I like, Al?
No frills.
No.
Well, no, it's an independent store.
What's that called?
It's called Sharp's Market.
That's right. Sure.
It's a family-owned business.
Oh yeah, and you can go in and
get
get homemade food at their deli bar and.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah,
you can go in and get your dinner or your lunch. It's already made.
Not here. No, we have a butcher. So
they have that. All
the meat's pretty good, but what happens up here is sometimes we don't get our deliveries, so it's like shopping in Russia. Sorry, Russia people, but it's like the cupboards are bare.
Yeah,
sometimes.
All
it's
right,
not just toilet paper anymore.
Okay, well, we're done our recipes.
Yep.
And it's time to run a little promo.
Let's not talk about food anymore.
And then we'll be back with the headlines.
The headlines.
All righty, here we go. See you on the other side.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the hashes. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
All right, news time, headlines. I think, Al, you've got a headline article there. And just a quick update on that little Apple thing there. It's gone from the 2.5 hours of recording that we've done, and I've got it down to about 50 minutes of, and I'm going to make more than one video out of it as well.
Cool.
Right. So
Cool.
it's
I
coming.
thoroughly enjoyed Dave. He's a really good guy, and he's very knowledgeable. He's been doing it a long time, and that's the first time. Like, I mean, I've seen glass blowing at an event, but that's the first time that I've ever been able to just sit there and watch the whole process, which is what we did basically. Al was there, I was here, so I enjoyed that. I can't wait to see that, Al.
All righty, news. Al, you've got something that you want to bring up in the news, and just so you know, the sun is out.
I you know what? It's just a quick news thing here. Let me bring it up here. It's just a quick news thing because, you know, every time Willie does something, you got to kind of make a mention. Willie Nelson has a new album coming out, a cookbook, and there's something about Chris Christopherson. I'm not going to, you know, go too far into it. But yeah, Willie's got a cookbook coming out. He's 91 years old. It's called Last Leaf on the Tree is his album this year. It's his 76th solo album and 153rd album overall. Holy
smokes, that's a lot of music.
That's a big catalog that his kids are going to get access to later. That's for sure. I had no idea. So yeah, so when you see the cookbook, you know, check it out. I'm going to see if I can find it. I'll put my feelers in.
Yeah, exactly. We have to find out what kind of recipes he's got in there.
Yeah. Maybe I can get a review copy.
Yeah, and we could have that as the recipe of the day.
Willie, we'd like a copy of both your book and your album.
Yeah,
come on, Will. Come on, Willie. All right. So that's about that for that. That's, you know, there's a lot of stuff going on in the news. Some of which we're not going to bring up today. No, I'm kidding. The battle begins today down in the States.
Yeah.
I feel like it's really fitting that it's November 5th. Remember,
right?
the 5th of November.
Actually, it's my friend Tony. It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Tony.
Yeah, I've known Tony, I don't know, for years.
You're great.
Oh, yeah. No, he's actually, you know, he's from a little town that we grew up in there, Willie Nelson.
Is that the book?
Is it available yet?
Yeah, it's available on Amazon as well as.
And what is it called again?
Willie and Annie Nelson's Cannabis Cookbook.
Awesome.
Oh, there you go.
You can get a hardcover for $40.
Bring that back. Hang on a second. I'm gonna move you, okay, and bring that back up again. I'm gonna put you right on the big screen. Where you can see it. There you go.
Is there a link, Mary Jane, that you can post?
Just Google it. I searched it on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Jeez.
Google it.
I could see before the sun came out.
We can see you fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now you can see. All right. Now, headline news: Willie and his thing, and here we go into sports. I've got two cannabis sports stories today. First one up is that the cannabis and the professional pickleball is in first ever sponsorship deal.
Oh, awesome. I love tennis, and I think that I would enjoy pickleball as well, although I've never played it.
I've never played it. I've seen people playing it.
Yeah, it's just a cut down version of tennis. Same rules as tennis, except for you got a bigger paddle and you're a smaller playing field.
True Leaf Cannabis Corporation, they said they made history as the first official cannabis sponsor of a professional pickleball pickleball.
Pickleball.
They announced it back in August.
Awesome.
It's agreement with the United Pickleball Association and Caravan Pro Pickleball and Major League Pro Pickleball by Margaritaville instead of marijuana. Let's see.
Another thing I don't like, pickles.
Yeah, I'm not a dill pickle. I don't mind pickles, but not dill pickles. 12 premier events. Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Atlanta. So yeah, they'll be traveling around the U.S. With cannabis sponsorship on the pickleball and the thing.
Wait, what other kind of pickles are there?
Balls,
well, there's
obviously.
dill pickles, icicle pickles, bread and butter pickles.
That's in a deli. I believe in a deli, you're most likely going to get a dill or a bread and butter in a deli.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I like the icicle pickles. They were good too.
I don't like
bread
pickles
and
at all.
pickles.
No, I don't
You
like
just
pickles.
like
No.
Or sorry, you just like gherkins.
No.
Gherkin? Oh.
I
Gherkin.
don't like any kind of pickle. No.
That's the actual like little cucumber thing before it's put in brine.
Yeah. Don't
Because
like cucumbers either. No, thank you. Or squash.
How have you lived? You don't like a lot of stuff.
I'm a very fussy eater.
I was always told I was fussy. Holy smokes. Al's got me. All right. One more news story, guys. Here we go. And this is right here in Canada. Canadian national women's volleyball player jailed for international pot smuggling.
I heard something about that.
This is just a stupid story. Like I feel like she's just stupid. Well,
yeah, it says
$300 was offered.
Yeah, she was paid $300 to carry the suitcase, and the suitcase had an estimated value of more than $1 million.
Clearly, she didn't know what was in the suitcase. But
No,
still,
I was
$300? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, she's been jailed in Britain.
Sports don't pay shit.
Had 19 kilograms. 19 kilograms of cannabis in it when she landed at Heathrow Airport.
Oh God. You know, I'm as much as I'm laughing and cracking jokes, it's actually quite sad that this person
Yeah. She was
like,
sentenced to
manipulated,
15 months in jail. Well, you know,
that's
she's probably
that's actually pretty good. I thought you were gonna say 15 years.
So where was she caught in the States?
Pardon me?
She was caught in the States?
No, in Britain. Yeah, Heathrow Airport. Yeah, she's found at Heathrow Airport with the cannabis. Paid $300 to do it, and
yeah, that's just sorry.
But lucky for her, like you said, 15 months.
If she was caught going into Singapore with that,
he'd be dead.
Death penalty. Death penalty for trafficking in 500 kilograms of cannabis.
Yep. I hope you heard that.
500 grams of cannabis. Sorry, 500 grams of cannabis.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, she
That's
would have been.
That's about 1.5 pounds, right?
500 grams, just 454 is your pound, so it's just over a pound.
Wow.
Yeah, it's brutal. Not good. So she's lucky she's got 18 month sentence. So
in a civilized country.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. All right. That's the end of sports. Time to move on to events and
All right. So I'm going to tell you guys about upcoming cannabis events for the month of November. There's actually quite a few. If you are a bud tender retailer in the actual industry, you're going to be interested to go to the Tether Holiday Market, which is happening in Hamilton tomorrow, November the 6th, from 6 to 8 p.m. They've got brand activations. It's good for B2B networking, as well as there's going to be some educational sampling. So make sure if you have your cancel and your current bud tender, you get your ticket. November 12th, Elevate Cannabis Expo. I know we talked about them before. They had the 4-day thing last year. They're specifically targeting retailers this time with the retailer summit. So that way they'll be able to get together and discuss, the problems that they face in the industry. So that's for retailers, LPs, brand reps, and industry professionals. Classes, workshops, networking, that sort of thing. That is an all-day event in Etobicoke. And then, as a lot of people are probably aware and have been waiting for the Kind Winter Fair, that is coming up later on this month, November 25th and 26th, with day one, the 25th, being an industry day only. So if you're in the industry, you might want to, if you're available that day, go that day. The first day is, to me, always the most fun. Day two should be just as much fun, but they're allowing in general admission as well. So it's for industry and general admission. It's going to be in a different location this year than it was last year. This year it's going to be at the Grand Bazaar, which is at the exhibition grounds.
Oh, okay. So somebody could take the GO train to get to.
Yeah, you literally could take GO or TTC. So it might be easier. And I mean, the parking is great. I know we've parked there a lot. I think it's like $20 underground parking. So if the weather's crap, snowing, you don't have to worry about it. Just go park. But yeah, that's going to be a lot of fun. There's literally over 30 brand activations there, and it's just going to be a great time. Kind Fair is always fun.
I don't think I've ever been to one.
I've been to one in the past. Actually, I've been to two in the past.
Yeah, their summer fair is obviously more fun because it's warmer. But I remember last year being in my winter jacket and a onesie, or maybe it was just sweaters and onesies. I brought hand warmers and didn't need them.
They had
heater stuff.
And they had everybody underneath a big tent, and they had the heaters going and stuff under there.
Yeah, while you were under the tent, you were very comfortable.
Yeah, it's when you have to go outside to
go have a smoke,
to consume crack.
Yeah, that's where I felt that they were lacking a little bit last year. So I'm excited to see a new location to see what they're going to do for consumption area, because I know we've talked about this so many times before. It's like dignified consumption, but yet you're sticking us in an alley and we're all trying to crowd around that like one heater that you put in there, and we're like,
it's nice to see. It seems to be that the CNE grounds is becoming cannabis friendly as far as legal cannabis events goes.
Yeah, I agree.
We've been there for several different events, and people always seem to congregate on the front lawn, of whatever the building is, or the stairs, or so that was to have a designated area where you can just zip in and hang out. For a lot of the people who have been around the community, the cannabis community in Toronto and Canada, it's not just about going to the event. It's about seeing people you haven't seen in a while.
Oh, socializing.
It's mostly about that. I mean, when I go, I find myself sitting outside gabbing with people more than I do walking around. The last event I went to was Lyft, and I sat with Timmy and Mary Jane. And I went in, I borrowed Timmy's pass, walked around once, came back and sat outside. I did.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
That's funny. That's why we created Booth Zero, is because
it didn't interest me. I saw everybody who was there that I knew. I saw people who were there that I didn't want to know. And I chose to instead of sitting inside, sitting outside.
And there's lots of people who come, and that's what they do. They come.
They don't even. There are lots that don't even go inside.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, it's like the marijuana march, the global marijuana march. A lot of people go and they don't do the march; they just hang it.
Just hang it. Correct.
Like,
Socialize.
that's what I would do. I've actually walked it once and only once.
I shake my fist at those people because I'm like, we need your numbers on the street. But I
Yeah,
get
fair enough.
Some people are also coming to the park to set up a booth. You can't leave your booth.
No.
Like, hey, the day is for everybody. And speaking of the Global Marijuana March, that's going to be on May 3rd this year.
May 3rd, correct.
Yeah, we need to start planning some activities if we're going to start fundraising for the event, because everybody's like, we want music, we want this. Well, we need money.
You need money to be able to purchase permits and all that type of stuff. Like thousands, not just not $100, $100 per person to get to thousands. That's required.
Yeah. So those efforts will start very soon because time is ticking. And
But I believe Al has some entertainment stuff to show us.
He does.
I have the trailer for the new Venom, The Last Dance. I prefer the Venom movies over the Deadpool movies. I mean, the idea of having a superhero that walks around trying to kill himself all the time is not really my idea of a superhero. But I like the banter between Venom and I can't remember his name. Do you know his name, Mary Jane? No, I can't remember his name. But I like the banter between the two of them. It's more amusing than listening to somebody talk about killing himself.
Yeah, but it's Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Who plays
so this is the trailer. Some people might not like this kind of movie. That's okay. I don't care.
Is that the actor?
What's that?
Is that the actor who plays Venom?
This is the actor who plays Venom. Yeah. I liked it so much. I will watch it again.
That I have a really dark and unpredictable side to me. Stop speaking. I'm giving you a chance, sweetie. Say when. When? What are you? We are. We're Venom! We are. Venom! No. Oh. Yeah, we are. Venom. You're gonna need to work on that.
Delicious! You take me to all the finest places.
I need time, love.
We always knew it was impossible. That we were alone in the universe.
Take your protein pills
And it's our job to make sure that remains a secret.
Let's go get him.
Oh, shit! We are fugitives. On the run, in the ship.
Yelling the treaty, my friend.
You mean it?
No! Any promises change?
Hello!
There has to be a reason they're after us.
Eddie, my own, has found us. Jesus Christ! There's an army coming that cannot be beaten. As long as Venom lives, everyone, everything will end.
You may not make it out of this alive, buddy.
Eddie, the time has come.
Wow.
If you like that kind of movie,
to tell you the truth, I had never heard of Venom until my granddaughter. Here she is.
She likes Venom.
Yeah. This is her Halloween costume.
Oh, cool. It's what do you call it? Tongue in cheek. Deadpool is one-liners. This is very tongue in cheek between a monster and its host, Eddie, I guess is the host name. I enjoy it, and I'll watch that again. Probably a few times. It'll be one of my go-to movies, probably.
Now I noticed the guys, the military guys that were coming in, instead of being on parachutes, it all looked like there was like 8 of them, like as if they were on the end of a pole or something, and they were all traveling together coming in.
You know what? There's been some reviews about the graphics.
Yeah.
Not being, in some cases, not being so great. And that there's a lot of wavering on the movie. A lot of people didn't like it because there were some Sony had some issues, I think is what it was. Right.
So
your mic is muted if you're trying to talk. Okay.
No, I'm glad it was muted because I bumped it.
Oh,
that was a little.
The what?
Hey, now were you gonna
shit?
Yeah. Any videos you mentioned earlier about Sherry Ann's videos?
Yeah, I've got 3 videos that Sherry Ann Baker did for us. She went to Hash Fest at the Danforth last weekend, I guess, and did some videos. So we're gonna let me load those up here, for us to watch. And I don't know, I can't remember how long. I apologize for the small view, but she does everything on her celly. So, okay.
Portrait instead of landscape.
That's all right,
Yeah.
Cherry. Next time, just turn your phone the other way.
Yeah, that's right.
She's learning.
Bit about Hash Fest. So this is our first year doing Hash Fest. It's essentially not just a vendor's market, but a trade show for hash makers and extract makers. Anyone from smaller novice growers to larger farms can come here and network with any of the extract makers, hash makers, and make a deal to have their crop ran for them. Yeah.
And is this your first year?
This is the first year, and it's something we intend to do every year now.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And who else do we have here?
This is Joe Goldfarb and his family.
Hi guys, how are you? Hey. So where do you see this going in the future? Like, do you expect this to
Next year, we think it'll be a lot bigger.
Yeah.
We'll have even more people, some more makers.
Yeah.
And,
We just want to connect the hash community. That's the goal right now. We unfortunately, Canada doesn't have the same type of hash community that like Europe is really well known for, that South America is really well known for. Canada is really focused, so is the States, on rosin. They forget where things come from, the traditions that these things evolved from, and that's really what we're trying to showcase here. We really want to bring back the love for hash that our parents' generation had, because like that's what my parents loved, that's what my uncles loved, that's what, you know, when I think old school, that's what we think of is good quality hash, because back in the day the weed just wasn't there, right? It was all seedy and stemmy and not what people wanted to consume. So good quality hash was the thing, and it kind of fell out of sorts for a time. You know, import got hard, it was hard to get. now with legalization, you've got so many really good Canadian hash makers that are now able to come forward, like myself, like Joe, that have been doing this their whole lives, but now we finally get to come forward and share this and share this knowledge. So part of the goal, besides just connecting the community, like Joe was talking about, is we want to be able to bring the home grower and show them how to make something at home. So I just did a demonstration on a home wash and then air drying techniques. So that way, the home grower that grows their 4 plants at home is like, maybe I don't want to smoke this outdoor. Maybe I want to make something with it. Well, with a small investment and a little bit of knowledge, you can go and buy the tools that you need to produce some really, really beautiful hash. I mean, that's how I've been doing it for the last 20 some years. That's how we've all been doing it forever. So I'm just trying to share that knowledge. We just want to really just bring the community together, bring the growers to the extract makers, to the hash makers, so that way everybody can just benefit from each other's knowledge, because really that's what it's all about. I don't know if you want to touch on that, Joe. I don't know.
Well said, Boyd. Holy shit, man. Are you sure you're not a teacher?
Tell me a little bit about the Hash Fest.
So this is our first year doing Hash Fest.
All right, that's number 1.
That was good. That was
He
good.
really
Like,
did nail that, didn't he? When he was
What's
like,
that?
when he went to hand the mic to the third guy, and he was like, "Holy shit, that was awesome."
Yeah, exactly. It was.
It was moving. I was like, okay, I see why they're doing this.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, number 2. Where's the play?
You are a sensei. Black belt extracts, right? Holy shit. Man, that was beautiful. Just watching you talk about what we're doing here tonight and what we did last night. Yes, that's exactly right. We are connecting the grow community with the hash processing community. And we are trying to create an interactive experience here, not just vending, different kinds of hash and different kinds of cannabis, but creating this interactive experience between the attendees and the vendors and the speakers. And you can have these long lasting relationships, these meaningful relationships with people, and develop what I hope is for years to come a tradition of people who grow at home and people who grow medicinally. If you have 4 plants, if you have 400 plants, whatever it is, we're here to make that connection between you and the processor. If you want that made into a traditional style hash, if you want it made into a rosin, and I love how you spoke about the race to rosin, and I always call it race, right? I always call it racist hash when people are running to this like white rosin phenomenon. And I always call it like racist colonialist hash. I'm a full spectrum, broad spectrum, like dark hash, traditional hash guy. And I think that we've really put the horse before the cart, the cart before the horse when it comes to rosin. And I think that there's not enough of a market really in the dabs, in the like super creamy white dab stuff. I think we need to have a much more fulsome discussion about what Bam Boyd here was talking about, which is the roots of hash, where this all came from. There's a deep, deep, deep history in Ontario and Quebec for historical reasons, for geographical reasons, why hash became so important for us in Canada. Is because we would have these little gaps in the season where you couldn't get weed. And so instead, what you do is you buy your brick of hash for the winter, and it would be imported through Vancouver, imported through Quebec. And there's a historical reason that we actually enjoy this stuff. And so I think that we need to pay attention to that. And it's not just a product that we're trying to make and sell. There's a reason why. There's a culture behind and a community behind these products that I think is really important to talk about, and I think is really the depth of and the meaning of Hash Fest. I think it's not just a place for people to sell their wares, which is great, and I love all the vendors here tonight. Everybody's brought some wonderful, wonderful, wonderful stuff, but I think there's a much richer conversation to have about the history of cannabis and hash, which we had last night. You are a sensei. Black belt extracts, right? Holy shit, man, that was beautiful. Just watching you talk about what.
Okay, number 2 is done.
Number 2. Number 3.
This is just the first of many hash fests, and I think we're just going to get better and better and better. We're doing it at the Danforth this time, which I'm really grateful for. The Danforth is a wonderful host, but next year, I think we're looking for a much bigger venue, an outdoor venue with a heated tent. We're going to have a social consumption area, and we're going to make it a much bigger thing. So that's what we're going to try and do. So thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for talking to me.
I just wanted to touch on what you guys said too. There's a lot you can learn at these events too.
Absolutely.
Because
we're very education focused.
White, early rosin and whatnot. The thing with hash and rosin extracts and everything, there are so many common misconceptions and misinformation. You know, you wouldn't believe how many people I've heard say, "I don't like hash," and that's because they've only ever smoked fake crap. Or, you know, I could go on forever about all the different things that people think they know that they don't. And, you know, that's why that's something that you get out of this too, is there's a lot you can learn here from all the different people.
There's a lot of knowledge here. There's
Really
a lot
good
of knowledge.
And I think everybody's really willing to help everybody and network. Like, you're not all being greedy and keeping your stuff to yourself. You're all helping each other. You're all creating a bond, which we need to do in this community. So thank you very much, because, you know, I take medicinal RSO, which, you know, I have you growers making for me. And if it wasn't for you guys teaching me this, I wouldn't be here. So thank you to all you guys. And I appreciate you guys very much. So yeah.
Turn it into butter this year. Come see one of these guys.
Well, come to the Danforth, and these guys are so helpful, so educational, and they're nice, and they're willing to teach you. They're willing to talk to you and teach you and put on shows. So just get out down here to the Danforth and come with your questions and smoke some real hash. Thank you very much, you guys. I appreciate you.
This is just.
There you go.
That was Mary. No, that was Sherry Ann Baker at the Danforth. She attended Hash Fest for us, and this was their first one. If you have an event going on in the Toronto area, Ontario area, and you'd like to have somebody come out, let us know. We'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, it's good. And good to know that there's more of them going to be happening.
Yeah,
it sounds like the future plans.
I have plans. It's nice, you know. A lot of stuff goes on in Toronto, and she lives right in Toronto, and so, you know, it's hard for both of you guys living outside of the city to go back and forth. I can't go, so it's nice to have somebody who wants to go, and she goes out pretty much every night to stuff.
Yeah.
So she's more than willing to take us with her, and thank you for doing that. There'll be more, lots more.
Yeah, good stuff. It's good. It's good. All righty. Anything else on the events and entertainment?
I'm empty.
You're empty. All right. It's time to move on to all righty. Now, I believe I've got a product I'm going to review. MJ, you've got something there as well.
Yeah, I'm curious what you got.
And Al, do you have anything that you're going to review?
You know what? I have, Dave sent me, as you know, a dewdrop that I'm going to try and use next show, because they were all out of hash up here in the boonies. So I have no hash. I had to get shatter this week, and you can't really put shatter in a hash.
All right. Well, we look forward to the review of the dewdrop next week. That's for sure. Now, MJ, you asked me what I had. I have
Irie.
I have an Irie.
Irie.
Apple fritters.
Yes, that's a good one.
Is it?
You're gonna love it.
Oh, am I? Okay. It says top terpenes. It's listed here as there's 2 different forms of caryophyllene. There's a B.
Caryophyllene or
Yeah, that's the one.
Stereophyllene, yeah.
Yeah, there's an A and a B. There's limonene, pinene, myrcene, and geranol.
I like that these companies, not all of them, but a lot of the companies, or LPs as we call them up here, are putting the terpenes down on it as well. Not just CBD and THC. I like to know what else is in there because there's some terpenes that make me real fucking ornery.
Yeah, oh yeah. 26.5% THC and 1% of the CBD.
That's normal.
Oh, wow! I almost thought it was empty. Oh, it is. You know what? I bet you I smoked these already. I just grabbed the tube. I looked like it was sealed. I must have smoked these because it's empty.
Oh, that's so funny. That's terrible. You just found an
See, but this, what's really funny, Al, is 10 years ago you wouldn't have stepped into one of those fucking stores.
No, well, I didn't buy this at a store.
No, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You're smoking the legal weed, Al. Come on.
Well,
this was a sample, and I guess I already sampled.
You had already sampled it.
I can't remember.
Well, I was super thankful that when I stopped in Campbellford, I was able to find some hash for my Happle because I think I told you before I was looking for some, and they actually had the Nugs old school hash. And like your apple fritter, they also give the terpenes. It says dominant terpenes, caryophyllene or caryophyllene, however you say them. Terpinolene? Is that it? Terpinolene?
Sounds good.
And
You all need a class in how to pronounce terpene.
and humulene.
Oh, I hate that.
So what do you got there?
So I started to open the Happle while I was just waiting, and I was like, "Oh, that's so cute!"
I know, eh?
And I was like, "Oh, it's so cool! Oh, so cute! Look at that!
There it is, clean as a whistle.
It's so pretty."
You know what I have found is
you haven't used it yet.
But these are very easy to clean, Al. Literally some really, really hot water and then shake it out and pour it out and then stick it in some alcohol every now and then. And
okay.
Even the dewdrop is easy to clean.
Just like that. Right?
Nice. Yeah, there you go. Custom made.
Every one.
Every one.
And it comes with your instructions on how to
Happle.
They're custom made. Everyone's made that's different, but they're not
funny. So many people are doing this now. They're doing the photograph instructions rather than
most potheads are visual learners, right?
Yeah, but it's so funny. So if you close your eyes and I tell you to picture a red apple, do you actually see a red apple?
Yes.
Mine's green.
So I see I see the red apple, but I can't do this. I struggle with these instructions. Like I need
really, you see those, that's like almost instant. I look at it and go, oh, okay. But with words, it would take me 3 times reading that card if it was full of words to comprehend anything because my brain doesn't.
Pictures are universal language.
Yes. In most cases,
Canada's multi language.
That's why porn's so big, Al.
Yes, you see the little spot.
I was gonna comment on that. That I like that idea. You take your snake and just push it in there, and it just sticks to the glass.
Exactly. So this is what hash is this again?
I've had one fall off on the dewdrop as well. You're a little too close. Back it up.
This is old school hash from Nugs.
Yep. What I've
Okay,
been
that's
getting.
what's on the box.
Reading it. What's that?
That's what's on the box.
Nugs,
If you look at the back.
and Happle are one, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, working together. Right?
The Happle. This is a Nugs Happle.
Yes.
Yes. Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
And
keep going.
I love the branding and the colors on that. And so these packages drive me crazy. I always struggle to get them open, but I did learn a trick that if you slide the zipper, you can get into it. Or if the bag is bigger, you can pull from the bottom like a bag of chips.
There's also a slit there that you can get into on the side.
And if all else fails, there's scissors.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
want to be able to reseal it, right?
I keep those. I don't keep the other package. I actually I have a silicone thingy for my hat. Yeah. It's a nice
this
little
is a
puck.
gram.
This is
2 grams. 2.
2 grams. You're correct.
Yeah. 2 grams. Yeah. I've bought several so far since I found it.
I only paid. Oh, that's a good deal.
It is. It's 33 and change with my senior's discount.
I definitely don't need all of it, right?
And no. You just need a little, just like a pea size. No, too much.
And just so you know, if it's too long, if you leave it in the apple, it will go out because it will suffocate.
Yes, I like that about the dewdrop, Al, because it will a little lower and a little bit longer. Like just roll it out.
Just take it back out and just slide it down a little bit. That's all.
There you go. I roll them thin and long so that after it fills up the dewdrop, it will make itself go out, and then you take it up, and then you're not.
All right, yeah, there you go. Now you got to light it. Okay, so you got to light it so it starts to have a little bit of burn, and you want a little bit of like you call that a heater
Amber.
on the end.
Yeah, the heater. Yeah.
Okay, so I just want to put this away first.
So and then you'll blow it out, and it'll start to smolder.
Wait, let me put this lower so you can actually see what I'm doing.
Okay.
I just put this upside down just so I could light it because I didn't want.
I would
flip it over and light it, and don't let it get too burny.
I get mine so it's always on fire, and then I blow it out.
Yeah, that's what I do. Now, have you had one fall off yet, Al? I have.
No, not yet.
Yeah.
Okay,
I had to fish it out.
See it? There you go. Now stick it in. Okay.
Don't tell me what to do. No, I'm just
stick it in and leave it in for a little while.
Okay, now you see it filling up. Hold it up. There you go. Look at that.
I love that. I watch mine all the time.
The waterfalls effect as smoke comes down over around the
one of
edge
the things that Dave told us about the Happle is the reason the top is so loose.
Withdraw from the straw while you give a little air on the top
that's why it's so loose. You don't even have to lift it, I found.
Exhale. Yeah.
Do you like that?
That was so very smooth.
No, but wait
okay,
for the
now
next one.
It's filling up. You got to empty it again.
The difference between the dewdrop and the Happle is the dewdrop is a water pipe.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, that's not entirely true. The spout here, like the piece,
it's different.
The part here is different. So you could actually put bowls and bangers, so you could consume shatter out of your
the top where your
top,
stem
you
is.
can do that. You can also put a what do you call it? An e-nail on it.
E-nail.
Dave had one at his shop while we were there, and he has an e-nail on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just take the stem out and you put the e-nail in there.
But you could put a bowl. You could put a bowl on it and use it for
hash
as well.
There you go.
I have to get a smaller stem on a bowl, and then you can.
When does it
stop? I was looking for one to see if I had one somewhere.
Make it stop.
Like,
okay, now another thing to know is that if you go to put out the hash, it's too soft. So
yeah.
what, as we discussed earlier, leave it in there and it will go out.
Yeah, just leave it in there and let it fill. It
Yeah.
eventually it'll starve itself.
It'll starve itself. Yeah.
No oxygen. Okay, I'm gonna starve it.
No, just put it down. It'll go out on its own.
Yeah, it'll go out on its own.
When it goes out, I'm gonna smoke the smoke though.
Of course you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you also got to remember that the older the smoke is, it gets stale.
It's not going out.
Yeah, and also don't drink the bong water out of the dewdrop because it's horrible. I had too much in it.
Did it go out?
No, I knocked it off.
Oh, you knocked it out. Oh yeah, I can see it smoking over there. What are you burning?
The ashtray. It's just
So put it out. Put it out. Don't waste it.
It's so soft because it's warm.
Anyway.
So what do you think? Move your adjust your camera again.
Mary Jane, there's something crawling around on your rug behind you.
Just my kitty.
It's gone now. It's gone now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so your review. What do you think? You got the review on the hash and the apple.
Yeah, so I don't normally consume hash.
You look really stoned. I'd say that it's a 3-star review.
I definitely I remember doing hash growing up, hot knives, and it burned the throat so damn bad.
Yes.
And BTs always had nicotine because they had tobacco in it burning, and it was so hard.
BTs for non-Canadians, bottle tokes. Something that was developed in Northern Ontario.
Well, that's what Dave was saying, is this is basically it's like a BT bottle, right?
Yeah.
Bottle token.
He explained it to us back in the day, in the 70s.
Yeah.
We used to take they had what we called rocket bottles, which were big glass Coca-Cola bottles and other brands. So we would use the Coca-Cola bottles, and these were the ones that they banned because they would explode if you dropped them. You put typically a marble or a stone in there and heat up a little area and bang it and try and get a little hole in there so that you can stick a joint or a cigarette with hash on it and get a good clean bottle toke. And that was developed up here out of boredom by potheads in Canada, Canadian potheads.
Yeah,
the Canadian tradition.
We used
Bottle
to
toke.
take a penny and stick it in a glass bottle, and if you did this like trick where you just like swirled
Yep,
it around
penny,
and whack, like you're saying, just whack. But I've never had hash that didn't burn.
Isn't that
You
nice?
put it on the end of a cigarette on your
I don't
amber.
know if it was this or this, but I will tell you this is fucking genius.
Yes.
The only thing that confuses me a little bit from when we used to do it is we used to put the hole on the side so the
Yes.
hash was burning.
And
it
you'd
burns
suck out of the top. This is
it
the
burns
opposite.
upwards, right?
Yeah.
This
When this is burning, it's actually the smoke is going against and the heat is going against it. So I'd be curious if in your discussion with Dave, if he actually explained why this way burning instead of
It's one of the reasons why the top doesn't seal to the they don't seal the top
Yeah,
to the
to let the air
thing,
the air
so the
through.
air does have a place to come through. You don't really have to lift it up. When you lift it up and suck, you get the full ball. But if you just do a little bit at a time, you get the dewdrop is a little different. We'll fart with that next week.
I'm going to guess two reasons. Number one, the stem is normally on the top of the apple.
The stem, yes, the stem.
Okay. The other reason is because I could see is because your hash is attached to that stem, in order to stick it in the side, it would be constantly falling
This is
over, or
getting
you would
very
have to hold
sexual.
on to it. Whereas that allows it to sit there.
Beautifully too. And I didn't notice until you said that the top is actually a leaf.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
different on the. It's different. I think he does different ones. He's got different kinds that he does.
You have to watch the upcoming documentary when it finally gets released.
The Apple Doc.
The Apple documentary.
No, Apple Doc. There's the title for you, Al. The Apple Doc.
Yeah. I thought it was done once or twice already, but I always gotta do this.
I'm feeling the same way. I've been choosing music for your kayak video.
Oh yeah.
And it's a matter of choosing the right. I'm trying to get the music to what's going on. Same thing.
Yeah. So overall, MJ, did you want to touch any more on your Happle or your hash?
I'm very happy with my Happle and my hash. I'm very high as well, and we'll probably need a nap.
There you go.
That ended very abruptly, and probably need a nap.
Probably need a nap. Yeah. You have karaoke tonight, don't you?
Actually, I have trivia tonight.
For trivia.
Lay down, babe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to rest down.
One of the rounds I'm doing is slogans, company slogans. Yeah, so like I give them a slogan and they give me the company.
Okay, I'm gonna try and do my avatar. 1 sec.
All right.
It's pretty close.
All righty. Anything else offhand?
No, I'm too high to remember anything else. I'm sorry.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah, me too. Thanks to
well, hey, you know what I'm gonna suggest. We can have a little discussion on this right now. Is that we move our product review to the closer to the beginning instead of the end of the broadcast. That way we can always, if you're smoking a joint, you could always update it, your review on it throughout the show.
On the buzz.
And the other reason is because I didn't smoke many joints during the show because I thought I was going to be smoking this one during the review. And there was nothing in it. So I held off.
That's sad. Although I don't know if you'd want me this fried for the whole episode.
I'm ready for a nap.
All righty. Well, other than that,
bottom of my box.
Old school hash. There you go.
That's what I have.
Yeah, that's right.
Nugs advertising.
Yeah, you also see it on the side of the box, at the back, I think, on the back end of it.
I didn't get a box because they don't have boxes yet.
Correct. Yeah, there you go. Old school hash. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you got what I got. You got my old box with your bubble wrap.
That's right, I did.
Yes.
This whole conversation has been very sexual, guys, and I'm done.
I heard none.
Alrighty, guys. Other than that, I guess it's instead of a hi guys, it's a bye guys.
Yeah, happy Tuesday.
All right. Bye guys. Happy Tuesday. We'll see you all next week.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Can I ask you a question? Just so you know, I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally. So I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Exactly. Good answer. Thank you.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I woke up this morning with a crack in my head. 12 ramble loggers later.
Good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, and good evening to all. How are you doing, Tamara?
It's a day.
Yes. How's the weather?
Actually, it was pretty nice today, to be fair.
Yeah, it was 20. It was 20 degrees. Yeah.
-5 at night, and then it was 10 or 12.
What? -5 at night.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, we had like a +13 or something last night.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was like 20 today.
Oh no, it's like 5 degrees.
Sun and cloud. Tomorrow will be more sun and cloud, but the temperature's going to drop.
Well, it's usually we have snow as soon as Halloween hits, right?
Right.
Halloween, October 31st, it's like a give, and then we're locked in, right? And last year before, I can go back in my Facebook memories, and we haven't even had snow yet.
No, nothing, eh?
Well, a skiff, like I'll say, like, where it was like it didn't, like, it was like a half a minute, like it didn't even, like, there was nothing.
Yeah.
So we really haven't had any snow yet. It's precipitation enough to, like, put a little ice on the highways just because, but it's not. Yeah.
We had snow, but our snow was only visible while it was in the air.
Well, that's pretty much what we've had. Like, that's what I mean. Like,
actually, if it was at nighttime, it'd be the Star Wars thing.
Yep. And they found it.
But because it was coming down pretty good sideways, or almost sideways, and but it didn't do anything. It just ground got wet, and
I mean, the mountains are definitely covered, like the tops of the mountains, around us, like, But I mean, even Baker's not like packed in. Like I said, we really haven't had much precipitation either. So it doesn't matter whether it's rain, snow, whatever. If you don't have any moisture, you don't get nothing, right? And that's like, we had a pretty dry summer. We didn't have a lot of moisture in the summer, and we had a very, minimal snowpack. So the moisture's not there to make anything. And then, climate change is a hoax, right?
Right, yeah.
So let's just leave it at that. Because, but again, when we have no snow, we have no snowpack, we have no moisture, we have, like, the ground, you need moisture.
Yeah.
No no matter how it comes, right?
Well,
Yeah.
see, that's the thing. Our system here is all set up with the snow and the runoff and the melting of the snow in the spring.
And if you have none, you got no water.
Wells, yeah, especially wells.
And our whole city system runs off Joseph Creek, right? Which is in the
Oh, yeah, okay, I see. Yeah.
Into creek into whatever reserve that goes through the water treatment plant, blah blah. So we basically live off mountain water, right? It still's got to go through the treatment plant and get all whatever, like make sure it's clean and stuff, but we're living off mountain water.
Yeah.
We don't have we were, like I said, we were on I think level 3 restrictions this year because the reservoir had lowered down to a limited rate that it never had happened in 70 years prior to.
Right.
So let's just say, and like I said, it's not gotten much better. We've gotten, we've got a bit of rain and stuff here and there again, but it's not, yeah.
Yeah, we have 2 ponds here, and they were lower than normal, I would say. Their peaks this year didn't match the peak of last year. I know that.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't have water going by my front door this year like I did last year.
Well, yeah, we've had a number of times where it's been torrential downpours. My basement's been flooded from raining. Right, I've had snow coming in my carport, and I had to get the snow shovel to scoop it out of the kitchen, kind of thing. Windstorms and stuff, and these are things that don't normally happen in our area. But again, like I said, when you're ripping down mountains due to coal mining in the Elk Valley, which is 2 hours east of me, and then you've got clear cutting all around us with the mountains.
The clear cutting.
They're logging. And everybody says, oh, there's no, there's a huge lumber industry in British Columbia, huge. And they're just clear cutting everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing it in Nova Scotia. They're doing it all over the country. But BC seems to be selling off as much Crown land as they possibly can to private. Not really sure why, probably because then they don't have to give it back.
No. I had a request sent to me the other day by a good mutual friend of ours. That's Debbie Stoltz-Giffen.
Oh,
sent me a request and asked me if I had any Treating Yourself magazines available.
Of course.
Wow, it's been a while. So yeah, I don't have a lot. I have a few, right? So I put 10 or 12 into a box, including issue number 1, and I've got them in the box, and they will be going to the mail either tomorrow or Friday.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, a few different issues, and 2 of each, so there's probably 12, either 5, so it's either 5 or 6 issues, and there's 2 of each.
Nice.
I'm gonna send it down, and she'll be using them. They have a bazaar that's coming up. So
she does crocheting, and she's working with her community center, and then she's protesting and writing grants. She's a busy lady.
Busy lady. Yeah. So she just said, just said that she was looking for them for the bazaar, and I said, sure, yeah, okay. I don't know what they're going to be used for. Maybe I'm giving away something here. Something that's
well, I know that we've got mutual friends across the country that are always looking for stuff for donations and stuff for their CSPs, right? Because I know Chris has always got, and I'm we're always fundraising and trying to make money to make sure that our program stays sustainable, right? Right now, where I sit right now, I'm still good. I don't have to do much of anything. I'm out of gummies, right? It'd be great if I could.
Yeah, I saw that you're out of gummies.
But I still I can make candy, but they like the gummies, right? But I've got enough here that I can get through probably another 3 weeks.
Yeah, I've never made gummies.
See, and I have, and they go, if you don't make them, and the commercial ones are different. So when you get those nice hard gummies, you get a lot of times they're spraying them with tincture, right? They're buying commercial made
gummies and spraying
and then they're spraying them with tinctures, right? And then so they lay them on a parchment, spray them with a tincture, let them dry, and then they package them. in order to make gummies for them to sit up like that, they have to have a lot of preservative, right? So you're talking like
Yeah.
Jello, Knox, and then citric acid, and then they still have to be refrigerated because they go moldy. It's Jello.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to get to. Is the fact I've seen so many people, comment or complain about them going moldy. How can I not?
Right? Why I do not make gummies, why I make the hard candy, because there's absolutely no shelf life on a
Yeah.
gummy, but if you put them in the mail and send them to somebody within a week, they're moldy. And people don't want to put like they want them to be a gummy, like the commercial ones that you buy.
Right.
They're made
Right.
commercially like that. They are set up with so much preservative, and
Yeah.
it's made with this. I'm not even like it's
That's
a gelatin, but it's
that's my concern. When
Right?
that's why I stopped eating gummy years ago when I ended up hospitalized.
right because there's so
And
many
I
preservatives.
was worried about. So now when if I have a gummy, I try to make sure that it dissolves in my mouth.
Well, and the thing of it is too, like fruit natural ones too, like made depending on how they're made. A lot of
Mhm.
people make them with like fruit juice, but then you're still using like a lot of Knox gelatin plus a citric acid or something as a preservative to have them set up, right?
Mm.
I have attempted to make them several times. They never turn out like they're supposed to. They always end up being like super soft in the middle, and then I've wasted all that medicine or hash or whatever you put into it to make them. And then it's
Right.
wasted.
Right. Yeah, I know.
And then again, I've made them before, like small, thin ones too. And then within a few days, even in the fridge, they're going moldy or they go hard, like on the top, and they don't have the same.
Right.
I
Yeah,
can anybody, but if you're buying gummies from somewhere, they're
Okay.
being made.
We have I have access to a chocolate factory
Yeah.
store,
Yeah.
and you can go there and buy bulk chocolate, and it's fine on the shelf. But I'll tell you, when you bring it home and you melt it down, and you add butter or coconut oil to it,
That's a you don't ever add that to chocolate to make to
it
candies. You don't. You
it
don't
just melts in your hand.
because
You got
the
to eat it right
chocolate.
away.
Yeah, well, no, because you're adding the wrong medium to the chocolate. When you're making chocolates or making hard candy like I do, I use RSO or shatter. You never use
Oh,
coconut oil or butter in them because that's why they melt because the butter
yeah, they
is
just melt.
yeah, because it's butter, right? Anything
Right.
warm, coconut oil too warm, it's going to melt. So the chocolate doesn't have enough coagulation to hold up the medicine in the butter or the coconut oil. So what you do is you just melt the chocolate and take your grams of RSO or your shatter and melt it in with your chocolate and
Yeah.
stir that all in, and then it'll set up, and then they stand, and then they'll set up, and you never have to worry about it. But anybody, yeah, you can't use butter or coconut oil. That will never work for you.
Yeah. No, it's keep it in the fridge, and
Yeah,
then
you don't even that, like exactly. So yeah, but
yeah,
you know what?
you keep them cold, they're fine. But
Yeah, you can
in
bake
your
other.
hand, or
Yeah,
they'll get soft sitting on the
yeah,
counter.
yeah. Oh yeah, because like I said, it's butter or coconut. But if
Yeah.
you're using just straight shatter or RSO, rosin, whatever, without any coconut oil or butter,
Right.
They will. You can leave on the counter. That's why I make the hard candy because it's just got shelf life. I can put them in the mail. I know they're not going to melt in the summer. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, you're not going to get a big glob of like chocolate because you can't melt. You can't even ship chocolate in the summer. Like
Oh no, there's no way.
there's a chocolate shortage right now, so trying to get chocolate for anything under about fucking $25 a pound. Good luck. It's
Wow.
really it's out of this world right now.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it was like $4, $4.50, somewhere between $4 and $5 at the chocolate factory store.
Yeah,
Uh,
I don't
yeah,
have
in
any.
the next town.
Right. I'd have to go to bulk one. I haven't bought chocolate for a while. I wouldn't know. I haven't bought any for a while. But even using chocolate chips isn't the same. Like you have to buy
Correct.
wafers for chocolate.
Yeah, I've had people that've gone to like a bulk store and bought the little discs.
Yeah, those.
You buy them in different colors.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, sometimes they work. I mean, I bought the Belgian chocolate like that and made chocolates with it for Valentine's Day. I've used that before, but it's not the same.
Mm.
It has to be specific. Well, like I said, because you don't want to have to temper it, right? Like if depends on your skills. I'm not skilled with chocolate. I can't make chocolate from scratch and temper it and then fucking make
Oh,
chocolate.
I just threw it all in the pot with the butter or the coconut oil and mixed it all in and then poured it out into molds.
Yep, that's pretty much what I do too.
Yeah, yeah. Then throw them in the fridge. They harden. Take them out of the molds. Throw them in a
Yeah,
container and keep them in the fridge.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So,
I feel ya. But yeah, it's
so how was the CSP this past week?
busy.
Anything
We
more?
got busy. We had a lot of people this weekend, and it was
Did you?
kind of chuckled because we knew this other group was going out there to serve them free chili, right? But they went out there at like 11 o'clock in the morning. We didn't get there till 3 o'clock. They were still out there, so they've been standing there from like 11 o'clock in the morning to have these people come in. And the city has done a commission, so this area that they're in is actually sanctioned for the city for them to camp at. It's legal for them to be there. They can set up camps there. They're not going to get torn down. They got a bathroom there. This is a safe place for them to be.
Okay.
Um, yeah, so nobody had roused until we got there because they hear my car because it's rather loud because it still hasn't been fixed. And
Here she comes.
yeah, right. And then they come out and like the one girl, the one lady, she knows me, right?
Right.
And she comes noseying over and she's like, what's going on here? So I gave her my card and I said, we're giving away free medicine for people with addiction problems. What do you want to know? Like nosy
Yeah.
thing, kind of. Well, what time's the best time to come out here? Because we've been here all morning and nobody's come out until you guys showed up. I go, because we're bringing them some sunshine and they got lots of food. They don't need your do-gooders coming out here with a bunch of chili. They don't. They don't need it. The food bank comes out there, drops them off groceries. They can go to, there's several different resources in town that gives them, like they have access to food. Some of them have jobs, actually. They can buy their own
Yeah,
food.
yeah.
All that, right?
Just can't
Don't
find
insult.
housing.
That's a lot of some of them, yeah. Some of them aren't addicted. Some of them are not. They have nothing, but they can't afford to live anywhere in town with either their pets. They've got this, that, they've whatever, right?
Yeah.
And there's no housing here. And let's face it, a bedroom is $1,000 a month for a bedroom. A
Oh, I
bedroom.
know. I've seen it advertised that way around here. $800, $2,000.
One bedroom apartment, $2,200. And I'm like, when the fuck did Vancouver move into our small city? Like, we have a population of 20,000 people. A one bedroom apartment used to be $450.
Oh,
Now it's
hey, I was I was paying like $300.
yeah.
Then I bought a house. Yeah.
What? Like
Yeah.
what the
Then I never knew anything about rent until I sold my house and found out the people who bought our house were renting it out for almost $1,700 a month.
That's cheap.
I went,
A
oh,
two-bedroom
yeah. Well,
house-
this was also 7 years ago too,
yeah,
right?
yeah, right. Well, even that's cheap because I know, like, even when we moved here 10 years ago, to get this
Mhm.
house we've got, like our place, it's like 4 bedroom, 2 bathroom, right? Would cost me probably $5,000 a month. My nail tech pays
Mhm.
her mortgage and her taxes alone are almost $4,000 a month.
Yeah, yeah. I know of somebody who's like that. Yeah.
And that's a fancy house up 14th, but her city taxes are $670 fucking dollars a month. Mine are $300 a month for an old house on a corner lot that we've had since 1951 that I've never renovated.
My understanding, corner lots pay a little more too because you got extra services, you got extra space for services, you got
Yeah.
more road frontage to clear.
Yeah, I do. Yep. All they do is shovel me in. They do.
Yeah.
They plow me in every year. Oh, thanks for that. I pay $153 for you to shovel me in every year. Perfect.
Right. Yes. Yes. All righty. Let's see. Last night, as we are all well aware, the U.S. had a election, which included the presidential election.
Do you hear?
And
You know how normally I have my TV bladding all the time. I haven't even turned my TV on since I got home from work. I can't.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't have my TV on. I have articles in front of me. So the question, one of the questions on in one of them is, basically, and which is very true. What does his victory mean to cannabis reform? What's going to happen? During the campaign, he supported the initiative in Florida, which, by the way, lost. He supported cannabis industry access to banking systems, and he supported federal cannabis rescheduling that was started under the Biden administration.
What did he do for cannabis when he was in office the last time?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. I completely agree with you. Absolutely nothing. Now,
He's gonna walk into the White House with a list of revenge and people to go after, and not give a fuck about cannabis or anybody having to do with it.
Let's see, what does it say here? Yeah, they're basically going through the stuff that I already know about, and
Even like rescheduling
memo. Yeah, we'll see what happens there, and that'll
again,
get
like
people.
we had somebody else about the rescheduling of it. That's not going to do anybody any favors if they reschedule.
No, not really. No, it'll help with the tax end of things.
You want to hand it back to the state like you did with abortion. So basically, he's going like this with it. And that's exactly.
Now, what he has said for this year, or not this year, it was back in 2019. They're saying here in this article, he supports states' rights to cannabis.
Yeah.
Yeah. He said lots of bad things too. Believe me.
Yeah, I know.
He said lots of bad stuff about cannabis. He's told the.
If I can't say anything nice, not to say anything about it. This is, to be honest, for women and girls.
Now, as far as if he goes with the state, if depending on if he does the Project 2025 thing, there isn't anything good there when it comes to cannabis whatsoever. And then the
anybody with any addiction, and they will put cannabis under the same addiction reform as anything else. So it'll roll it back if nothing else. Project 2025.
For sure. Yeah. I don't see that being a good sign whatsoever. No. That that's connected to it. And the on the states end of things, that would show, I look at it as inconsistently of a law across the country, where people in some states will be subject to harsh penalties for cannabis. Just like, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, Singapore style jail sentences.
Which I think is it Alabama or Mississippi that still has one joint incarceration laws.
Yeah, I'm not sure what state it is. We're gonna review some state stuff when after the break.
Gerald on from New Orleans, they have medical legalization, but only in tincture form. They can't smoke it.
This Florida was the same way at one time.
So I mean, I get the medicinal portion of it, but there are different reasons why people use it, inhalation wise and tincture wise, right? So they're both medicine because this helps with nausea and this helps with sleep. So it's totally two different things that are needed, right? As a medical patient, if you're recreational, you wouldn't want this anyways.
No.
They wouldn't. Like I give that out to the homeless. They're not like, what the hell is this stuff? I don't want that. I'm like, help with the cravings and help with. I don't care. They want the smokables. They want the gummies. They don't want that.
They don't want the tinctures, eh?
Not really. Tastes funny. They don't really care for it. And then like, okay, well,
You know, and there'll be
somebody that wants it, right?
yeah, there'll be lots of states, as you know, there's lots of states that got legalization and medical access, but there's states that don't, and those are the ones that
Well,
that
you're
have
in one state, like you said, we were talking about the same with abortion. You're in one state, you consume, you get back home, they want a blood test, right?
Yeah, well, that is one of the things that happens in Singapore, where you cannot, where you leave. Actually, I believe I
Yeah, you
got a
can't take a holiday and then come back to the country and have consumed it
correct.
illegal outside the country and come back home with it. If
Yeah,
it's in existing, they can put you in jail for consuming outside the country,
yeah.
which is bullshit. But
Under Singapore's, I got it right here. Under Singapore's Misuse of Drugs Act, it is an offense for any Singapore citizen or permanent resident to consume drug in Singapore and overseas. You can rewrite that just slightly to say, you know, in another state, any Singapore citizen or permanent resident or any Alabama citizen, whatever state you want to choose, right?
Like
Found to have
consumer, you go to Singapore for a holiday, you get wrapped up in some kind of situation, you're drug tested over there, they will then throw you in jail or kill you for because you're in Singapore as a
Now because it says overseas, okay. To have been found to abuse drugs overseas will be treated as if he or she had abused drugs within Singapore. So within, just change the state thing. Consumption of a controlled drug is an offense.
That is such an overreach.
And a person may face imprisonment of a minimum.
Oh my God. And
A
then
minimum.
People that call Canada a dictatorship.
A minimum of 1 year. What prevents a state from doing that?
Nothing.
Nothing. 1 year and up to 10 years.
Right? Nothing.
Yeah.
No different than they could do here because, like, as we see it even in Quebec, you cannot grow cannabis in Quebec. You cannot have flower plants in Quebec. You cannot smoke cannabis in your strata, whatever buildings in Quebec. There's no vapor lounges, safe consumption sites for cannabis anywhere in Quebec. Same thing. What, they're going to throw you in jail for 14 years, mon ami, because you smoke some weed out, in public?
Right.
I mean, they're not going to probably enforce it, but if they really wanted to enforce it, what's stopping them? Especially now with this new whatever regime we've got coming in.
I see we got a viewer watching from Treating Yourself Facebook page, and they missed the story I told earlier that I'm sending some TY magazines down to the Maritimers United for Medical Marijuana. TY's magazines are still doing their thing after all these years.
Keep on ticking. Yep.
That's right. So,
well, as long as there's still issues to behold, people will want them.
Well, there's not many. I've even got some Glass Culture magazines that was printed by TY as well.
Yeah,
I got a few of them hanging around.
My flood, like I said, I lost everything. And
I know, eh?
When we lost the house in Tabor, I had left stuff in the basement that we never were able to recoup, which was all my cannabis cultures and all my tree oils, right? I had a big box of all my stuff from Southern Alberta Cannabis Club. Lost all that shit. So then when I got here, moved here, got a hold of, Jody, got a hold of you, I think, or Marco, and I recouped them all, right? All the cannabis culture, all the prior to cannabis culture, like Dana's first, like, before even cannabis culture kind of thing. And it's not like I was supporting it's because I wanted to have history for me. Cannabis, right? I got
advocacy history, sure.
Yeah, I got all those issues of Skunk magazine, and I got all the issues of Treating Yourself magazine. And I was a dumbass and didn't put them in Rubbermaid, and I had a flood in my basement.
Oh, I've got some early Skunk magazines. I was in some of them, so
I think I've
grabbed some. And then
I've recouped some, but I think I've got. If I go upstairs to the upstairs bedroom, I think I've got a few, but they've got some water damage. It wasn't I recouped them; I saved them from the flood.
Yeah.
water damage, but I don't care. I'll just.
I've got all the TYs. I've got. Yeah, they're safely packed away.
And I'm like I said, if I ever, are able to get my hands on any of that stuff again, I will never ever put anything in that basement. It's not.
Well, just if anybody was curious about getting a TY magazine, even though you may not get it in print form, very, very limited options if anybody ever got a hold of me looking for a certain magazine. But they're all available at the website, treatingyourself.com. They're all free download, printed off, download it on your computer, you're wherever, and watch it, read it from there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the nice thing about having that ability, right? Like if it's not in form, it is available online, and then you can, it's kind of there forever, right? Yeah, I'm not sure if michelleraney.com is still up or not, but I could check that out, I guess, right now. But that's another thing.
You can check that out.
Stuff, because if you want t-shirts, like I got one a few years ago, that was sent to me, and I need another one now if I can get another one, because me and my dang bleach issues. Right? Oh, it is still up. Woohoo! Right on. Okay, so that's awesome. There it is. So you can then see that. So yeah, you can actually absolutely, it's still up.
That's still there. michelleraney.com.
Yep, it's still there. Still there. And I imagine that somebody will be able to help you with a t-shirt. I should check that out, because I know, like I said, I got a hold of Jeff last time.
Yeah. All righty.
Oh, it's got a brand new picture of her bench on there. That's awesome.
All right, super. We'll get into that when we get back, as well as some of the states' results when it came to cannabis voting, because there was states who voted on legalization and psychedelics and medicinal end of stuff. So we'll review that when we get back from the break. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live. What are you checking out? You rolling a doobie?
No, I was actually trying to share our page on everything, and yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, I bought those cookies last show, right?
Yeah.
I'm still smoking it, and I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Really? Eh? I remember. Yeah, we were talking about that.
It's just not doing it for me.
No,
No, too much sativa.
So yeah. Now before the break, we were talking about something that we were gonna follow up on. You're discussing something. Now I've lost it.
I've lost it too.
Okay, well I do remember what my plans were as far as what I was going to discuss.
Let's just
It was
move
the
on.
fact that we know that there was different states that voted on within their state measures on whether to legalize cannabis or whatever. So I found a page that has just a quick little thing on it, like maybe one or two lines for each state, but it just says that in Florida it was rejected. Now in Florida they needed 60% and they didn't get the 60%. I think they got like 56%.
To legalize cannabis on this
To
ballot.
legalize. Yeah, it just lost. So it lost. Yeah, so Florida would be just.
Of course it did.
Yeah.
Like why am I
Of course.
why am I shocked? Of course it did. They're not progressive in any way. They want to stay back in the 1950s. They want to keep their wives barefoot and pregnant.
Well, see, and the thing is that
and have
you know,
kids picking cotton in the backyard.
more
Like,
than
seriously.
half, more than half the people. It's just that the government set the threshold so high for it to more than the 50% plus one, right? Which is the majority. Now, North Dakota voters, they defeated a cannabis legalization measure. South Dakota voters, they rejected a cannabis legalization measure.
Of course, like
I know, right? Now, Nebraska voters approved 2 medical cannabis legalization initiatives on the ballot, but the results of the election could potentially be overturned due to ongoing legal challenges.
like, are they like did they just crawl out of a cave? Like,
I know, eh? Now, Massachusetts voters rejected psychedelics legalization ballot initiative. Oregon voters approved a ballot measure to require cannabis businesses to enter into a labor peace agreement.
That's because Oregon's closer to British Columbia than any of the rest of them, right?
Okay. Now,
But,
Texas voters
are right below us, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay. Now, Texas voters in Dallas, Bastrop, and Lockhart approved cannabis decriminalization measures on their local ballots. Okay. Yeah. So there you go.
I think it's awfully to this point that they're doing an election in 2024 where they're still asking questions like, is it okay for an adult to consume a plant?
Yeah, I know, eh?
Right? Like here you are, and
one with so many
asking people if it's an adult of consent can actually consume something that grows from the ground. Pardon?
I know. Yes. Yeah. I know.
I mean, again, we didn't figure we'd ever get here in Canada either. Like, let's be fair. Like, when we started this whole shit show back in 2007, but our court systems had already pushed the government to make a medical cannabis program, right? So in hindsight, our rule of law made it so that patients' rights, because of our charter, we're allowed to move forward, which
Right.
enhanced the ability to go recreational across the board federally, right? They don't have that down there.
No, they don't. No.
50, 54 to 55 state, what is it, 56 states down there now? Now they took over Portugal, as they claw their way. Like, I don't see this ending well for any of us. I don't see this not us being annexed and taken over. Honestly, this is not. Yeah, and then they won't even allow cannabis consumption because they don't think that we're adults. They
No,
can't-
I know. And it's I don't.
Adults are
Well, hey,
telling
let's.
adults what to do.
How did the market respond?
Oh, we got-
Headline here says cannabis stocks plummet after legalization bid fails in Florida.
Oh yeah, they did. But the Dow and everything else in the NASCAR, they
Yeah,
all went.
I'm sticking to the cannabis end of things.
No, the cannabis stocks, of course, they plummeted.
Yeah.
Because Trump, there is no way in hell he's ever going to give a commodity away that he's not going to be able to have full control over. Period. He said he'd be a
Oh.
dictator on day one, right? You think he's going to let and these people allow him to do this? They do. They're
Yeah. Well, that's it's I know. I'm
that's democracy, baby.
they could have had cannabis legalized where they could have interstate commerce where they could ship across. They wouldn't have to worry about traveling, going to their families for Christmas and then coming home after New Year's and getting arrested passing through some state.
Right. I agree. And as much as we hate this, this is how democracy works.
Well, yeah. I know. I understand. Completely understand. I'm disappointed in the people.
Me too.
They're the ones who voted. Right?
But again, like, I just think, what can you do? As long as everybody did their part, they went out, they voted.
Yeah.
This is what they wanted. I think they're going to have buyer's remorse in about 6 months, but we'll see.
Well, like they said, some of those ballots were local things, and some of them were state things.
I still can't believe that states they're not seeing that adults should have the right to smoke a plant or consume a plant if they want to.
Yeah.
Make it a little bit more, like I said, a mind your own fucking business.
Yeah,
in your bedroom, you don't want us here, you don't want us there, but you vote against your own interests all the time.
That's the confusing part. Everybody, so many people want cannabis to be legalized, and some people say, well, there's more to it than just cannabis legalization, and sure there is.
Yeah, there is, sure. It'll be it wasn't worded right. Same, like, or you're not getting everything you want. You take baby steps. You can't get everything you want all at once sometimes.
No, you're not. No, and you just forge on. Just keep trying and see what happens the next time. But I'm not expecting much to change on the cannabis front, other than just the states doing the things that they've been doing for the last. Well, when did California do theirs? 1996.
Well, if Trump sees export-import money, you might change that, right? Depends on
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't get it to the person on the ground. That just gets it shipping for companies around the world.
Depending on the taxation that he's going to yank on. He's putting tariffs on everything. He puts tariffs on all that stuff, like hand over fist, like they'll export it, right? Who knows? He sees money and exporting it to Germany.
Well, yeah, see, like here in Canada, we don't import cannabis; we export it.
Oh yes, we do.
Very little.
I know, we still do.
Very
and
little.
I guess I didn't post this on Facebook.
Huh?
I didn't post this on Facebook about the great big fentanyl bust of the big super lab they found out here in British Columbia.
Yeah, I've seen that in the news. Yeah.
Yeah. So are we not exporting fentanyl too? Apparently we are, because they caught a
Apparently
bunch
we are, or
right?
they're just shipping it across the country.
No, they got caught with 900 and some
Oh yeah,
odd
right. Yeah, that was heading south.
heading
Correct.
out of the country, right?
Right. Yeah.
So are we not maybe we're not legally exporting it?
Oh no, we're not. Yeah. No, just like there's that lady, that volleyball player who tried to export a bunch of cannabis and got busted in England.
Right? Look at the poor girl that went to Russia with a couple CBD
Yeah.
cards, you know?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Russia,
yeah, yeah. So,
I think we
but
just back in time, honestly.
I was going to do a quick. I don't think I did. I didn't do a quick Google search on this, but I'm gonna do a Google search on something here
Oh my God, this dog.
and see what comes up. And I don't expect anything to be good, but
All right, Breezy, I'm gonna have Taven come take you out because but I still, like I said, I can't have the fact that they even had legalization of cannabis on the ballot this time, like that they voted against it still, like they're just fucking baffles like baffles me. Like backward thinking, like what is Hi gal.
Oh. I think we're all like that.
Just wow.
The okay. The Heritage Foundation, which has been around since 1973, they're the people of the 2025.
The Heritage Foundation is the Canadian version of Project 2025.
Okay, yeah. Consistently taken, stance against the legalization of cannabis.
Oh my God.
The position is rooted in concerns about public health, safety, and social consequences.
See, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So, well, yeah. Well, that's what Project 2025 says about it. So
Yeah, and like I said, the Heritage is the Canadian version. And Danielle Smith in Alberta, like she likes the
Right.
cash. Like, let's face it, like she wants the money. She don't mind. She just blew $80 million on Turkish Tylenol. So
they argue that cannabis is an addictive substance
oh my
with significant
Thank you.
negative impacts on physical and mental health.
All right. Cite their studies.
Garfield same side.
You don't want to
They believe that it's still a gateway drug for the young. Its consumption leads to harder and more dangerous substances.
We all know it's propaganda. We've all heard
They say that the legalization could lead to increased crime rates, even though that this existing states have disproved all this stuff.
Right.
Yeah, not good. That's what it says.
Yeah, I know.
Not good.
It's all ridiculous crap.
I know it's baffling.
It is. Like I said, when did we step back?
You vote against something that you support,
right?
Right.
No, they'd rather support the pharmaceutical companies because it makes more money as well, too, right?
Well, there was I think there were some states that did get the legalization, but there wasn't very many. In that list that I had there, it seemed more was lost than gained.
And then this is voted on the ballot. So this is what the people voted for, right?
Yeah. They're on local or statewide ballots. But yet all these people support cannabis legalization, like, but you vote against it. Okay, all right.
It's ridiculous. I just don't even. I can't fathom it. I can't wrap my head around any of it. That they vote against about the better interest of of people, right? In general.
Well, time will tell. People see the error in their ways.
I doubt that. I really do. Because, I mean, even
Well,
with,
it's not until they're a victim of it. That's all.
well, they don't.
That will wake. That's when things get wakened up. It's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. I didn't think it would affect me. Right?
Yeah, it's a little bit too late.
Hmm?
It's a little bit too late for that.
No, I know it is. Oh, I know that now. Yeah.
Thank you. Now you want to bring those other idiots in too, please? Oh my god. But yeah, like, it's over. So
Yeah.
they can't take it back.
All right, I've now swing away from the U.S. election and the ballots on the cannabis end of things. I got some good news, and that is the fact that Brazil has approved medical cannabis
Oh, that's good.
for animals.
Oh,
For animals, that's right.
do humans get them too, or just the animals?
I'm checking this out. That veterinarians are approved by the nation's federal council may prescribe registered cannabis-based medications to animals. Yeah, they do it through a prescription through a pharmacy. Same as any other medication, right? Like I can go. I've picked up a medication for Tesla at the local drugstore.
Oh yeah, yep.
They said that a study from 2022 conducted by researchers in Brazil found that at the macro level, cannabis appears to be safe for pets, especially cannabis, as long as it is administered in the right dosage level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Just trying to see what else they say on here.
But if they're only allowing it on pets.
Yeah, they get into the dollar end of things. But that's good. I think it's good to see this. I don't know how Brazil is. They don't mention it in the article there. Where Brazil stands with it with humans, what the Brazilian laws are on cannabis.
No, I was watching something last week, I think. And they have a cocaine grower or coca leaf growing union down there.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
I'm just doing a quick Google search that cannabis laws. I feel sorry for people with big thumbs, I tell you. It is illegal but decriminalized, it says here. In 2024, Brazil's Supreme Court ruled that Brazilians can possess and transport up to 40 grams of cannabis for their own consumption.
There you go.
There you go. There you go. So,
yeah, that'd be a good place to live.
yeah, they just did that. They just did that this year. I see there's an article here that was written at the end of June. So they just did that this year.
Are we allowed to immigrate down there? To Brazil?
I don't know. Probably. I don't know that.
But yeah, that's good. I think if more countries open up to legalization, you'd think the states would be, when you see Brazil and Canada and all Ecuador, all these places, Germany.
And Uruguay even up theirs. They've changed theirs. They've increased. When Uruguay started, they only had 2 strains that were available.
Right.
Yeah. Now they've doubled that.
But it's not like
Doesn't
they
sound
haven't
like
tried
that,
to drug reform Safe Supply, because they did the same thing in Portland that they've kind of done here,
yeah.
and it was a disaster. And Safe Supply, to be fair, is a disaster if you don't have regulated places for them to use and keep them there.
It's it's getting the proper way that that works.
You can't just hand them some drugs and set them loose.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm one of those people who was able not to use opiate drugs during my condition. I use cannabis instead. But people end up on the methadone, and they have to go into the pharmacy and to take it.
Yep.
And I don't want to force cannabis patients to have to do something like that.
Here's the funniest thing: I use methadone to for chronic pain too, not just for addiction, right? So they'll give you methadone because it's just basically synthetic heroin anyway, right?
Well, yes, it is. So are the other opioids.
But it's more American doctors use it a little more than Canadian doctors because I don't think it's actually as widely used in Canada for that. But in the States, they use it on a regular for pain control, for chronic pain. And then I had a friend that moved up from Boston a few years ago, and that was what she was prescribed was methadone for her pain. It worked well for her. She didn't have to. She could function on it, right? It was a small amount, whatever. It killed her pain in the back. She had like spinal cord injuries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Excruciating pain, but that numbed it enough that she could play guitar, do whatever she wanted to do. Anyway, she got to Canada. No, she had to get addicted to opioids to get to the methadone.
No, that's not good.
Right? No. Anyway, that was because they don't use the same protocols for all pharmaceuticals here as they do in the States. So.
Right.
This too, like same protocols for. Like their strains in say California to be, like would they be? Maybe that's what they're worried about federally too. Would there be like I don't because we do province to province, right? Like it's growing out in British Columbia, then it's shipped to Ontario. So maybe that's one of their dynamics in the States. They're worried that they're going to have too much intershipping. Like what are they? No control, no regulation.
I don't know. Yeah, well, we won't find out because I don't see it going the national end of things, right? So.
No. That's too bad.
Yeah. It is.
I feel bad for them. I feel worse for them than I do for us. I feel bad for us too because of the whole outcome of this, but I feel worse for them.
Kitty. Yeah, well, we've got lots of work still to do on our cannabis legalization.
Absolutely, we have so much.
Yeah, we still got people's voices still got to be heard, and stories got to be told, and to make things better.
We don't have medical dispensaries for medical patients up here still, and we don't have safe options. I did read though they were opening vapor lounge in downtown Toronto, were they not?
Yeah, what it is, it has permission through Health Canada. It's called it's done through there's lit research club lit is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
Club lit. But I'm not sure how it operates. I don't think it's something that is open like like what we had in 2012.
Well, it's open just
issue 34, page 106. The the Vapor Lounge tour in Toronto at the time they had a dozen well actually about 10 vapor lounges in the city that I was aware of. We did a review on.
I've been to a few when I was out there.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, let's see. Get directions.
Yeah, I just don't quite comprehend that. I get the whole smoking, no vaping laws, but you got a safe consumption site for alcohol, but you can't have a safe consumption site for cannabis.
Correct.
Makes no sense.
I know, right? Yeah, this is the right one. I'm just trying to make sure that I got the right one here. Clublit.ca.
Interesting.
It says Club Lit is open daily from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. with half off entry, which is $5 from 3 till 6. Club Lit is consumption lounge and a real world laboratory where communities come together to independently consume cannabis, listen to music, and share feedback about their experience. Yeah, we did a report on this in the news.
Blanket, I'm frozen.
Yeah, it's a study that's being done because they're doing it with the University of Toronto.
But yeah, like I said, the whole consumption, not being able to have vapor lounges, and I just think that's I don't even know. They made them shut down, or because of what? I don't understand how that even went down.
Okay, now how does it work?
Or did they all voluntarily shut down?
You gotta prove that you're 19 plus. Fill out a quick waiver upon entry, and pay $10. Once inside, choose from a variety.
You're muted.
Huh? I'm muted.
Yeah, I'm muted.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you. Hello.
Oh, my speakers are on.
Yeah.
There, now I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
You were muted.
Oh, I don't know. I can hear myself on your speakers now.
Now you can hear yourself on my speakers.
I could. They're not now. Okay. So you pay $10 to get in, you sign this waiver. Once inside, choose from a variety of accessories, or feel free to roll your own. As part of an ongoing study in partnership with the Toronto Metropolitan University, you can also fill out an optional survey to feed your for feedback. Choose advice.
So are they selling, or you have to bring your own?
Bring your own. BYOB.
And then they'll vapors, or where they got vapor lounge, like vapes, or
so it's where it's gonna go from here. I'm not sure.
Well, why do they have to have a study of something we've already gone through?
Oh, I know.
We've already done.
I'm just trying to find Richmond. Oh, it's right downtown, Eastern Avenue, Richmond. Turn right onto Yonge Street. There you go, 361 Yonge Street.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right downtown.
Isn't that like right where Vape Central was?
I don't know what the address. I don't know. It was on Yonge Street, yes, but was it 361? I don't think so. Last I heard, it was some kids thing, or like a bowling alley or something, amusement thing or something going on in
upstairs,
there. So, yeah, at Vapor Central, their old location. So,
all
right.
Oh, that's weird.
Maybe not a bowling alley, but some type of kids activity thing or something. It's not like a regular bowling alley. All right, time for us to take our break. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. You're live here at paceradio.net, and we'll be about 3.5 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to Pace Radio.
My kid, he's hungry now at 7 o'clock today when I've been, anyway.
Oh, yes.
Teenagers,
yeah.
right?
Right. Time for dinner.
2 hours ago. He wasn't
2
hungry.
hours.
Yeah.
Didn't want to eat then. No.
He does. He doesn't know what he wants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I see that when it comes to medicinal cannabis, that being that I know that you were involved there with the helping people from Ukraine there a while back. So I see that there's a report that they're gonna start supplying medical cannabis to Ukraine. They've already approved. Yeah, they approved it back in August that for medical cannabis to have a program, but now they're going to start shipping it there.
They were very, like I said, open to it when they've come here. They've asked for it, to be taught about it. So I think that because they grew hemp, a lot of hemp.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now it might be limited what it is, but because it just says here, cannabis resin extracts and tinctures are excluded from the list of dangerous substances in Ukraine under the new policy. So those would be on the way there. They might not have that, the smokable herb and stuff, but extracts with, extracts, resin. Those are smokables, favables.
Mm-hmm. They are, and that's what I
Right.
mean. Like, I know that they knew how to infuse coconut oil. They still had access to good.
Yeah, did they? Yeah.
But it was the growing portion of it because they had great soil. They had great growing. Like they're like,
Yeah.
well, because they grow wheat too, right? It's a breadbasket of Europe. So they have that same season that we do, the 12 and 12, right? And the same certain like the grow season where the wheat and then in the fall, right? Same type of
Right.
you've got. So it's kind of ideal. Where, like I said, when you're in Jamaica, it's 12 and 12 all the time. So it's hard to keep your plants out of flower in Jamaica, right?
Yeah. No, they say that. No, it says they have to develop bylaws that regulate all processes in detail and will allow the patient to receive medicine from medical cannabis. So that goes back to the resin and the tinctures and stuff. Now it says here that they are going to set up licensing conditions and stuff to be able to grow cannabis, but I can see that probably be more on the line of businesses.
Like I said, it's so
Yeah.
over there right now.
You have to do everything they say here from regulations for importation, cultivation to dispensing to a patient in a pharmacy.
Yeah. Like I said, it's who knows because it's hard to get any information out of. And like I said, the people that we brought over here, none of them were cannabis patients or you know what I mean. Like we had one that was interested, or two or three that were interested in it, but not even so much more for recreation than they were for medical, right? They
Yeah.
wanted to make the tinctures and stuff and infuse the oils for baking, but they wanted to just because they had a grandma that was needing to calm down.
Now they're also going to have to allow the National Police must have free access to all facilities under the new regulations. They have a I'm sure that they do here in Canada too, a procedure for purchasing seeds.
I don't know. I said, I'll try and stay out of that whole realm of legalities because I'm not welcome there. Like, I can't walk into an LP and say, "Hey, can I buy your seeds?"
Yeah, now it says here it will be possible for them to buy cannabis medicines in Ukraine only with an electronic prescription, which will indicate the dosage form and dosage. The names of the active substances included in their composition. It is expected that medicinal products from medicinal cannabis will be available to patients in the form of oral drops, hard capsules, and everybody's favorite way of taking medicine,
suppositories,
dental paste. Excuse me. Dental paste.
Like, would that be like the aerosol in a syringe? Is that considered dental paste?
Well, hard capsules or oral drops, that would be a tincture. Hard capsules. Would that be like our capsules, like that we make?
Well, no, because soft gel caps, right? Like, I don't know what a hard capsule is. Like, what's the difference between a hard capsule and a soft gel capsule? I don't know.
Yeah. One's easier to swallow than the other.
Well, that too.
Okay. Let's force them to swallow the hard one.
Right? You're gonna have it the hard way. Take this hard capsule. I'm surprised you said it. Please, I was waiting for you to say suppositories.
It's not herb, and there's obviously it's not recreational access when you have to have it done electronically, approved each time with basically a pass.
What do you walk in there like a robot, open your mouth, and they'll put a couple drops in with your electronic pass?
Well, I don't think I've ever read.
What is an electronic pass?
I don't think it says what the maximum a patient can have.
But what's an electronic pass?
It just it's an electronic prescription.
What is that?
It means that each time you go purchase it, you have to produce this electronic device instead of having that hard copy or that paper copy that, well, I don't even take a paper copy into the pharmacy anymore. It's all done electronically, and I can just go pick it up at the pharmacy.
Right? Like,
yeah.
Oh, my doctor faxes shit still, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
They always tell me the
Really?
pharmacy check their stack of faxes. I'm like, okay, they're, go
See,
get it.
now, also, designated growers. I've always felt here in Canada, there's always been that's that loophole that our provincial governments and most municipal governments always talked about was the designated grower and how they're growing for so many patients and getting these large numbers. Well, in Winnipeg, I guess they had created ways or bylaws to deal with designated and personal growers, and they had zoning bylaws that the patients had to go by.
What?
They say under the bylaws, facilities without filtration systems are required to have a 300-meter setback from neighboring homes. Like, that sounds like a factory. That doesn't sound like. It says here the county says that there are over 70 such personal and designated medical production licenses in their jurisdiction.
Really?
Yeah. And so, like, does that mean that you as a patient had to go to the municipality to purchase a license in order to be able to grow your medicinal cannabis?
That sounds like a charter challenge, because I believe that we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
That's against our charter within Health Canada, being a medical patient, as far as I was ever told. We'd have to check with our PQ.
They even had a conviction.
No.
So there's been an update on that. Okay, they initiated that 2 years ago. They did that in 2024, and they said that they had to do a review after 2 years. Okay. Mm-hmm. And they said that there's been no public complaints.
Right?
Yeah, or license applications.
They're going, I don't need your license applications. What? Give you a what? Here I am. Come check my stuff.
Yeah. And it says right here in this is a new article, and it says, it was done to regulate designated medical cannabis production sites.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yet nobody's come to get a license for those designated sites.
No.
So there isn't any.
There isn't any.
You wasted money making a bylaw to make it so they couldn't. Yeah, but that makes no fucking sense. There was no complaints, but you just made this up from the air. Like, what?
Yeah. They say that at one time that there were approximately 2,000 designated and personal growers.
I don't believe that.
In Manitoba.
In a minute.
And as of October 2022, they say that there's only 20.
Right? Like, shut up. Like, come on. Oh my God. They lie. So they just lie. 22. So 2,000 people just poof. We don't want to do this anymore. Come on. That makes no sense.
These licenses allow the officials to conduct inspections, suspend or revoke a license, or issue a fine. Okay, hang on. So this, it says says all such designated growers for cannabis for medical purposes in the city of Winnipeg are required to be licensed under and comply with the bylaw. And the licensing program allows city officials to conduct inspections, suspend or revoke a license, or issue, which would be not the medical license, but the license that the city issues. The city issues. and to issue fines for health and safety
You've
concerns.
already jumped through every fucking hoop to get your licensing from Health Canada, and then you got to jump through some more bylaw hoops. I doubt that anybody's doing it.
Oh,
That's why they've had no complaints and they've had nobody apply for one.
yeah.
Because nobody's gonna do that. Like, come on. Like, Jesus. Like, give me a fucking break. That's
Well,
I can't even believe that Health Canada, like, that's against the Constitution. Yeah.
Yeah, and they had a conviction under that as well. Like, how'd they get that? Like, where's the privacy? Where's that all? It sounds like totally violated.
Well, again, it's a medical licensing.
Yeah.
It's medical it's medical prescription. That's under your medical privacy, and they don't have a right to that. It's against our constitutional
Yes.
Charter 7 and Section 7 of our
That-
right to private medical privacy.
That
And the-
case where they said they got a conviction in 2022, that must not have gone any further.
A conviction for what? Bylaw
The license violation.
Oh my god, a whole
It'd
conviction.
be a bylaw.
Yeah.
Bylaw infraction.
And what was the sentence?
Or what's that?
For this big convention. What was their sentencing for this big conviction?
Fined. They were fined.
Yeah. Waste of
Here we
taxpayer
go. Here we go. Well, here you go. The Norfolk County bylaw has investigated 12 designated grower locations, laying 56 charges against 28 individuals. Earlier in the year, though, the county received their first court conviction of a plea against a designated grower facility seeking a $50,000 fine. But the decision is still pending. Now, this is an article that was written at let me see if I can even find a date on it.
I can't believe that anybody wasted time.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. In 2020. So this is 4 years ago. September of 2020. So this was 4 years ago. So you would think that this would have gotten somewhere since then.
Oh yeah, absolutely, it should have.
Yeah.
But I still can't believe that anybody would waste taxpayers' dollars making a ridiculous bylaw up like that to waste more taxpayers' dollars to actually enforce it. Like, that is the most ridiculous waste of taxpayers' dollars I have ever heard of in my life.
Crazy, eh? They've already jumped through a bunch of hoops, and now you got to make patients jump through even more.
Well, the thing of it is, the cities are getting $11.5 million a year off the cannabis taxation, and then they're going to make it harder for people to actually do it.
Let's also remember, during this time, and even still today, Manitobans aren't legally allowed to grow their own cannabis.
No, because I know that Wab Canoe was supposed to change that, right? It was supposed
Well,
to be.
I know it's been delayed.
What's the delay now? What do they even say?
Yeah, there was something to do with regulations and other things that have to be developed and so on and so forth. And
I would think Mohawk should just say, "Fuck you," and I'm going to do what I want.
It's just, I know it's crazy, eh? But
It is ridiculous over a plant. Like, this is yeah.
I'm just seeing if I can find something. It's been in the news.
Ridiculous shit.
No, it says here. It says soon though. Let me see if I can find some. April, September. Just finding something that's in the date wise. It's good.
It's hard to find a lot of stuff about anything substantial in the last year about cannabis.
Okay, here you go. There's something right here. The minister says that legal recreational cannabis growing is expected in 2025.
Well,
Yeah,
considering it's only been
it says we expect the bill to come into force into early 2025.
That's
So,
good. That's
yeah,
good.
they're not growing yet.
No, but in hindsight, that's good because at one point they never figured that they would be able to.
Right, correct. It's progress, right?
Every little bit that we can move forward with, right? Because it's
now,
not
are they still being? Let's see. Was it Manitoba where they're being fined for growing? Yeah, Manitoba for being fined $2,500. Is that still being applied?
I don't know. I would think that they would probably put that in a stay. You'd think.
I
If they
would.
plan
I
on- if
would
they plan
hope
on-
so.
But then again, like, then they don't want people to just start growing before things are changed either, right?
No, I know. I know that was the thing when Canada legalized as well. Is where do you stop enforcing the law? There's still people were upset because they were still enforcing the law, and the argument from the government was, well, the law is still in place. It hasn't
Right,
changed
yeah.
until October 17th, right?
Right, and that's a thing. And a lot of there was not a lot of law enforcement. There really hasn't been for
Well,
you know,
yeah, I think there was a lot of cases that sort of just drifted off there towards the
I
end.
honestly, yeah, I honestly believe that because, like, even like to be
Those
fair,
free joint people weren't being charged like they were beforehand.
it's too much paperwork for them too. Much paperwork. They
Yeah,
gotta go. to
especially
court.
knowing that it was going to be end, just a matter of
Right?
months, right?
Yeah. Well, even like before they knew about legalization, a lot of cops didn't think it was that harmful, and they figured what a waste of time for a couple
Mm.
of bag and like a little bit of pot. Like they didn't. You got caught with pounds, you were gonna get you were getting it right. But a little bit, some cops would just throw it away. Like,
Yeah, well, yeah, I've
too much paperwork.
talked to
Paperwork.
people, yeah,
paperwork.
that have had it just tossed,
Yeah,
yeah, or just confiscated,
that too.
yeah,
With
yeah.
smoke cells.
You got a choice. You can give that to me, or I can charge you for its possession.
Well, it's funny now that it's legalized how many actual first responders will admit to using cannabis, right? First responders, police, yeah, because they can.
Mhm.
Legally.
Now they can, yeah, because they're allowed to consume.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you think you son of a bitch, you busted me, but now you're telling me you smoke weed, right?
Yeah, I know.
I don't have that experience, but I'm sure somebody out there does.
Well, back to end up things back at the election. That's some people were upset at Harris because of the fact that there was a time where she arrested people for cannabis, right?
But then she exonerated all of them before she left being the Attorney General of California.
Right? She exonerated. She let them all go.
Yeah.
And they all got pardoned.
Something along those lines. She felt that there was, and that's why she was talking about legalizing cannabis now, because she felt that what it had done is harmed Black men, and she's seen the stigmatization and systematic racism towards Black young men, right? And she's seen that, and within her evolution of being a prosecutor and being the Attorney General.
Oh yeah, she witnessed it,
right, and moving into Senate and then become the Vice President. Like, she has evolved, and like I said, their choices, but I think they're going to have buyer's remorse within about.
Yeah. All righty. Well, let's see. If you got anything pleasant, anything that's coming up.
Well, we need some funds and some more donations.
Yeah, that's a good topic. So you're looking for? We'll end up on this. We'll just end up with the CSP end of things here tonight. You need supplies.
Yeah, like I said, we're not like in the cusp of like being right out. Like I've got enough to last me. Like this week, I'll have to make candy because we don't have any gummies. That's like I said,
people got to know ahead of time. They've got to start planning.
Right.
If they're going to make something and send it to you, get it prepared, whatever, to get it there in time.
Right. So it's like, it's probably not going to make it for this Saturday because we're already on Wednesday. Right?
Yeah.
But again,
they'll be there for next Saturday.
Yeah,
right?
and I've got enough to kind of get us through, but we're going into week 5. So, I mean, you can't expect that all the stuff that I've bought and we had to last forever.
No. You got to continuously
and asking and begging and whatever
correct.
I got.
Raise awareness, ask for assistance.
Right. But like I said, this last week we had way more people. So like the week before we only had 6.
Well, there you go, and that even increases the demand of what
And now, like I said,
replenish your supplies down.
right.
Quickly.
And now the city has allowed them to actually make that a permanent place for them to be. So they put a bathroom out there, like they're allowed to camp out there. There's not going to be anybody come in and take their camps down. It's like a place, and they've got everybody, like with this new commission, they had a commission put together, a committee put together, and because they've made this known, more by the time we could have 100 people out there next weekend.
You
You
could.
know what I mean? Like I don't know, because we don't know.
Now
what
you prep so many bags.
No, well, I was going to, and that didn't work. So what I'm doing is I put together so much cannabis, right? So I'll put like 2 grams in so many, like 30 bags, right? I put 30 bags of 2 grams together, and then I've got so many gummies, and I'll put 6 of those. And I had 1 bag, so I filled those, and then some tea, CBD caps, like whatever I've got, right? And then I've just put them in a box now, and I've got the toilet paper and all the stuff in the back of my car piled in there, and they come up and ask them what they need, and we just give them.
Just
it's
give
easier
it
that way.
to them. Yeah.
Because I'm just adding stuff, the bags. But I need lady socks too. Like I've got tons of men's socks, but I have no lady socks, right? I had a few
Right.
ladies' underwear, no men's underwear. So that, you know what I mean? We've got toothbrushes, but we got no toothpaste. Like, things kind of come and go. So
Alright.
and we're, like I said, I don't want to clothe them and feed them. I just want them to have some cannabis, which is their medicine, some comfort,
Yep.
which is toiletries, and some munchies.
Mhm.
Right? So I usually,
Right.
like I said, we try and give them last weekend we used the can of butter that we had, the anonymously donated. We made bologna sandwiches. So my partner there made bologna sandwiches. We spread the infused butter on the bread with some mayonnaise, some bologna, and and that was it. This week again, I've got some peanut butter that my bosses gave me, and I've got a whole bunch of bread. So I've got still one of these. In fact, I've got one of these 50/50 still left from Daryl. So I'll probably end up infusing some jam this week or some honey or something, and they'll have a sandwich again, because I like to give them a sandwich, like and a bottle of water. And we had the
Right.
infused cannellines, which is 1,000 milligrams in a bottle, and we were just freehanding, kind of, here's 30 milligrams in a bottle of water. Here you go. But we were opening the bottle and pouring it in front of them, because I didn't want them to think we had tampered with the water. So that's kind of how we did that. But they, like I said, they get a fair bit. Like, you figure they're getting, and my Canadian lumber papers are on the way. But then again, that cost me money to have it shipped, right?
Sure.
So any money that I've gotten is gone too, because I've had to buy
Well,
cannabis.
you're buying supplies.
Right.
The shipping costs.
Yeah.
They're supplying you with the free product.
I had to
You
pay
just
for
gotta pay shipping.
Yeah, but I've had to pay for shipping for all the RSO that I've got.
Yeah.
Like, I've got stuff bought, but again, it's got to be on. Like, I still have some gifting stuff from you, and I've still got some of that and this. But again, this is I could have 100 people out there this weekend. So this weekend, I think I'll put together 50 bags, and I was only giving them a half a gram before, because I didn't have a lot of flour. So I upped it to 2 grams, because that's enough for a few joints, but not enough to really divert. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to keep it.
Yeah, correct.
Right.
That could give them, 3 or 4 doobies, right?
And then they got gummies and other things on top of it too.
You
Like,
gotta think like one joint, like it's not a lot.
well, 2 grams is about 2 or 3 joints. I would.
Correct. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. And if they roll dog walker half grammars, then they got 4 doobies, right?
Right. So, and like I said, but that's not the only thing they're getting. They're getting that.
Right.
Like, they get 5 things or 6 things. That's just the cannabis. On top of that, then they get like toilet paper, some soup, some granola bars, cereal, like whatever we've got donated, right? I got a 40 cup coffee pot that one of my other volunteers got for us, and I'm going to fill it full of hot coffee or hot chocolate or something, and take it out hot. And I'm going to try and find a plug-in for my car, so I can actually keep it hot in the back of my car.
Well, if it's, I've seen those things like you could get them at Tim Hortons, where you could
Yeah, but this is a coffee pot, but I just want to get a plug-in for my plug-in.
Oh, okay, to keep it warm. So it's not like a giant thermos then. It's a
No,
coffee.
it's a coffee pot. I'm gonna fill it full of like infused hot chocolate or something. Like, you know what I mean?
Wow, holy, there's an idea. Infused hot chocolate. Yummy.
Or soup or something, because like you can get like those dry soups, and make a great big pot of like dry soup, and then infuse it. And then I've got little cups, and here you go. Because I got these syrups that I was gifted. Actually, no, I think I bought those. I can't remember. I just made an order, and
Right.
no, I think those were given. Those were gifts from
Well, capsules. Capsules.
I've got some of those too. I got CBDs. I got Haley's Comments. I got 4-to-1s. I got a whole whack because my dear, lovely Sita donated all kinds of caps and some tranquility tea. She didn't have any jars of icy pot, like the small ones. She just gave me a bottle. So if I want to, I've got some little like packets. I can fill those with samples and put those in the bags for them for some icy pot. But I don't think they really care about so much that. Like, I know a couple of them would because they've got aches and pains. One's got cancer and stuff. But he got a hold of me yesterday. Somebody had stolen his RSO, and I'm like, I'm not coming out in the dark. And again today it's dark. I'm not driving out there in the dark. I'm just not.
Right. Yeah.
Not by myself.
I see we're past the bottom of the hour. Newbie and the doobies are coming up next.
Awesome.
Oh God, just getting stiff and sore. And...
Reynolds coming. They're good.
Pardon me?
Your Reynolds coming along okay?
Oh, yeah. Awesome. We're still doing this. Cut.
Oh
cut.
Yeah, I don't doubt that too.
Yeah, earlier in the show there, I don't know if anybody knows, I was looking down a lot, and that was because I was picking up the shit out of my fingers.
Oh wow!
It's not shit. It's it's medicine, really.
You must get well. You got, like I said, they're like bonsais. And they're beautiful, and you get to grow them outside in the dirt. So.
Yeah, and I handle them by the stalk, the stems, and all that. Yeah. Looks nice, just sitting there.
Yeah. That's great. It's work. It's a lot of work, for sure.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's not. It's time consuming, and because it's time consuming, it takes up. It's hard to plan things, and sometimes it's just spontaneous and.
Very. Excuse me.
All right. Well, anything else you got on your mind?
No.
No. All right. Okay. Other than that, thanks to everybody for tuning in. Thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Lionstone City Hydroponics at ease.ca. You can find us at paceradio.net, and we're on YouTube. You can find our channel there. We get a lot of viewers from YouTube, so it's nice when I check to see where people are coming in from, and you see it's from the YouTube end of things. So, other than that, thanks for tuning in. What's that?
I don't even have a YouTube account.
No, don't you? Yeah. Well, we got one here for the network, right? So. All right. Other than that, thanks everybody. Thanks for tuning in, and we will see you all next Wednesday. Talk to you all later. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
This here is a kidney, echidna. I knew I messed up the name, but this is the testing place we were talking to earlier. Oh, that and what they do is you bring your cannabis in, whether it's dry or whether it's fresh, still wet, and they will test your cannabis. I believe they're doing a test right now. I'm just going to try to squeeze through here. Yeah, he's doing a test right now. What are you testing?
We're testing THC and THCA potency in fresh bud and cured bud.
Nice. Fresh bud too, eh? You got that on the screen so people can see?
Yeah.
You got moisture results in there too?
Yes. So we did a collaboration with Bovida Packets over here. So you can see that if you maintain your moisture in cannabis, so we kept cannabis with and without Boveda packets. And if you have the Boveda packet, you maintain moisture, and that also tracks onto potency. So if you maintain that high moisture, we know that you protect, we get this protective water layer around the trichome, and that protects potency over time. So you can see that maintaining moisture tracks to a higher potency at the end of the day.
Nice. I see you got some people up on the leaderboard. Yep. I see I got bumped. But I'm still on the board.
You're there. You're there.
All right. Well, I see you're doing a test. Okay. At some point today, I'll try to come back and get you to do another test for me, and we can go through the whole process. Awesome. All right. And go from there. So where can people find you? I'll get you.
You can find us at Echidna Sensing on LinkedIn. That's the best way to contact us. And you can also contact Nick at echidnasensing.com. That's our marketing.
All right. Super. Thank you very much.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Good morning. I was having some technical issues there for a minute. It's like, what the heck's going on? We've had to move everything back to my room because Alan had a course to do last week. So, good morning. I'd like to acknowledge this morning that I am a guest on Tobacco Plains First Nations, and I reside in British Columbia on unceded territory. So, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Cannabis and Coffee with me, to Marijuana. So, this morning, I'm just kind of catching up because last week was Canada Day, Cannabis Day, and we didn't have a show, which I gapped as usual and forgot to let my guests know that, oops, we weren't coming on today. So I was able to get them to come back today, which is awesome because I've known Jack and Greg for probably almost 20 years as well. They started doing the Freedom Tours and such with Neil Magnuson. And then Greg came up with this fabulous idea. I don't know if it was him, Jack, Neil, all of them together. I'm not sure exactly how that worked. We'll get them on and we'll find out exactly how it all worked. But they did this amazing documentary called Still Tripping the Trans-Canada Highway. And they went across the country interviewing patients from coast to coast to coast and came up with this fabulous documentary. So I'm going to play a few minutes of it while I wait for Greg and Jack to come in because I told them I'm going to do a bit of a blurb. And then play a bit of the start of the movie, and then so you got some time to run outside and smoke wood because Greg and Karen are in the midst of selling their house, so they're not smoking in the house at the moment. And I'm not sure Karen's back. She was off for a bit somewhere else, and so if Karen's there, that'd be great. If not, then Greg will be there. But it's Greg and Karen. There's two of them, and it's G.I. Joe Productions, and they're terrific. And Jack, I think, is in Okanagan somewhere. Like I said, we all get mixed and moved around, and we all kind of lose touch every now and then, but we always come back together. And that's the nice thing about our community is that, I might not see or talk to you for months, maybe even years, but I can always pick up my phone and phone any one of them, and they would be there to support. Just like they could phone me, any one of them, and I would be there to support them. And that's the beautiful thing about the cannabis community. We, like I said, we're like a big family, as broken and as dysfunctional as that can be, but we always back each other. And 90% of us will be there every single time if we can be. So I'm going to start playing a little bit of Still Tripping the Trans-Canada and wait for Greg and Jack. We'll be back in a few minutes. I guess I got to put this up here first. Okay, so we're going to go like that, and we're going to go share. And then I'm going to move it up to the stage. There we go. Okay, so this is a documentary. This is the documentary. It's called Still Trippin', and I'll play the first few minutes of it, and I'm actually in this, right? I'm actually in this.
The film you are about to see represents a significant breakthrough in the advancing science of the motion picture. You are about to witness history in the making.
I'm taking streets, walking down the shouting the smoke. Whatever else is found, I know. So many angels fly away, the bell and a tone, but there's never time to stay. I know, and I know, and I know. Thousand days never found, the bear and a dog. I'm in crawling on the ground. I know. I'll kiss some girls in my way. The light in some home. Tell me for that day. I know. And I know. Here I go. Going by before wide open. Going down the downship now. Going for 3, please hold on. Going down the downship now. And where I go, you never know.
All right, in the immortal words of Bob Dylan, everybody must get stoned! Let your voices be heard. Take it away from everyone. Look at this.
Wow, what a beautiful day in Saskatchewan, Tim. Holy smokes, man. Where are we off to?
Well, we're off to my garden. One of the licenses, I have 2 designate licenses. One I keep back at my office, and the other license I use to go and help set up other farmers. I grow with them for my license contract, and usually teach them all the ins and outs about it, and then I kind of move that license to the next location and help set up these family farms to help people, make some type of supplementary income growing cannabis, making it actually a profession for them, because it's a crop worth planting, that's for sure.
And you got a license from Health Canada to do this stuff. Why do you think you need a license? I mean, why is cannabis still illegal here? What's going on?
That's a good question. Well, especially when you see it out in the prairies, like when they founded the province out in Saskatchewan here, marijuana and hemp were one of the largest manufactured crops at the time they found this province. And if it was right out legalized, I know this province would definitely be the ones growing it. And maybe that's a big threat to some big industries in other provinces and things, but it's just a lot of money involved in what that plant can actually do, because we all talk about hemp and how it has 55,000 industrial applications. Well, marijuana shares every common thing with that plant, but adding one more beautiful thing, and that it's a medicine, and it's helping cure people of cancer and helping people alleviate their pain.
So you think marijuana is illegal because it's worth so much?
Industry, yeah. Industry is the only reason why it's illegal, in my opinion.
How you like your bacon? Crispy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it's time on the run.
I don't see any birds that you normally see whipping around in the fields.
Gotta know by now that this ain't
working.
Gotta rip it on down and start again.
The hemp business is done. The hemp business is a joke. I could make one phone call and shut the whole goddamn thing down. When I first came into this business, every farmer in Canada, huge numbers of farmers in Western Canada, like 3,000 farmers, were growing hemp seeds to sell as planting seed. That's the only basis for this business. All these farmers thought, this is government has shut down our milk. Government has shut down our chickens. Government has shut down our wheat. Government has shut down our pigs. Here's a new business we can get into. Government hasn't fucked this one up yet. And so all these farmers, thousands and thousands of them, started growing planting seed. What for? To sell to other farmers as planting seed, thinking that this is going to be this big fucking miracle crop and everybody's going to start eating hemp. Oh yeah, not likely. There wasn't even anybody that knew how to take the shells off of it, and there wasn't any markets for the fiber, and there still isn't.
Hey there, we're at Rocky Mountain Grain Company, where they sell all kinds of things hemp, and this is what they call their bar room. We're here with Teresa, and this is the bars that they sell. These are hemp bars made out of hemp seeds minus the shell, made into like a bar, and then topped with all kinds of different awesome toppings. They're 2 complete meals per bar.
Right, yes.
And they're so awesome. They're so tasty, and they really make you feel like you're full after not having very much of it, for sure.
Exactly, yeah.
So, yeah, this is the bar room. Those are the bar samples. Where do we go from here, Teresa?
From here, we're going to go out to a different building. They didn't.
How are you folks doing?
Good.
Hi. We're making a little documentary about hemp and prohibition and things like that, and we've ended up here. So, and what are these ladies doing?
Tina's the lady in the middle. She's a poor man. Anna is the other lady. And this is Anna's sister Sarah.
And they are filling the sample bags.
They are filling our sample bags, yeah.
So how many sample bags a day do you guys get done?
Depends on how long we do them, because we make bars.
Okay, so in an hour, how many would you put together?
Oh, lot. About 8,000.
About 8,000 an hour?
800.
800 an hour. And these are just sample bags. So there's no return on these other than advertising and getting the product out there.
Exactly. People
Wow.
can taste them, yeah.
What a great business strategy that is, because you've got a product that sells itself once it's been tasted by people.
Exactly.
Until I started telling Canadians why they should buy hemp farts, there was no industry. When I first started, I phoned 2,000 health food stores, and I said, I am making a product called hemp farts. It's a shelled hemp seed. It provides amazing energy. It satisfies hunger in an amazing way, and it provides people with digestive health. They said, we're not interested. We've had hemp from Manitoba. It tastes like shit. People bring it back. It's disgusting, and we don't want any more hemp. We don't want anything to do with it. So to all those thousands of health food stores, I said, I'm confident in my product. I'll supply it to you at no cost. I'll supply you with a case of hemp farts at no cost. I'll supply you with a case of oil at no cost. I'll supply you with a case of free samples so you can give samples to your customers at no cost. And I'll supply you with a wooden and stainless steel display unit at no fucking cost. And they said, well, how are you going to make any money? And I said, after the stuff is sold, you can pay me for it if you like. And I'll ship more to you. So if I phoned 2,000 stores, 2 of them would do that. They were so disgusted with what was going on in the hemp industry in Canada that out of 2,000 stores, 2 of them would do that. And the only reason they would do it is because I agreed they could keep the stand when it failed.
You know I blame it on industry. I blame it on my own hypocrisy. It's education and politicians. No one's willing to step up and speak.
Hemp? Cannabis? Marijuana? What's going on here? We've been tripping around trying to get to the bottom of this highly controversial issue of why is cannabis still illegal? For the opinion of some progressive law enforcers, we sought out LEAP member Dennis Young to get the thoughts of a former policeman.
So you're a member of LEAP, which is Law Enforcement Against Prohibition. And tell us a bit about LEAP. How many members?
About 10,000 members, most of them in the States. It is all, you have to be, to get into LEAP as a speaker, you have to have been sort of on the hammer side of the law. So we don't take defense lawyers.
Right.
We take judges, we take prosecutors, we take cops.
Right.
And so people who are the best, I would say no one is more informed of the use and effects of drugs than a street cop. I learned a lot about what policing is. And, you know, you have basically the revenue generators, which traffic, fining people and that sort of thing. So you're basically you're paid to attack the public. And then when a serious crime occurs, I mean, I stopped one offense in 6 years as it happened.
Right.
So generally, a crime happens and police go along later with a mob.
Right.
So we're attacking decent citizens for their cash, and we're not protecting them from violence other than to, charge the offender if we catch them.
And how do the police feel about the drug users?
Well, they look at it as the most basic, simple issue is it's illegal. I bust people who do illegal things, and that's the end of the thought from the perspective.
So they're not putting much thought into what they're doing.
No.
Like when you look across Canada, we have 20,000 RCMP members, sworn members, and plus our provincial and our municipal police force. I mean, there's tens of thousands of policemen across the country. So I think generally speaking, most of our members are very, they do their job to the letter of the law, and
they're getting stats. Just like, you come back at the end of a day and your boss says, well, what did you do today? Let's see your tickets. Let's see your criminal charges. And you better have some, or they're going to start saying, well, what are we paying you for?
I see my friends every day. Trying to live their lives. Why you worry about the rest when they're living in pain? But you won't grab them the right to take it away.
I don't believe prohibition is helping anybody. I believe it's actually hurting our society more than it's helping. It's not changing the flow of drugs. It's not changing the flow of money. It's not stopping the gangs. It's enabling them. It's helping them get stronger. It's helping them fund everything that they're doing, and they're destroying our youth. They're destroying our children. It's keeping our children in the poverty level that they're at, because either you go to school and you come out of university with a $50,000 debt load that you start out your life with, or you sell drugs and you don't have a debt load. You're blinging. You're doing great things. You're driving around in a fancy car. You're buying boats. You're going on fancy trips, right? And the poor kid that spent 4 years in university is plugging away to barely pay rent, to eat craft dinner, and then comes out of school with a $50,000 debt load. How is that helping our youth?
I have noticed that is something
Well, since my guest has arrived and we're just waiting for Jack, and that was the portion of the documentary that I was in, which I forgot. When I first saw this again, I had forgotten that I was even in this. And then there I was. So I'm going to welcome Greg into the show. And he's the magnificent producer behind this iconic film. Welcome, Greg. How are you this morning, dear?
Doing well. How are you?
Plugging away at life like everybody else is, right? Oh, it's so good to see you. Like, I was just messaging with Jack because he came in and then he went back out, and it's like, I am so excited to see you guys. Like, it's been how long since I've actually seen you physically? Like 15 years?
Yeah, probably close to that. Yeah.
Well, that Taven's like 14, and then he's a baby, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's just a little guy. And
Yeah,
now,
that was 2010. Yeah. Fall of 2010, a long time ago now. Holy cow.
Right? 14 years. Holy cow. Right?
Yeah.
We have come so far since then. Oh, and there's Jackie. All right, let's bring it in. And here's Jack Elliman.
Oh, hey there, guys.
Hey, Jack.
I got the old hat on and the old shirt.
Yeah, nice.
It's like we're back on tour.
Right?
Yeah.
Picture of you wearing the exact same shirt and that exact same hat.
Yeah, right. Just how many years ago?
Oh, we were just saying 14.
Wow, that's insane.
Yeah, isn't it though? Eh?
And how far things have come, and how many warriors we've lost along the way, and how our lives have all changed, really. Like, we're all kind of still touching at the cannabis. Like, that's why I still do the show, is because I really want to keep educating, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not doing compassion anymore, because there's really, like, since legalization, access has become so readily available with safe cannabis, maybe not on the levels that we'd like to see it, but there's really no market for compassion clubs like we were doing prior to legalization, right?
Yeah, not really anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. So so everything's kind of changed for everybody, I think. Like, I mean, there are other cannabis activists out there. I mean, we don't have the events that we used to have, like the cannabis cups and that kind of stuff. And so things have really changed, but we actually didn't ever think we'd see legalization either when you guys were making this film, did you?
No, didn't think it was going to happen that quick, actually. I thought it was going to take another 20 years before it happened, I thought.
Totally. If at all.
Yeah, I thought they were making too much money off of being illegal to actually make it legal. So
yeah.
Right. Well, we did. We actually believed that this was what was feeding the machine was prohibition, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
The quality of all the court costs and everything was feeding into that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yeah. We can hear you. So again, in law enforcement and how much money was being pumped into those budgets and stuff. So we really had a different perspective on what we thought was going to happen and actually what did happen, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Lost my audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
No.
Can you hear us? We can hear you. Can you hear us? No? Yes, we can hear you. You're not muted. Let's see.
Can you hear us now, Jack?
Yeah, yeah. Who is the sound tech on this?
Yeah.
Right. So what inspired you to even start doing this, Greg? Like, what was the inspiration to set off across the country in an RV with a bunch of cannabis activists to make a documentary?
Well, many years previous, I made a documentary about the Vancouver activists, and it was called "Trip to BC Bud Chronicles," and that's where I met Neil.
I remember.
Yeah, and he took us on the Drug War History Tour, and then a tour of the Herb Museum at the time, and then when we actually aired that film for the very first time, we showed it in Vancouver at the Wise Hall for the very first time, and like 250 people showed up, and that's when I got to know Neil a little bit better. He came in and helped out with everything, did everything, and then as we progressed as the years went by, he kept on coming and staying with me during the Freedom Tour and all that stuff, and I'd drive him along the Okanagan leg and whatever, and always had in mind and always talked to him about doing a second one, because I thought he was so articulate with the way he spoke, and he had a decent voice for a narrator. So I decided, he's doing these Freedom Tours, and he's meeting all these activists across Canada. Why not do a documentary about all the activists across Canada? And so I called him up, and it took him about 3 seconds to say yes. And
hey, I'm back.
And then he introduced me to Jack, and we got together, and just from there I went out and bought the motorhome we called the Pugster, because it looked like a pug. It was like a shoebox on wheels. Right? Yeah. And we proceeded across the country. We actually did the movie actually took trains, planes, and automobiles. We took the Via Rail, we took planes, and we had the pug for as long as
totally.
We always remember that the pug died the last time as soon as we got home from one of our big trips, and it never started again, but it got us right to the driveway.
Right?
Amazing.
It's just like those diehards. It was never going to let you down, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I used to say too about cannabis. Like, it was my best friend. It's still my best friend. It never lets me down. It's always there for me, right? And it always calms me, which is which I think is one of the best things about cannabis. But and so, Jack, we were just talking about how Greg was inspired. Like, how were you inspired to commit to do all of this?
Well, I guess I was running Hemp City in Vernon at the time. And I was organizing peace and awareness rallies at the time. So we'd have like political speakers of all the different parties come, whoever wanted to come and present their story. And we also organized big 420 events when it was not really a normal thing here in our little town. We would often have, really awesome, beautiful gatherings, but be surrounded by cops. So there'd be police, in a perimeter around our gatherings of all these beautiful hippies dancing around and kids and running around playing. It was hilarious. And they're like filming us from the roof of the bus station across the street, and going back to see some of this video. So nice. But long story short is we were organizing events like that, and Neil heard about it and got in touch and said, "Hey, I'm doing this thing called the Freedom Tour." And I was like, "Hey, that sounds cool. You should come to Vernon." And yeah, then he came to Vernon, and he was our keynote speaker at one of my last big events where we ended up getting pepper sprayed and arrested, and then released like half an hour later.
I know, right?
Didn't get charged with anything until we brought it to the media, and that was what really kind of charged me up. Was seeing the abuse of power and how Neil spoke about it and challenged it. It inspired me for sure. And the cannabis movement was kind of at its infancy in a sense, in my mind, I guess you could say. Like it was all just kind of popping off. Things were really kind of starting to get the mainstream media a lot more than we had in the past, and that really blew up. And yeah, at that point, Neil offered for me to come along on the Freedom Tour and told me I should come and film it. And I had gone to school for a documentary film focus, and yeah, the rest is history. Just took off on the Freedom Tour, and just filmed the entire ridiculous adventure.
Freedom Tour was actually different than Still Trippin'. Still Trippin' wasn't part of a Freedom Tour. It was about
Right. Still Trippin' came after.
It was about the Freedom Tours. Yeah. Meeting as we met along the way in the Freedom Tours, really.
Yeah. And that was one of the most amazing parts of the first Freedom Tours is just realizing the potential for a real documentary, not just filming what we were doing across the country, but actually really connecting all these different activist communities across the country that are really doing amazing work, and out of the goodness of their hearts, like really just trying to help people. And we met growers, and everything from shop owners to growers to activists to people that were deep in politics that weren't allowed to necessarily talk about their position on cannabis and hemp. And yeah, just felt extremely called to spread the good word of hemp and cannabis, and see where it took me. And then all of a sudden it exploded, and then all of a sudden Still Trippin' was a thing, and all of a sudden I was cameraman and producer for Still Trippin' and GS Joe, and man, the trip just continued on and on.
Right. And look at how many people Neil touched that brought us all together. Like everyone across this country from coast to coast to coast. Like seriously, like how many of us, like I was saying before, the intro, like I haven't have talked to anybody for like 10 years, but I know I can pick up the phone or send you guys a message. It's been how long, and say, hey, I want to do this. You guys want to join me? And you guys are like, oh yeah, sure, no problem. Same, like, like, and you can pick up the phone across the country and say, hey, we've got this project, and everybody say, we're in, right?
Yeah, Neil was uncanny at finding that community and the motivated people and really inspiring them and connecting us all.
Yeah.
Like I said, after I stopped the movie at where Lisa Kirkman starts, right, and right after where I was, and like I said, I kind of forgotten that I was even involved, because it's been 10 years and I've done so much more other stuff, like for so many. It just kind of like, holy crap, I forgot all about that, right?
Watching that intro was a trip. Still tripping.
Yeah,
right. And it brings you back, and then there's Lisa, and and Deb and Keith Fagan, and of course we've lost Keith Fagan as well, right? He's passed on. And then you go next to the next province, and I don't think Tim's even involved in anything anymore, right?
No.
I don't see or hear from him at all. Jade Bridges kind of pulled herself kind of back it out. She kind of pokes back in and out, here and there, right? And then you get to Ontario, and I hadn't heard from Paul Faulkner for I don't know how long, right?
No, not at all. Yeah.
He popped up on my TikTok a few weeks ago, right? And he's like, hey, how you doing, right? And like I said, Naomi Poley and all, and everybody else, but then we lost Tracy Curley too, right? So there's so many that have been with us that are no longer with us, right? And
man, we've lost some amazing warriors.
Right? And losing Neil really was like, oh, you're goddamn kidding me, right? Like this, like to be fair, it was like
One guy we thought would never die. We
Right?
just
Yeah.
keep on going.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
He
take a
had too
quick
much to say to
break.
die.
Yeah, right,
Yeah.
right. So I'm gonna take a quick commercial break because we have to thank our sponsors and play this 3 minute. So hang in there with me for 3 minutes, and we'll come back and talk more about Neil and how he really inspired all three of us to keep on tripping. Right? We'll be
Sounds
right
good.
back.
Yeah,
Yes,
sounds good.
You get it. Thank.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back after our commercial breaks. Want to thank our sponsors. Those actually
Thanks,
like
sponsors.
Yeah, right. That's what keeps us going. We're actually we're on Roku TV too. We've got a 420 Pace network that's working now, and we've been doing this now 12 years.
Wow.
Wow. Nice work.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's been an amazing ride too, right? Being with two networks, and then the networks kind of merged together, and so we're all working together. So it works out really well. There's quite a bit of content on our little network.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, right. But yeah,
That's
again,
great.
back to Neil too. And again, he inspired so many people. But I hate to bring this name up, but to be fair, it was the BC3 that kind of started all of us off to kind of get myself charged for activism too. Seeing Michelle Gregg and being charged for the seeds.
Yeah.
That was kind of what spurred me first. And then, like I said, Keith and Debbie Fagan were up protesting Grant Krieger in Calgary. Remember Grant? I don't know if you guys remember Grant, but he, one of the first patients in Alberta, and then he was in jail. So I saw that on the news too, but there was so much that went on after, and you guys how long did you guys actually do that tour? You guys were on the road for almost a full year, were you?
Yeah, it took us just a little longer than a year, but it was scattered. It was a 2-week trip here, a 2-week trip there, a trip out to Toronto. It was all back and forth whenever we could fit it all into our schedules, because it's being self-financed. But it took a bit, right?
Right, and that was the thing with all of us. We were always self-financed. None of us had anybody with big money pushing and that was the thing with the cannabis movement, trying to get people, because it was like herding cats, right?
Yeah.
Totally.
A few small sponsors, but it was mainly just us. Yeah, and it was time and gas and travel. You know, that was a big thing. It was probably the biggest fuel bill was probably the biggest thing. Our little motorhome there used to like to chew through fuel, like leave it on the ground.
Yeah, dude. We should have got sponsored by Tim Hortons too or something.
Yeah. We're gonna do a show about the Tim Hortons surprise bag because they never got our orders right ever. Not once. It was always an interesting thing every time we opened the bag. What'd you get? Well, I don't know. What the hell?
I forgot about that. I think it's because we're just a bunch of stoners at the window trying to be like, hey, what did we order again?
The bag, they'll be all right.
Yeah.
We were that.
They're stoned.
Right?
They'll eat it.
So we were all at that TY Expo that year too, right?
Yep.
What year was that again? Like 2012, I think it was. I don't even remember.
Yeah, it was 2012. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was just amazing too. Like that we all could congregate and do these conventions, right? And now they do them still. Like I was just at one out in Ontario. It was called Grow Up, and the LPs are doing them, right? Where they all get together.
It's not
and the
same
bed tenders. So that's what he says. It's not the same vibe. But even some of the cups have gone go.
Yeah.
Right. And that's I think one of the hardest pills to swallow because our community was so like, now it's all regulated, right? And that's I think one thing that we didn't really want to see so much of was so much regulation, right?
Yeah, for sure. Well, like the events of the old days, like the TY Expo and that, there was a purpose behind it. That it wasn't just a moneymaker. Now you go to these events, they're just solely moneymakers. Everybody's trying to sell you something. And that's all there is to it. There's no activism. There's none of that. It's just, whoever can grab the biggest pile.
Yeah. That community, it has, well, it depends, I guess, because, Harvest Fest was just being done out in Nova Scotia, right? So the Maritimers did it for medical marijuana. Deb still has that vibe going on out in Nova Scotia, right? And they just had that. I haven't talked to her because I give her a week to kind of like defrag.
Yeah.
Before I phone her up and say, so how was your event, right? And we had a couple out here in the Kootenays. We had a Kootenay Cannabis Cup prior to COVID, and it was great. But
cool.
Now it's really tough. Right?
Yeah, it's more like these lift events and whatever. They're all just solely commercial. It's all just businesses trying to get your money. With those kind of cups and that's a little different. That's still people celebrating marijuana. But as far as those other things go, the other events where the LPs are putting on, there's no spirit there. There's nothing except for what do you got in your wallet. Yeah.
Did you just say marijuana? Did Neil not teach you anything, Greg?
I was talking about them, not me.
That's one thing that actually Health Canada uses the word cannabis now, which I thought I did.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I wish
it's just on
it as medicine though. Like that's what that one little thing. Just please recognize it, right? But the recommendations did come out that the Canadian government should put more funding into research. So we'll see.
Yeah.
One thing I've never really noticed over the last few years since legalization is everybody's kind of let their guard down to a certain degree, and I think that was I think that might have actually been part of the whole reason that things are legalized now is kind of took away the what's the word I should use?
Stigma.
Should have thought. Yeah, but also more just like, there's no stigma, or not as much stigma anymore. We're not necessarily criminals anymore, but it's like
95%, Jack. Crime rates were down for possession 95%. That was in the last set of recommendations that came out from that committee too. So crime rates for possession are down 95%. They can't even technically find any impairment that they can actually link to impaired driving that was just cannabis alone. Like it's really like showing the world, or Canada anyway, that the sky didn't fall, right?
Yeah,
totally.
Not, like you don't see people being arrested for impaired driving. You don't see people like, oh, that guy was all hopped up on cannabis and he broke into that. So everything that we told them, everything that we kept trying to tell them came true.
I know, but it's also like because we won in that regard, it's also people have let their guard down. So now the powers that be are kind of doing whatever they want because people aren't paying attention as much as they used to, and the motivation isn't there like it used to be as well. I'm like, I'm not a criminal. I don't want my kid to think I'm a criminal one day. You know, like, I don't know. There's yes, it's a great achievement for the cannabis movement in general, but at the same time, I feel like it was kind of a trick by the powers that be to make us think that we've won, just so that we kind of shut up, and so that the urgency isn't really there as it used to be. And it kind of fizzled in the activism world. Does that make sense?
Yep, no, it totally did. It broke down our community because like we all feel like we have nothing to do. Like they've kind of
In a
pushed us,
sense.
you know, they pushed us off and we kind of like did the victory lap and then, but like, here's the thing, medical still isn't acknowledged, right?
No.
And that's something that a lot of us are like, we haven't just like backed down. But after these last recommendations, because they had that report, like there was a survey that came out, right? So this survey was put out, and what was so disheartening when we found out what the numbers were, only 600 people filled out the goddamn survey. We have 45,000 registered licensed patients in Canada, and only 600 people be bothered to, you know, fill out this survey to help. And there was a portion in that survey, and we put it out there. I know Ted Smith did, that there was a 5.2 where they were asking if medical marijuana was actually needed still with legalization, right? But only 500 people could be bothered to fill out the survey. So
Most people probably didn't even know about it. I
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah.
even
I
I didn't know about it. I would have for sure.
Because we pushed it out on our pages. Like we all like posted, pasted. We had a commercial about it. Ted Smith was pushing it. I know Maritime Representative for Medical Marijuana was. But again, Canadian Therapeutic Cannabis, we've debunked because there's really no reason to have an NPO anymore. We don't really need, we felt we didn't need one. Ross and Deb retired. They sold the store in Middleton or in Belleville, and they moved to Nova Scotia, right? They retired. Again, we're all aging too, right? We're all getting a little bit, you know, gray around the edges, and
yeah, just a little.
Yeah.
That's the thing. What does the youth need to be inspired by to follow us? Because all they're getting handed is the legal market. Oh, you can have a store. Oh, you can have all this regulation stuff, right? None of them have the zeal that we had because they've never felt the pressure of being arrested.
Yeah.
Right? So now they don't have the pressure of being arrested. They don't have the pressure of being persecuted. They don't have to hide who they were or who they are like we did. Like, you know, so it's a total different vibe now.
Yeah.
We didn't hide
You'd
it
expect
much.
that you'd expect that would bring more people in, you know?
You'd think, but people still have to hide. I guess maybe it's because I don't even know.
Well, I mean, back to the word you mentioned earlier, stigma.
Yeah.
You know, if my, well, you know, when I used to have a normal job, when I wasn't self-employed, if my employer so happened to see some of my posts or something, I mean, like, even when I got hired up at Silver Star Mountain, when I first got hired, about, I don't know, 3 months in, one of the top managers found that video of Neil and I getting arrested and learned that I was a big activist in the cannabis community and had a hemp shop and blah, blah, blah. And they're like, oh, yeah, you got to fire him. My boss is like, I'm not going to fire him. He's a great employee. What are you talking about? And they're like, well, because of this and this, and there's this video. And they're like, he's like, no, or she said, no, we're not firing him. It was a bit of a standoff, but it was about stigma.
Right. And that's the thing. Like I had to go get a job too, right? Like, and the first place I went to work, she didn't care. The second place, you know, I told her I had a record and she didn't care. Now I'm, you know, working at this store and they don't care either. So I've kind of been lucky, but I also haven't applied for anything that is like what I'm qualified for. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the thing. Like I'm working just jobs that are like minimum wage, like nobody cares, right? But I couldn't get a job with the Ministry of Transportation with my qualifications that I do have. I'm a stakeholder, but I couldn't technically work for the government of British Columbia.
Yeah,
right?
Figures, eh?
But I'm working for yet I'm technically working with them through my stakeholders package, but I'm not employed by them because I'd have to have a criminal record check. I'd have to have a drug test, right? No, I'm not changing who I am for those kind of jobs.
Yeah.
I'm not, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not going to.
It's hard sometimes.
Yeah, I know. And now that you've got a family too, Jack, right? Things change a little bit too. You got to be careful with the kids at school and all that shit.
Oh, dude.
before. It was harder before legalization. Let me tell you that though. Like when Taylor was younger, it was harder. The nice thing when I moved to Cranbrook, it was like, so I told this kindergarten teacher, I said, sometimes you might smell a little bit like cannabis. I'm a licensed patient. She goes, you're in BC, nobody cares. That came out of his kindergarten teacher's mouth. I'm like, really? Because we were like,
yeah.
Oh, dude, I could not believe it when we came to your place on the first Freedom Tour, and like the way you guys were being persecuted and attacked, and like hunted. It was crazy. Like we were looking around
6 months
every corner.
for 4 grams of marijuana. Remember that?
Say again?
I did that 6 months house arrest for that 4 grams of cannabis in the mail. And here's the thing, like, I can't even get a pardon because if I do, it's still in print because Maclean's magazine did an article about me, right? So I could go and spend the money to get a pardon, but it's still always going to be on Google. So it doesn't so what's the point? But that 4 grams of cannabis gave me a trafficking charge. The cannabis possession charges are minor, but that trafficking charge, even for the little tiny bit of cannabis that I had, that's a big old red fucking flag on your record, right? And I mean, it's now 14 years ago, but I had a 10
See,
year,
that right there
10-year
is a travesty.
It is. It's ridiculous that I walked into that Tabor Cop shop with an ounce of pot though, Jack. First fucking ever, because I had my possession, right? But they couldn't get me for possession of that ounce of pot that I went and picked up in the mail that day.
Yeah.
But they had somehow found out about me mailing out. The only blessing about that whole thing is I had mailed out more than one package that day and they only caught one with 4 grams.
That's one thing.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's lucky. But I mean, that's just an example, like as to what I was talking about earlier. Sorry, were you saying something?
No, go ahead.
The fact that we can still be talking about cannabis charges that are still affecting your life today, and so many other people, our cannabis is legal, but there's still all these things that are totally messing with people's lives, and that should have been cleared up as well. And I can't believe that,
Yeah,
it's disturbing sometimes. It's hard to talk about.
Like here we go. Like here it is. I'll bring it up. There it is. There's the article right there. That is in black and white. From what year is this? 2011.
Oh yeah.
Right. So I can get as many pardons as I want. It's always going to be there, right? So, and again, I don't really care because I really don't have any. The only thing is that I'd like to be able to travel a little bit. I'd like to be able to go to Japan, which now I'll never be able to do. That's the only thing. That's the only regrettable thing I have, that I can't travel to Japan because they won't allow anybody with a criminal record into Japan. So, other than that, I still have a great life. My kid's great. My husband's great. And Jack, you have kids, and Greg, you guys are moving. And
yeah, we moved to Nova Scotia now. We live in Cape Breton.
Oh, see, there you go. Right, like everybody's moved, and so it's great that we can all like I said, 14 years later, all get together.
Yeah.
And celebrate a great production of that documentary that you two worked on, and celebrate Neil, because I will always, like I said, there was just not enough words for that man, because he'd take over and talk over you anyway. But but they're
so funny. Just to really know Neil and watching anyway, it's cool to hear everybody remember Neil in their own special way, but we all remember how much he wanted to talk about this stuff.
Oh yeah, all of the time. We even there was some stops that we were making. We'd go get gas. You remember that, Jack? And all of a sudden, Neil's paid for the gas and jumped in the van, and we're driving away. Look, we only got half a tank. The guy just couldn't take Neil anymore because Neil was just yipping at him the whole time as he's filling up the gas, and then the guy just
man,
click.
I know, right? Well,
every opportunity.
We got arrested that one night, right? We were coming back from Lethbridge, and we had this cop in fucking Tabor that hated my guts, right? Anyway, so we were coming back from potluck in Lethbridge when Neil was there, and apparently my taillights were out, which they fucking weren't. Anyway, the fucking clown pulls us over. Apparently the truck smelled like marijuana. I don't know how it could have, because we hadn't smoked any, but we probably just always smelled like marijuana or cannabis, right? Like it was just like zooting from
we always stunk.
right? So he
There's no
yanks
question.
the truck and, you know, throws us both in the handcuffs, throws me in the back of the one, you know, car. Another one comes up. There's Neil, like, you know, doing his screeching and throwing himself on the ground. You're not arresting me. And, you know, oh my God. So
Those words
right?
have repeated over in my head so many times.
Yeah,
You're not arresting me.
And it's dark.
And the cop's like, yeah, we are.
It was dark. Like, it was like, you know, 11 o'clock at night. And I'm like, oh my God, right? So yeah, they shake me down. All I had was a pack of blue zigzags in my pocket. So they, you know, and we had no cannabis on us. Like, we had smoked everything in Lethbridge. There wasn't nothing, right?
Perfect.
But or no, actually that's not true. Neil had an eighth on him. He had 3.5 grams and he had some capsules, psilocybin capsules, and there was something else in the truck. And anyways, they took him and they let me go. But yeah, that was a trip. And when I got home, there was nothing wrong with my taillights, by the way.
Of course. Yeah.
So he said, I will not be arrested by you people, but he got arrested.
Oh yeah, they took him because he had 3.5
Yeah.
grams, you know. We were in Tabor, you know, where you can't swear or they'll arrest you, you know.
Is that where they tried to get us, where the cop's son tried to get us for those seeds? Anybody remember that? We went to a gas station and we were walking in. I was like, hey, you guys want some seeds? Because we needed to make gas money that day, like quick.
No,
When we were on our trip?
I don't know, man. They all merged together.
Yeah, you're on.
No. It was just me and Neil because we got pulled over. I think it was just after we left your place, Tamara.
it's possible because Alberta,
Yeah.
like back then, Alberta was like a fucking shit show when it came to the cops and cannabis, right? And it's funny because Alberta, as soon as it was legal, Alberta was the one that had the most stores ever, right? But before that, didn't say the word. But yeah, probably was.
I think it was, and we got pulled over by this cop, and he kept being like, okay, and I think I'd like to search the vehicle, and Neil kept just being like, well, I mean, you could, but we really don't want you to. We're in a bit of a rush, and he just spoke his ear off. He talked to him for like an hour, and the cop kept being like, so are you going to let me search the car now? And he's like, well, I mean, you could, because we don't have any cannabis or anything illegal in the car, but, you know, we really don't think we need to. And we started talking about hemp, and it's all on camera. It's all on video somewhere. Oh, speaking of which, we found the tapes and the DVDs. But before we get to that, the cop that arrested Neil in Vernon, the guy that pepper sprayed us and everything, that guy, I don't know if you guys know, but it's important that you know, he's been since arrested for having weapons and child porn.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Shut the front door.
Yeah, dude, it was on the news. I shared it a few years ago, but nobody saw it, of course.
Oh, right. Yeah, because, you know, Facebook blocks Canadian news because they're jerks.
Well, dude, I mean, that's the reason why I never saw that survey. It's real. There is still a huge amount of money silencing the important information that people need to be speaking about when it comes to cannabis.
Absolutely. I totally 100% agree. But like I said, again, why we keep doing these shows, right? Like, because we have to. Like, if I thought that everything was okay in the world, I wouldn't be still doing this. I wouldn't be, you know, I mean, I've got, like I said, I got a job. I do this every Monday, Wednesday night. We do Pace Radio too. There's content on this like all the time because things are changing on a daily. There's still news. There's still people being arrested in some states. There's still some people being arrested in some countries, right? Cannabis isn't legal all over the world. And as for drug reform, for me, has always been about everything, right? It's not just about one small meticulous thing. Cannabis, of course, being medicinal more than anything for me, that as well. But I honestly believe that they should have done the legalization of everything. The way they regulated cannabis, they should have started manufacturing. I hate to say it, but manufacture meth, manufacture cocaine, manufacture the heroin, test it, regulate it, put it in a store over 19 and sell it so it's legal. I know you don't want to see your kids doing it. I don't want to see anybody doing it either. People are going to do drugs. Let's at least keep it safe so they're not dying of poison. Yeah. That's where I'm at with that. Safe injection sites. We should have consumption sites for cannabis and everything everywhere so that people can be safe. They want to scream about public health and safety, then be public health and safety, right? Make it safe. Like I said, I'm not really happy about the whole like licensed producers. I thought that was a great big fucking ripoff, money grab, blah, blah, right?
There is, yeah.
At the end of the fucking day, the cannabis we're smoking is safe. It's not laced with fentanyl. It's not laced with who knows what the fuck, Drano, right? You're not buying moldy, seedy shit. Because let's say, face it, some of that stuff wasn't so great sometimes, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying it's
There's
perfect.
the occasion, yeah.
Right? I'm not saying it's perfect. There are lots of things that could be changed. Lots.
Oh yeah, is there ever?
But baby steps, and I think, like I said, 14 years ago, you guys were still tripping across the fucking hot country trying to change people's minds, and here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
it's pretty cool to see.
Right? It might not be the greatest, but at least it's a step forward. Hi, Daryl.
It's
We
a
have
start.
or somebody's watching. I just got a message. But exactly, like I said, 14 years ago, and here we are, guys, 14 years later, and not looking over our fucking shoulders either anymore, right, Jack?
What's that?
And not looking over our shoulders anymore, right? Like we're not cruising down the highway with fucking pounds of pot, fucking trying to provide for patients and fucking hoping to God we aren't going to get arrested either.
Yeah, there was a few times. It was very, very stressful.
Oh my God, I got pulled into a check stop one time when I was pregnant with David. I just was driving back from Lethbridge. I had 2 ounces of pot sitting underneath my sweater on the front seat of my car. Not even in a bag. Just threw it there. And then all of a sudden it's like, holy fuck, I picked up my jacket off the floor, threw it on top of the fucking pot, and fucking hoped to God fucking and I was pregnant with David. So they just let me go. But
I found that back then, if you were if you got bad luck and you found a bad cop or a bad cop found you, then you were kind of screwed. But most of the time, like most cops, you could just, be straight with them and let them know who you really were. And, even if they did necessarily smell it, if you kind of played along the game of, no, sir, I do not. Nope, absolutely not. Most of the time, if you're cool with them.
How many of those cards with their rights did you hand out? Remember those cards you guys had with the rights on the back of them? How many of those did you hand out?
Not as many as you expect, actually. We usually just ended up yabbering. We didn't even use the cards much. It was all we wanted to talk to everybody. We wanted them to be listening to those things they didn't want to hear. They were a little uncomfortable, especially in those moments when they were enforcing unjust laws or, turning a blind eye towards something that wasn't actually harming anyone. It was actually helping people.
Right.
I don't know. There's a few times where an officer would say, "You're a pretty interesting dude. You seem all right, though. You have a good day." They could tell that you were just, you weren't a drug dealer or you were just,
when you throw
my medicine.
education at them, they don't know what to do with it because we're not supposed to be smart. We're supposed to be stoners, right? Like that.
Yeah.
I don't know how many times I walked into an MP's office and they're looking at me as I'm in my suit and they're like, "You're not what I expected." Well, what did you expect?
Yeah.
What did you expect? Well, somebody with dreads and no, you're not going to get that because that's not all of us. Like the ones that aren't, we embrace those too. But there's some of us that are, we work here. We really want to change things, right? So no matter what you think, stigma again, right? But I guess we're getting down to the last 2 minutes, and I so appreciate you two coming on. And great, you two, thank you so much for the documentaries that you've made, all the filming, all those years of memories, because it's still on YouTube. We can go back and watch that over and over and keep passing and sharing and spreading because you're right. This isn't always, over, right? There's going to be times along the way. And right now, psilocybin's a big thing, for law reform for things, right? We're finding that that's also medicinal. Who knows what else they're going to come out with in the next few years? Because as science evolves, things are going to evolve. And let's hope that these scientists actually start looking at the real medicinal purposes of breaking down what the plant can help with. That's something that I'm always very hopeful for, because, pharmaceuticals, I'm sorry, I'm tapped. I had to tap. I've got, things that I have to take some pharmaceuticals for. But at the end of the day, cannabis is still my medicine that keeps it so that I can eat and I can sleep and that I'm not killing people. And
it's all about our freedoms.
And not taking any antidepressants so I don't kill people, right?
Yeah.
Hey, before we go, I just want to let you know, Greg, I got those tapes. I found them. I found the High 8 tapes. We've got Tamara. We've got all the High 8 tapes and the DVDs that from the Freedom Tours and stuff. We should really do something with them. It's like all sorts of epic footage.
I bet. Like I said, there's been so many good times and so many good memories, and the fact that you two have all of that on film. Like even like I said, just like going back, like I was bawling before the show started. So I'm watching it, and I'm going, oh my God, these brings back so much emotion. of how many
Yeah.
things have changed and how hard we worked and
Oh,
how many
Yeah.
trips we took and how many kilometers you guys put on, right?
Yeah, well, I have all the raw footage of still tripping, and Jack has a ton of actual Freedom Tour stuff.
Right.
So that's the coolest part.
Right. And
Yeah.
how many
Yeah.
others have like, because I don't have, I've got lots of pictures, but you two really epically put so much together, and I thank you guys a lot, like, because
You're
if
welcome.
not for
Thank you
two,
for thanking us.
Well, thank you.
we wouldn't have all these great memories, and for documenting that. And don't ever stop. Keep doing it. Like, keep doing it as often as you can, because we need to have all of this stuff, to bring back, right? So get those
Amen.
things and share them. I'll share them. I'll share them with everybody.
Right on.
Yeah. I mean,
And thank you for doing what you're doing. Keep up the good
thank
fight.
you very much. Keep it up.
It's just, like you said, it's a calling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
It's important too.
Right? It totally is. So thanks again. Stick around after I play the ending of the show so we can properly say goodbye to each other. And so because I'm gonna run a ending to the show, and I've got to run quickly after that because I have to get ready for work. But I want to say goodbye to you guys behind the scenes. So thank you, and thanks for everybody for watching, and thanks to our sponsors. And don't miss a chance if you can to look up Still Trippin' Trans-Canada Highway and watch it, because it's an amazing documentary. Google Greg, Google Jack. They've got so much, seriously, just Google them. It'll all come up, all the stuff that they've done. Check them out, because there's years and years and years of work there. Thanks again, guys. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Adios.
Bye-bye.
Don't forget to have fun.
Always.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Okay, we're on to number 6.
Yeah, well, these are obviously going a lot faster than the buds.
Yeah.
When it comes to the judging.
Yeah.
You got to handle it a couple times, right? Because there are some.
Yeah, yeah. And the buds we had go around twice in order to be able to check up for moisture, your trichomes, the appearance, some similar things.
Are the questions different on the indica than the pre-roll?
Yes.
There are. I'm going to say half the questions are the same. The other half are different.
Okay.
Okay. There's things like the dry inhale, right? So there isn't that with the buds.
Yeah.
You know, but there is the appeal. But you know, then there's the roll. You know, they don't ask you that on the other. You know, as far as the roll or anything. So there are different questions, but there are some similar ones or the same ones.
Cool beans, man. As expected.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6, he says.
Number 6.
We can make it number 9. Number 9.
Good thing it was only 7.
7.
Got the Beatles tunes out.
Next year I'm gonna get numbers that will come up on the screen as we're doing them.
Yeah. Well, what we find you can see it on last Thursday's news broadcast. At the end, Glenn says peace, goes like this, you know, puts the peace symbols up, and all of a sudden balloons come up out of StreamYard.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And going like, it's only done it to him. I haven't seen it do it to anybody else.
Let's try it, shall we?
Huh? Yeah, I tried. It's not doing anything. Nothing there, right?
No.
So
maybe it's an Apple thing.
Okay.
Maybe we should do something about it.
Wow.
Maybe he smoked too much weed.
Or not enough.
Smells good.
Oh, it's a wood. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the back side.
Okay, take plate. Like, okay, now we've seen the half-gram joints, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Al actually has whatever's left of the treating
that's a
yourself
giant
collection.
That's a giant.
Instead of
how many issues do you think you have, Al?
I didn't see Buddy Weed's comment before this one. He says, I found my Treating Yourself magazine from 2010, issue 21. That's where I got the grinder. So he got the same grinder. Hey, buddy, go into the index of the magazine and go down near the bottom of the index, and you'll probably find the article that I wrote. Most of them are usually down there at the bottom. That's where the advocacy articles are. I'm just curious which one's in it. Okay. I gotta do the dry haul.
Yeah, they actually look like a giant.
I'm glad that's over with.
You're good looking.
You didn't like that one, Bob?
Visually appealing.
They look good.
Yes. Yeah. That's some big.
And you weren't supposed to smell them.
Filter looks good. Sorry.
They aren't even closed on the end.
One up each nostril.
Is there anything that you don't like yet?
That I don't like? Who?
Anybody. Was there anything that you just didn't like?
Yeah, most of these joints haven't been very good.
Okay. I knew you'd tell the truth, Wayne.
I enjoyed the buds.
This is the most visually appealing one so far, though.
Yeah.
It's all tucked in and everything.
I can't see that far.
No, it's wide open. It's not even tucked on the end.
Oh.
Yeah, it's back that hard.
Huh.
Yeah.
I guess dry haul. We got to do the whole
shit.
I know it's not as easy as just lighting and smoking the damn thing.
I shall be back.
Alrighty. All right. We'll be here, man.
Don't get your kids on this shit.
Checking out these DVDs. Okay, let me see. Oh, they're both on the phone.
I like that taste in both of them.
Alrighty. Overall visual appeal.
We're at number 6.
6, yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah. 8.
Quality of roll.
Take a all-in-on one.
Oh, that's it.
Sure. Yeah.
8.
Selection of rolling paper.
Selection rolling papers.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Not bad. Yeah.
Selection of filter.
Yeah.
And the taste that you just
The
tasted.
birds. We don't have
I
any
like
music
that.
today, but we got the birds.
So we'll go 8. Number 6.
The dry home.
Yeah, we have to smoke it.
We haven't had it yet.
We gotta wait till it's lit now.
I wasted all afternoon. We haven't got it yet. Holy jeez, listen to that.
I hasn't even lit it yet, and it's already cough.
Oh, just go ahead, cough all over it there.
I get to light it though.
Why? He does a better job of lighting than you do.
Yeah.
Holy jeez, look at them buzzing around there. Long one.
Yeah, so like when you think about the half gram, would this be a gram joint?
I would say
No, you just scale.
a gram.
No, I
It's
don't.
got to be close to a gram.
Yeah, it's definitely over half.
I mean,
Gram.
you'd only be like 0.95,
Right.
0.90, but
Definitely over half.
By the time we smoke the bell right out. Half again.
Let's take a drink. And then I'll light it
Not
up.
like it used to be, is it now? He just hoofing her back. And I said, did he just do that?
Hey, I'm not trying to spread
Influence me.
my real Canadian water with it.
I'm right behind you, Oliver.
Nobody likes a soggy joint, right?
that's right.
Okay.
Need a little paste slide over so we aren't advertising for.
Yeah, hey, that's a good idea, eh? Okay.
Well, this is a hard chair.
Yeah, it is. I don't like them. I only use them occasionally. It's one of those ones that has the table that flaps up on the side. You can put your cup and a phone in it. It just, yeah, it sort of looks like a director's chair bottom on them.
Where'd you get these ones at, Adam? Where'd you get these at? You don't know?
No, these aren't.
Oh, I thought they're his.
No. These are my daughter's and
Oh,
my
okay.
son-in-law's.
Do you know where they got them at all?
From a friend.
Ah,
I'm sure you can find
well,
out
most
the
chairs hurt
name
my
of
back
it.
in this amount of time.
Oh, it
This
says
one,
Hampton Bay on the side here.
Hampton.
On the
Oh,
So that might be a
yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
pretty fancy.
Yeah, no, she
Come
bought
by
it-
Pony
she bought it
Express.
from a friend. So
Don't ask any questions.
yeah, I don't ask
Oh, yeah.
any questions. It
Look at
works
that.
very well out here. It does the job. No, that's not coming this way.
No, I'm just looking. It's nice.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty clean actually compared to.
Well, here, I'll help you, Judge, that one.
Here you go, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
Puppy's still over there laying down on the ground.
Good.
Oh, he was right under my legs. I could feel the heat. It was like, boom. Like right here. He was standing.
Better than a lot of them, but it's still pretty dark.
Like, do you think?
Oh, I forgot my
'cause-
drink over there.
You know, we're looking at. You can look at it as is it the paper or is it the bud? But when it's dark all the way through, it's obviously
Yep.
the bud. And
Why do I get all the hard questions?
because you're seasoned.
It's unseasonal.
You're
Aroma to
the
taste.
mature seasoned cannabis connoisseur. I would say to Bob, what's
Yeah,
this?
that was
He
good.
says,
I like that.
"The good
shit.
stuff."
I'm gonna have it.
That would be his,
Harsh
strain, the good stuff.
No.
Okay, so everybody that's still going around.
All right.
Hash.
May look like we're all
That
looking at
color
our phones,
looks
but
like
we are.
it.
We're judging.
Bye. That's what I think.
Not pleasant, very pleasant.
It's pleasant, so we'll give you an 8.
Overall enjoyment.
Maybe another 8 on that.
When would you buy it?
What?
Would you buy it?
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to find out which ones that we would buy.
He'd buy all of it.
I buy it all.
I said yes to one.
Oh, you really? Eh?
I did when I go to buy them at the
And
reservation.
Yeah, the very
I
first
said yes. I
bud
said
that we
yes
smoked
to
was a
buy.
yes. The very first bud we smoked was yes. I haven't said yes to
I
anything
think
else.
it was. I know there was only one I said yeah.
Yeah.
The rest I was like maybe.
You don't want to
I
say
am here, but I'm eating.
I can borrow them.
Okay, all right. Yeah, it's easier to eat when you're behind your banner, that's for sure.
It's
But I
throwing
don't
that
do pre-roll.
money away that hurts you most of
Yeah.
all.
I
Wait
don't
till
do
it's
pre-rolls.
empty.
So
Yeah, there's still some oil on the paper.
sometimes
Yeah,
it
the
tastes like,
filters
oh my
work
God, I'm
pretty
gonna
good.
die.
It
And it chokes down
burns.
me,
It's
and
got some
sometimes
gray
it's
ash
the
in it.
paper. So
The ash isn't as bad.
it's because it's pre-rolled. I usually
Yeah,
re-roll
yeah,
it for
yeah.
one.
All right, we got a number one,
This is number 6.
7.
Well, when we're done this, we're at 7.
Trying to do the ones
This
that
is
I've
6.
already do pretty
The second time around.
I usually choke it out.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good. We get a couple rounds
What's
so
left
you
of the flame, you have to do
can
that.
judge things.
Like it 10
Yep.
times before you finish.
Yeah, we're not you don't hear me gagging. Right? None of us, even one of us with COPD.
Yeah, I
Is
like
it-
the paper the way it was rolled and stuff.
Yeah.
better. Even though it's a brown paper,
Right.
but I didn't take like super duper big paper either.
And it's not harsh. No one's coughing, right?
Of the doobies, that's definitely the best ones.
Yeah, that's nice. It's mellow enough. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah, it had the better ash.
Smooth enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely harder to pre-roll or to judge pre-rolls.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible? Coming up on today's show, we're celebrating Poetry at Work with some really interesting cannabis-related poetry written by others and by us.
Ooh, I look forward to that.
I love how you
I
sound
didn't
so
know
excited about things we prepared.
It's like we were doing that today. Oh yes, it's Poetry at Work Day. Then we're going to discuss the book Green Buds and Hash And I remembered we're doing a Teaching Timmy, and I'm going to teach Timmy how to clean a bong.
Don't you just put it in like the dishwasher?
Ew. Don't do that.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today is Poetry at Work Day. And seeing as we're at work, we figured we would talk about poetry.
Yeah, I was a little nervous. I forgot it was Poetry Day, and I had to write a couple really quickly. So hopefully they're good.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly. I think poetry is very simple, actually. I don't think it's necessarily a very difficult process, especially if, like 4-year-olds in school, they'll say, hey, why don't you just sit down and write a poem? And people write poems like that. Comedy, difficult. Poetry,
Well, poetry has to, there's rules you have to follow. And honestly, when I heard poetry, I was like, haiku. I remember haiku.
Oh, I hated that kid. He was so annoying. Do you ever watch that cartoon?
No, that was
Haiku, the little bald kid.
Caillou, and he was
Caillou.
horrible.
He was horrible.
Oh, man.
But haikus are better than Cailloux.
Yes, and I always remember the haiku because it made me think of haiku when I was a kid. So that's why I remembered it. So I immediately went and on Google, and I was like, what are the rules for the haiku? So I wrote all haikus.
I don't think there are rules for poetry.
Well, there is for haikus.
There is for haikus, but in general, we're going to talk about this in a little bit. The whole conversation of what actually defines poetry. Like, when does something not be poetry? Because I did a little experiment in my own life, which we'll get to later, where I was like, I should learn poetry, and I quickly discovered that there's a lot of rules within different poetry styles, but very, very difficult to determine what is poetry. And in fact, what you've got on your right-hand side there is something that kind of falls into that discussion as well. So we're talking about that coming up as well. But you said you wrote some poems.
I did, yeah. I was like, oh crap, it's Poetry at Work Day.
Would you like to share your poems, or would you like to hear some cannabis-related poetry that I found that I was actually really, really struck by?
Okay, can we do 2 of mine and then your cannabis poem and then my cannabis poem?
Oh, okay. All right. Should we mix it up and not tell people what is what? Well, I guess they'll know who's reading. They'll know.
You said what is what?
What is what?
That's a song lyric and could actually be confused with a poem, because the lyric is, they know what is what, but they don't know what is what. They just strut. What the? I almost said it. I didn't want you to bleep that out there.
Well, now I'm interested.
It sounds like it, right? It
Okay.
sounds like a poem.
Well, I bet you there's a lot of musicians out there would probably say that a lot of music is. This is the whole thing. Like, what is poetry?
They would be called a poet, not a musician. I think as soon as you add the element of music to it, it's
no longer poetry.
No, it's music. It's just like if you're a rap artist, you still write poems. I guess it's not a poem. You're a poet, but you're not a poet because you're a musician.
See, it's not easy to define. All right, so let's do. So these are 2 poems. You literally wrote these this morning.
Yeah, I was like, crap. Okay.
All right, so let's see how you did on your, just like going, I got to write a couple poems, and you went the haiku route.
I did.
Which for those who don't know what haikus are, it's a Japanese style of poetry that is 5 syllables, 7 syllables, 5 syllables. That's the only, it's only rule. It doesn't have to, although it's usually about nature.
Lines. It's 3 lines, 17 syllables in all. Yeah, 5, 7, 5.
But it doesn't have to rhyme.
No, there's no rhyme. There is a reason.
There's a lot of people who think that rhyming is what makes poetry, but that's not necessarily the case.
No.
Okay, so You sat down, you're like, oh no, it's poetry at day work. I'm going to have to write poems. Let's see how difficult it was for you to write
I
poetry.
consumed a joint before I sat down to write.
Okay, wait, here's a question before you begin. Because we've asked...
Already?
We've asked a couple of our guests this already.
Yep.
And now I'm interested, do you feel that smoking the joint helped the creative process?
Timmy, you know that I think smoking a joint helps every process. We're going to watch a movie. Smoke a joint.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask.
We're going to go shopping. Smoke a joint. Time to write a poem. Smoke a joint. Right?
I know that to be true.
Yep.
I just thought I'd ask. Okay, so here we go. So here's your 2 haikus that you wrote this morning.
Haikus. I like that. Maybe that's why I like the poem.
Haikus?
Hi.
Oh, hi. Mary Jane's haikus.
Ooh, haiku.
Yeah.
Anyways. Okay. So let me begin.
Okay.
The day that I died was also when I was born. Figure that out.
I really don't know how to snap my fingers. I hope you can hear this a little bit. That's how poetry people clap, apparently.
I already messed it up too. It was figure that one out.
Okay.
Because figure that one out.
Okay, say that one again.
The day that I died was also when I was born. Figure that one out.
That's deep.
Yeah.
That's well done. Okay, next one.
Yesterday is gone, and tomorrow never comes. So live for today.
Wait, you wrote that this morning?
Yeah. Deep, right?
That's really good.
Thank you.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it.
Oh, I knew it.
Okay, you're a poet and I didn't even know it.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go on. I'm gonna finish.
Oh, you're gonna finish
yours?
yours?
Yep. I'm just gonna keep going.
Okay. Those first two were very deep. Okay. So
Okay.
This one is cannabis related? Or no?
No, I'm gonna save the cannabis related one. See, I'm really throwing things off. It's a new year.
So you woke up and went, "Oh, it's poetry at work day," and you riddled off like 4 poems.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
Why not?
Okay. Let's go. Let's do
Okay.
it.
I should say this one's not a haiku.
Okay.
Mistakes are always mistakes, or so I've heard them say. But if you learn a lesson, the mistakes will go away.
Please don't mind my bad snapping.
I got to admit, I didn't write that one though.
Oh, I thought that was yours.
No, it's from one of my favorite kids series, Hucklebug.
Hucklebug?
This is, do you know Serendipities? Oh my gosh. I don't know
Serendipities.
mind. You know what? That's a radio station. Back when I was younger, I used to write in my books, and instead of writing I love boys, I wrote I love Kiss 95 FM. I've always loved radio stations.
Not a paid advertisement.
I don't even think they're around anymore.
Here are here's some poems. Because I was looking up, I was like, well, I wonder what. Because I had never really heard a cannabis poem.
No, that's funny. Because I wrote the other two, and you were like, MJ, can you write like a weed one though?
I know. How weird is that I'm like, maybe you should write a weird one.
A weed one?
A weed one?
It was weird.
So I had found a couple though online that really I thought were super interesting. So here we go. I'll put a link to the website. hellopoetry.com is where I found these. And these were just a couple that really stuck out to me for different reasons. So this was a newbie reading these, and so
okay.
they might not resonate as much with a doobie, but as a newbie, I was like, these 3 in particular really kind of hit a nerve for me. So here we go. This one's called Marijuana by Stephanie F. Krulik. Motivated by the light, I sit in the darkness and plan my escape. The lighter reminds me of the sun. I drift off to a faraway land. It is always sunny here. Now, when I first read that, I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't even have to do with marijuana. But It does, obviously. She puts that title in there, which brings clarity. So here is somebody who's sitting there with the, lighting the joint, and then maybe even just in the dark, just seeing the end lit, and about planning the escape. And could you imagine, like, sitting in the dark, you just see the end of your joint lit, and just picturing that as like kind of this distant land that you can escape to? That's how I pictured it.
I don't think that was marijuana or cannabis. That sounds like
What's called
acid
marijuana.
or mushrooms. Like,
you can't. It's her title. You can't say it's not.
it's deep. It's deep, Stephanie.
It is deep, Stephanie.
That's deep. That's deep.
Okay, so try. Okay, this one I really
I'm
like.
so literal in mine. I guess that's where I'm like.
Yeah, see, poetry and art is, you can't be literal.
No. Well,
Well,
can.
You can, but it
But you can also be illiteral.
illiteral.
Just not illiterate.
It's what's also good about it is just like art, comedy, and I tell people this all the time. With comedy, people say, "Oh, does it bother you if someone doesn't laugh?" It's like, no, comedy is way too subjective. There is no right or wrong in comedy. Just like I don't think there's right or wrong in poetry. There's no right or wrong in books. You either like it or you don't, but it doesn't mean that the author was right or wrong, because it's our expression of who we are to the world, and some will receive it and some won't. This one, so I really like that one. Just for me, I saw the imagery, and I'm not even a consumer, but I could see, because I've seen you light up like in a dark room, and how if you're just sitting there in this state of reflection, just seeing that little glow of the, what is it, the butt? What do you call the end of your?
The cherry.
The cherry. Yes, we talked about that actually.
Yes.
Yes. All right. That's
Word of the week.
Word of the week. A few episodes ago. Here you go. This one's Weed by Samantha Louise. And this one really hit me as a newbie. People think it's bad. They don't even know what marijuana does and where it makes you go. It opens up your mind and helps you see your dreams. You stopped believing could come true. Actually, I'm reading this on a wrong. People think it's bad. They don't even know what marijuana does and where it makes you go. It opens up your mind and helps you see the dreams you stopped believing could come true. And it makes you realize that the only thing stopping it is you.
That's deep too.
You're the only one stopping your dreams. But I thought...
Literal, but deep.
This one here about people thinking it's bad, they don't even know what marijuana does. It's true. How many times have I told on this podcast how often I just said marijuana is bad with zero information to back that up? And I just thought that opening one really said that people don't know what marijuana does or where it makes you go. And it's true. My basis of saying it was bad was based on nothing but.
Well, I think that is also because everybody goes different places with cannabis as well. So some of those people that are dead set against it may have gone to a negative spot when they tried it. Not everybody has a positive experience.
Weed is also subjective.
Mm-hmm.
And then finally this one, Mary Jane.
Oh, I like this one, I think.
By Veems, V-E-E-M-Z.
Of course it's a Z.
I know when everyone is gone and the whole world has their backs turned, I can turn to you. Thank you, Mary Jane. So there's someone who's like, you know what? When all else fails, I got my Mary Jane. Do you ever feel like that? It's like it's the one place you can go?
Yeah, I would be lost without cannabis. Definitely.
So that one's quite short. All three of them very deep. All three of them really kind of hit me though. HelloPoetry.com is where I found those, and I'll put those links in the descriptions of wherever it is that you are either watching or listening. So,
well, now I don't know if I want to read mine. Mine is very literal.
No, right. There is no right or wrong. That's the beautiful thing. Well,
mine is right. You know why?
Because you wrote it.
Well, not just because I wrote it, but because it like links into teaching Timmy later.
All right, then let's do it.
All right. So it's another haiku. Finished with the bong, don't forget to dump it out. Your lungs will thank you.
A clean bong for clean lungs.
Yes.
Nice. So why? How come we didn't want to read that one?
Well,
I
those
like
ones were
that.
really deep. This was just like, you know.
No, but that's the thing, right? This is the debate, and we had this debate earlier because
Yeah, you brought up this book, and I was like, but that's an author. That's not a poet.
That's not a poet. But I absolutely believe it's a poet. So this book here,
But then every book would be, because you're like, oh, because it rhymes. And you yourself said that not all poetry has to rhyme.
That is correct.
So then this entire book could be poetry.
Maybe I haven't read it.
Well, nothing rhymes in it.
No.
Other than that last line that I pulled out.
But you pulled out a really interesting. No, I'm saying that the line blurs. I personally believe that this here would be considered poetry. Now, tell us a bit about the book, and I'll tell you where I want to go with it. Tell us about the book.
Okay, so it's called Green Buds and Hash, and it is a pot-filled parody by Dana Larson. It is in no way authorized by Dr. Seuss. Has not been approved, I should say. Just want to point that out. There's a big disclaimer on the back that states all that.
Yep.
But it is basically, it follows the story of green eggs and ham, except it's like, would you like them in a bong? Would you like them all day long? No, I don't want them in a bong. I do not like green buds and hash. I do not like them, Mr. Stash. So
Okay.
that's just a little taste of
An unauthorized version of Dr. Seuss.
And on.
And again, connect that. I love that portion you just read about bongs, because that connects to Teaching Timmy coming up in a little bit. Okay, so I believe that Dr. Seuss would be considered a poet in the form that he wrote. And that's what I think is so interesting, because right away I was like, oh, you need to read from that book on Poetry Day. And you were like, no, it's not, because it's not a poem.
But that's okay. So somebody like Kurt Cobain was also a poet then.
He was.
So like where does the line? There is no line then.
That's what I've been trying to tell you. And you have a problem with that, don't you?
I do. And I don't know why, because I don't like lines and boxes and categories. So maybe that's why. I don't want to label it as poetry. I don't want to label it as music.
Well, maybe it's
should
not
just be.
But can it be poetry
It's a
and
book.
Also a book?
Well,
And I think that's what's fascinating about.
No, just.
I think it's fascinating about art, though, is that we're talking about this poetry, and I there was nothing in my brain that it seemed perfectly clear that book would be perfect for a cannabis poetry blend. And when you were so adamant that it wasn't, I just wanted to briefly talk about it here, because I'd love to hear your comments.
I don't know. Maybe I feel like poetry is short.
Oh, see, yeah.
Like this how many pages? Like it's a book.
There's some long poems out there.
Oh my God, I would not want to go to that poetry night.
Okay, so
Sitting
now,
there.
Okay, so now but now we're going into a whole other thing. You have issue.
I love poetry as much as I love soup.
Well, she hates soup. So I would like to have.
do.
So here's something that we would like your input on. Do you believe? I'm not even going to talk about this book in particular. Do you believe Dr. Seuss, his writings, could be considered poetry? I'd love to know that. And I think it's just a very interesting discussion. And we're obviously not going to solve anything here
But
today.
then where does it stop? Robert Munch?
I don't know. Is Robert Munch a poet? I don't know.
Exactly.
All right, there you go, folks. We have now created this thing of poetry. All I know is this. One day, I decided that I would sit down.
What does Google say poetry is?
What you want to know right now?
You figure all the research that you do.
Poetry definition. Poetry definition. Here we
Yes.
go.
What does Google say? Google. Look it up.
Literary work. This is I don't even know which
Literary, so that's written.
Literary work in which special intensity is given to the expression of feelings and ideas by the use of distinctive style and rhythm and then in regards to poems collectively or as a genre of literature, it's something regarded as comparable to poetry in its beauty. That's other synonyms. So yeah, so it's with special intensity given to the expression of feelings and ideas by the use of distinctive style and rhythm.
I'm more
I
confused
think that
now.
I think that book has a distinctive style and rhythm.
So does music. That's literary, isn't it?
Okay, maybe it is. Do you have a problem with this?
I don't know why I do. Wait, is it getting close to that time of the month?
I don't know. Here's what I did though. I sat down. I was trying to think of something. It was a few years back, and I was trying to think of something that I had never done before. And after a few months of processing and not being able to think of anything, I was like, "Oh, wait a minute! I've never written a poem." I had back in school, like years ago, where they just tell you to like. But I was like, "I'm gonna do poem." But the way Timmy does things is he doesn't just learn a poem. He sits down in an afternoon to write 10 poems in 10 different styles. And so I went online and searched the number of styles of poems. This leads where your brain is kind of having a problem. There were so many styles of poems. It was unbelievable. So I narrowed it down to 10, Googled up the exact way that these poems were written. And in one afternoon, I became a poet.
Yeah, but you made it so difficult for yourself.
No.
You went and you narrowed it down even further.
I didn't make it difficult for myself. I found this whole process very simple. Deep down, I'm
that talented.
I'm that good.
I no, I won't disagree because I've heard these poems.
Now, so these poems can be found, I'm not going to read them all today, but these poems can be found inside Timmy's Mind. The link will be below in the description boxes. The funniest book I've ever written. It's called The Yellow Poetic Buffet. Not only did I want to learn 10 styles in one day, but they all had to do with the color yellow. I narrowed it down even more.
I'm hoping you're going to read the ones I have my own favorites.
Okay. Well, how about this?
So if you don't read any of my favorites, I'm going to like...
No, let's do this. You tell me some of your favorites. Let's read. This is our MJ's favorites.
No, I don't want to say. Oh, that one for sure.
Okay. All right. I'm going to do a few of MJ's favorites from Inside Timmy's Mind, A Yellow Poetic Buffet. This one is called Rubber Duck. Oh, this whole thing is called A Few of My Favorite Yellow Things. 10 poems in 10 styles, of which you're going to get a few today. Rubber Duck as an ode. It is more beautiful than a rainbow. It is even more precious than a rare gem. More pure than water and fresh fallen snow. More needed than legs or eyes or brainstem. It is more refreshing than a cool rain, desired more than beauty or wisdom, more powerful than a dump truck, worth more than gold and sleeker than a train, and tastier than strawberry lip balm. There is nothing compares to my old rubber duck. Thank you. Which one would you like next?
Oh, that one's good.
This is called Lemonade. This is a gazelle. Not a gazelle, like that's a fast animal. This is a gazelle, a poem. Lemonade as sweet as thee, you are much better than stupid iced tea. Thank you. Gazelles are really short. Gazelles are fast. Gazelles are short. Which one would you like?
I fear I'm going to end up going through all of them because I'm like, oh, I like that one. I like that one.
All right.
I like.
Which one you want to do?
I don't know. Big Bird's funny.
I'll end with this one.
Okay, do Big Bird and then do that.
Okay, Big Bird.
Yes.
This is Big Bird. This is in a pantoum. Pantoum. Big Bird is massive. Big Bird is by far the biggest bird I've ever seen. There is no bird like Big Bird. I wouldn't want to clean Big Bird's cage. Big Bird is by far the biggest bird I've ever seen. I don't think Big Bird would make a very good pet. I wouldn't want to clean Big Bird's cage. That mess would be crazy. I don't think Big Bird would make a good pet. Big Bird is just too big. The mess would be crazy. I think Big Bird would be too much to handle. Big Bird is just too big. There is no bird like Big Bird. I think Big Bird would be too much to handle. Big Bird is massive. Thank you. It's a very,
I like Big Bird.
It has this very, you have to repeat certain lines or the thing. But I literally mastered all of these styles in one afternoon. I am going to do one more before.
Is it this one?
Yeah.
I knew you wouldn't skip that one. That's why I didn't pick it.
Okay, this is Hulk Hogan. So just so you know, I talk about Hannah Montana's hair, Bumblebee, SpongeBob, smiley faces. So you want to check that out. You're an inside Timmy's
You said
mind.
Hulk Hogan and I want to like rip my shirt.
Oh, rip it. You can check that out on our OnlyFans page. This is Hulk Hogan for those who are young. Well, if you're younger, I don't know, you're not really watching. Well, I guess a 20-year-old might not know. Hulk Hogan was like a great role model from the 80s. And he wore yellow shorts.
Well,
wrestler.
I think they know who Hulk Hogan is. They probably just know him by the mustache.
The mustache and the shorts.
And the hair, because he stopped wearing yellow, right?
That's right, he did. Yeah, he became Hollywood Hogan.
Yes.
This is this is Hulk Hogan when he wore yellow in the 80s. It's a C-ho. Or a C-jo or a Sci-jo.
You know a C-ho is a mermaid, right?
A C-ho, yeah. A C-ho is Ariel.
No.
No, just a mermaid.
Yeah, her sisters.
Anyways, here we go. Hulk Hogan. He comes to the ring pointing to the crowd like he can't hear them. In moments, he is out cold. But you can't stop the Hulkster. Shaking his arm, he rises up to leg drop his stunned opponent. Thank you. Well, we all know how it ended, so that's actually where the poem ends, but we know he gets up and it's crazy. And finally, to close off this one.
Oh, this one's my favorite.
This is called The Sun. I made this one up after doing 9 poems according to the rules of those poems.
I like how you say you made it up. You made all of the poems up.
That's true. So this one's called The Sun. In a style all my own, I call it poetic license. And this is the thing that drives you crazy, because there are no rules.
No.
I just made this one. Here we go. Without the sun, there would be none. No light. No heat. No day. Where would we stay without its ray? The dark, the cold, the night. Oh no! May it never be so. No heat strokes, no sunburns, no melanoma. A dark, cold night wouldn't be that bad after all. Thank you. And now it is time to educate Timmy.
I love it. Teaching Timmy.
Yeah, Teaching Timmy is a better name than Educate Timmy.
Yes.
Educate Ernie would fit, but that's not my name.
We're not supposed to talk about Ernie.
Oh yeah. Don't bring up Ernie. Sorry, my bad. Long story. Won't ever be told here.
No.
All right, so Teaching Timmy, what do we got today?
We are going to teach you how to clean a bong.
Now, for the record, for those of you who have not been following, I have smoked a joint.
Yep.
I have had a CBD edible.
Well, no, you rolled the joint.
I've rolled a joint. I've also smoked a joint. I'm not talking about Teaching Timmy segments.
Oh, okay.
But I've never even attempted to smoke a bong.
Oh, yeah.
Like this is This is not anywhere. In fact, you don't even smoke bongs very often.
I don't. So do you know how a bong works in theory? Because you've seen them.
I think you put water in it and it bubbles.
Okay, so there is a stem.
It's like a bubble blower.
There's a stem that goes down in. It's called the down stem.
Okay.
This is the slide with the bowl on it. So you put your cannabis in the bowl.
Mm-hmm.
The water has to actually go over top the bottom of the down stem to create the bubble. So you would put the cannabis in here, the water over that, light it, take it out to clear the chamber to get the airflow through.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you would consume cannabis using a bong. However, as you can see, this is my friend's bong. I don't know if you can see that line. Do you see that line where it's like white almost and then it's like brown?
Yeah.
This is all the resin and the nasty.
Oh, it's not supposed to go brown? Because it's a
No,
colorful
see?
look. Oh. Ew.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
so,
I have heard you. Like this is
and like
one
my
of
hands are
your...
gross. Like I'm going to show you how to do this. I'm not even going to let you touch it because I know how you are with dirty
Did we do a
things
What
and-
Gets Me Going?
Yes, and it was on Dirty
this
Bombs.
this is one of your like big things. Is
Yeah.
like people who don't keep that's gross.
And
So
the
people would use this?
The person whose unit this is, they literally used this in the bathroom where there was this blah, 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 blah.
I mean, you can't
They
see
used
from here,
it in a
but-
bathroom where there was access to a sink, so they had running water and they had a drain, so they could drain it and fill it every single time. There's no excuse. I'm looking at you. You know who you are. There's no excuse why this is as gross as it is. It's
But you-
bad for you.
But you would be inhaling this stuff.
A lot of times, if you don't clean around here, you can get mold.
Okay.
You can get nasty pathogens and pathogens.
Okay.
Pathogens? Anyways, pathogens. It's just gross. Just
I can
don't
tell
do
you,
it.
if I was a bong smoker, yeah, I don't know. That wouldn't be part of my world.
No.
Would you say that? Would you just? I mean, you don't obviously know, but would you say that more or less cannabis smokers don't put proper care into their bongs?
I would say the majority of bong users, I can't even say. There's both. I've seen both. I've seen the nasty, disgusting bong under the table. Buddy pulls it out. Hey man, want a hit? I've seen that. But I've also seen you go to somebody's house and they're like, do you want a bong? And you hesitantly like, and they're like, you can choose whatever one you want. And you look and they have this beautiful shelf and all the bongs are clean. And you're like, are any of those even used? Because they take care of their units. So there are both people.
Because I've seen, I mean, you've taken me some places and you've even showed me online. Like there is some beautiful like glass work.
Oh yeah.
Like I feel like even if I never used a bong, I might even buy a couple of these bongs just to put on a shelf at home. Like there's some really, really, like I would be concerned. Like I suppose there's some that people don't use because they're that nice. But I guess if you wash it right afterwards, it's kind of like I always soak my dishes immediately and wash right after a meal. So
okay, so this is a great, let me just say this. When you dab, you don't have plant material that goes into your unit, into your bong. So like you're saying, when I wash my dishes. So if you rinsed all your plates and your dishes before you filled the sink and put the dishes in the sink, then the water would be cleaner. Your unit,
Right.
like it would be cleaner. If you didn't and you just threw all the dishes in the sink with the food in it, your sink would be like really gross.
Mhm.
Similar theory with the cannabis floating in the bottom of the bong.
right.
So there are actually devices that you can attach to your bong. One is called an ash catcher. So it's actually a little piece that goes on. It's like a bong for your bong. So you put your bowl on top of the ash catcher. So when the cannabis goes down, it goes into the ash catcher. The smoke goes through the ash catcher into the bong and then into you.
Okay.
So it's just a way to help keep your bong clean, but now you're cleaning a bong and an ash catcher.
Right. Okay.
Right. So
on today's Teaching Timmy, you're going to show me how to clean this.
Yes, this is how I would clean this little unit.
Do you think by what you've seen in there that you can restore this, or is it a lost cause?
I would say this will never go back to 100%, because I would probably need a toothbrush on an angle bent, and
it would take some real delicate, like.
I should say this unit is probably 15 years old. It was purchased in Niagara Falls for like $10 plus tax. I talked the guy down. It was really cool. Anyways, so I'm going to start by taking the bowl and the stem out.
Okay.
I'm going to, because it's metal, everything's all attached. It's literally so gummed up that I can barely get this unscrewed.
Mm.
As you can see, the nasty ash inside.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you should be able to see straight through your stem.
I can, but
you can sort of see through it.
The hole that I can see through is a lot smaller than the hole that I should be able to see through.
Like as you see, we're taking everything
my
apart
goodness.
here.
I feel like I should be walking up closer to the camera with these things.
It would blur, but this is the resin that's on the. Okay, so you can literally see right in here now.
Yeah. So for those that are listening, she's just disassembling the bong into its smaller pieces, and each one of them is equally dirty.
Yes.
Like there isn't like a piece that somehow escaped.
No, and I forgot that piece needs to stay in there because this plug only works in this size. So we have to plug this hole because we're going to fill this with cleaner.
Okay.
At least up to about here. That can go in this little jar. Anything we want to soak, we're going to soak in a jar.
So it's like a little small mason jar.
Yep. I went and picked up some orange chronic. It's the cleaner that was available at my local store. Thank you, Puff Puff Pass.
So it's called orange chronic?
It's called orange chronic. It smells like oranges. That's why it's called orange chronic. You could use, I think it's isopropyl alcohol, and that's rubbing alcohol.
Isn't that just rubbing alcohol?
Yeah, okay. So rubbing alcohol and rock salts. I say coarse salt. So any sort of like coarse salt. Don't use table salt. You could use Epsom.
So you're filling the bong halfway.
Over the line that it normally would.
Okay.
So I'm really hoping that I plugged that up, or else that's just going to
And then you're covering the other stuff that's in the little mason jar till it's covered, basically, so it's fully soaked.
Yeah.
Just trying to keep the listeners.
Yeah, I forgot. And then I just put the lid back on the orange chronic. Very important, because if you do not, you might end up knocking it over and losing some product.
Is that expensive?
Not overly. It's definitely more expensive than rubbing alcohol and rock salt.
Okay. So there's no real excuse why someone's bong should be dirty, right? Like,
no.
I'm assuming it's probably like this might take a little longer than normal because it's.
Yeah, we're actually not going to complete the whole thing because it's going to need time to soak. I'm just going to explain what I would be doing.
Okay.
I went and also purchased these pipe cleaners. These are not your normal pipe cleaners, Timmy. You want to grab those. Don't squeeze too hard though. To the actual thing. The pipe cleaner itself is not just soft.
Oh, they're pokey.
Yeah, they are pokey. They're abrasive. So
okay.
They come in different sizes. You can get the long ones or the shorter ones. And the only benefit over like the from the long to the short is if you need to fold it over to make it thicker, or you could just twist a bunch of the small ones together to make a wider tool. You're going to use these little wire things to scrape the insides of the bong or the inside of this, your down stem.
Can I scrape something?
You can scrape something. I'm going to give you some paper towel and another tool I like to use. I like to use toothpicks as well as these stir sticks, these coffee stir sticks.
Okay, so let's just.
There is a reason why I folded this over for you.
Oh.
Because it is going to be very yicky and gooey, and you're not going to want it to go through because this stuff stinks.
Okay, so we've multiple folded our paper clip. Okay,
Yeah.
so just again for people who are listening, you've got paper towel, you've got abrasive pipe cleaner.
Yep.
You have a cleaner solution, and you have toothpicks.
Yes.
Would that be the?
Well, we have stir sticks.
And
for
stir
coffee.
sticks.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're going to take the down stem. You can hold these little butterfly clip here.
Yep.
And then you're just gonna I'm
using the coffee stick. Oh, the coffee stick fits right in there.
Try and get the coffee stick to get the gunk
Oh,
out.
that's so gross. Okay, from a newbie to doobies, this is gross. This, I don't know how people would. I don't know how people would consume.
Can you get the stick to go all the way through?
No, should it go all the way through?
It may or may not. We
No,
might need to get the. It might be too big. We should get you some.
But it's definitely
toothpicks.
scraping off the side of the.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, that is. It's like a thick tar.
Well, it's resin, is what it is. It's cannabis resin.
This is so gross.
Okay, I'm gonna dig out the bowl here.
Okay.
I'm gonna use a toothpick because I don't like touching the cleaning solution. Oh.
Yeah, I see. This would be for me. This would be the reason why I. Like for me, dishes.
I'm gonna use a pipe cleaner.
Breakfast isn't finished unless the dishes are done.
Yeah.
Like any meal. Like it's kind of like when I block away my time to sit down and have a meal, the dishes get done right away. It's just because even just a little bit of having food and leaving it in like unrinsed, for a couple of hours, it just adds more time to the cleaning process. Like this is going to be some intensive work to try to.
Yeah, it's literally a cleaning project because the person didn't do it all the time.
Oh my goodness.
So if you did this on a more regular basis, especially if you rinsed it out, boiling hot water at the end of the night, literally just like boiling tap water, just hot tap water. Ugh.
Okay, so I'm using the stir stick now, but should I use like the pipe cleaner to get all the way through the?
I gotta soak that a little more. Look at this. Look at my fingers. It's yicky.
Ew.
Do you know how to get that off?
No, I'm having
only the cleaner.
I have a hard enough time with like trimming plant stickiness. Like this stuff is.
Here, I should have probably grabbed some extra
This
of
stuff's
this.
revolting.
Ew. Here, grab.
Okay. Well, folks, this is the first time that I've seen dirty bongs because MJ has shown them to me, but the process of like actually seeing what it is that's coating.
Here, let me see that. Look at all the stuff that came out of the bowl.
Okay.
Let me see that. Oh, I see. We just adjusted where the clip was a little bit. See?
Okay.
So we're just going to put that back on there.
So now okay.
So I'm going in with a smaller tool now.
So the toothpick, the stir sticks, and the pipe cleaner are all just based on what exactly, if you need it to be flexible, if you need it to be thin.
Yeah, it's because you need to get it in.
So all of this stuff, I mean, once again, it's like, to me, this is like looking like there is no excuse once again, because everything that you're using here is stuff that, I mean, you can pick up at the dollar store.
No.
No?
No, you can't get these wire things.
Oh, you can't get the pipe cleaners at the dollar store?
No, those are special from the cannabis store. You
Oh,
can
so
get rubbing alcohol.
These are specifically for cleaning bongs.
For cleaning bongs, pipes.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah, how much would these cost? A pack of these.
That was $3.50 for the pack
Right.
of those, which is really not that expensive.
And say your bong was clean, how many of these would you use to just kind of get the residue off? 1 or 2?
1, maybe 2. Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like there's 48. So I mean, for like, $10, you could have a whole year's worth of. Once again, I think I'm looking at all this going really affordable, real easy, and if you just maintain it on a day-to-day basis, like it just doesn't seem.
Well, it also depends on how much you use your bong as well, because you have cannabis consumers that might hit a bong 2-3 bowls every night. Then you've got the cannabis consumer who smokes 2-3 bowls every hour. So there is a difference.
So people would consume a bong as frequently as you would do a joint?
Sure, why not? Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can see just on the outside there the difference.
Oh yeah, that looks much better. And that's just from soaking it and wiping it down.
Yeah, and we can see through there.
Oh yeah, I can see much better through there.
So after you're done soaking it with the cleaner, you're not just going to want to put it together and then smoke it because it's cleaner.
Right.
So you're going to want to take it and put it through boiling hot water and just like rinse it out. Make sure you rinse it really good so that way it's not gross. But if you look at the nastiness in this,
yeah,
that stuff would be in your body, in your lungs. Do yourself a favor and clean your bong, please.
Right.
Yeah. And then we would just basically do the same thing to the inside of this. Did we get the bowl out?
Can I just try something with that? And then...
in a moment, because this needs to come out of here first. Can you fish that out of there?
Okay, so I'm currently trying to get
the bowl. Trying to get the cannabis bowl, the bong bowl out of the jar. Here, I don't know why I gave it to you. You're not the fisher.
Why I gave it to me.
You're not the fisher person.
Well, you're not exactly a fisher person. I don't know about you folks, but if you're watching this right now, I think you can see that she's having the same amount of problem I was having.
I don't think so. Wha-bam!
Oh,
I used my fingers, but shh.
Yes, yeah, I wouldn't have put my fingers in there.
All right, so I'm just going to very quickly scrape this off here.
Yep. Please tell me that that's just the cleaner smell that I'm smelling. That's not like the gunk.
No, that's gunk.
Oh.
That's orange mixed with the
resin.
Yeah, it's not a pleasant smell. And I'm probably gonna have to use some peroxide or some rubbing alcohol to wash my hands after.
So it's just piece by piece using those 3 tools to kind of.
Yep.
Okay. And then
now I'm gonna unplug this, and it's all gonna come out.
So now you're just emptying the entire bong.
Yeah, pouring it into this jar because I want it to all stay in there.
That's like when you unscrew a clogged drain. The water just starts pouring, and then all of a sudden the big clump of hair. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Okay. So you want the big one, eh?
I just want to just test it briefly. So I'm using this.
Okay, so you need to clean the bottom down in there. You got to try and get that stuff off. That's the yicky stuff. Really, really caked on.
Yeah, you know what, folks? This is not a job for me. My hands.
I thought you said you wanted to do that.
Well, I do, but
like you just asked for it.
I know, but I didn't realize how far I was gonna have to like dig in here.
Careful, don't fling it everywhere.
It's like a monkey flinging poop.
Oh, don't do that.
Okay, I think I understand the process. I don't think I want to go through the entire thing of cleaning this.
Can I see that?
Sure. I think I just made my pipe cleaner go weird inside. Ow.
Did you just prick yourself?
Ow!
You did too.
I am never going to use a bong again.
You little prick. So what I'm going to say is there does come a point in a bong's life where you mistreat it bad enough that no amount of cleaning will get it restored, and it's time to say goodbye. And I will tell you, if it gets to that point, you better damn well take care of your next one. And I'm looking at you because I replaced this, and you better well damn take care of it.
So here we go. Once again, I have been taught a valuable lesson that also is useful for you here on Teaching Timmy.
Yicky.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
It's always time for a smoke for you.
It
Not
is.
for me, but for you. We want to thank you for joining us again here on the Newbie and the Doobie, whether you're watching or listening. Please do us a favor. If you do download the episode, like subscribe to it in whatever podcast form. That's really helpful, and that way you don't miss anything. And if you're on YouTube, take a moment again to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and remember that at Newbie Doobie Clips on YouTube, you can go over there and actually watch individual segments, like the Teaching Timmy episode is on there just as that segment alone. So if you just like watching Teaching Timmy stuff or Word of the Week or High Five, whatever it may be, you can watch it in the kind of smaller bite-sized bits here on YouTube.
And don't forget to share with your friends and family, whether they're a newbie or a doobie. And you can find us on any social media at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And as well, please, if you really like what we're doing and are excited about where we can go with this, consider supporting us for $4.20 a month on Patreon. If you go over there at the Newbie and the Doobie, patreon.com or whatever it is, if you go there, or a small donation a month will allow us to expand what it is that we're doing and keep us doing what we're doing. Continuing to entertain and educate in a pro-cannabis environment. I would like to say before we go that I didn't get a chance to read my poem earlier, my weed poem.
That's right. Let's hear that.
So we will end with this. Oh, and by the way, link as well for if you want to read my poems as well, Inside Timmy's Mind. The link for my book will be down in the descriptions in whatever form you watch this.
I just want to show off the nice
Oh,
clean
and the
bong
nice
now.
clean bong. The bong is
Wonderful.
finished.
Yeah.
Looks much better there. And so we'll end with this. This was my haiku cannabis themed poem. Weed does the body good, but side effects always include red eyes and dry mouth.
Is that it?
Oh.
Are we ready to do the stay lifted? I remembered this time.
Okay, do it officially.
Okay. Stay lifted.
And keep on laughing. Amazing. We haven't got that yet.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today? Excellent. How are you, Peterborough? We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good. Thank you for, there you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right? We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough. How was 420 in Peterborough? I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout-outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces. Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any friend.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day, July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying. Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that. Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay then, I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're going to, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are going to sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No.
But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, roach guess, rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
You'll
awesome.
see the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and throwing out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. For Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's evil.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Realize my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6. Shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour seeds or purple strawberry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized.
Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you've got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey, Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song, weed, I'll do it so throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke green. So does the meat. Queen Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not news done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. They've all smoked. And our supporters of weed, the list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society thing. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, you know, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all of
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and you know it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It would be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think his kids, his extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children. There was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
That it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual, and it was so nice to see each of them what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event. It is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Cart DM Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes. Like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010. For the 3 years that we've been doing these videos, on this weekend, at this time, we show Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years and started out as a booth there at the park. And as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and you're awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome, too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're going to have to let you go. We're going to close we're closing the place up here.
Thanks for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful night.
You too.
You too, thanks.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.